The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here. Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you proceed and read block number 1 onto the record?
The Committee on Finance for Friday, March 26th, 2021 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Chambers, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following bills. Bill number 34-004, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and Section 94, relating to persons required to file returns on fuel taxes and related products derived from oil in the Virgin Islands, except to persons filing and paying fuel taxes under Section 91A from the reporting and payment requirements of Section 94, proposed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Joel Lee, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Bill number 34-0003, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 235C, relating to the time period within which the zoning administrator must act on a building permit application submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to set time limits, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, amending Chapter 5, Section 296, relating to fees and fines for building permits, to require that 3% of the fees collected under that section be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining the electric permitting system, and amending Title 12, Section 911F4, relating to the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to include 3% of the fees collected in 29 Virgin Islands Code, subchapter 296, as a funding source for the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Bill number 34-0013, an act appropriating $2,050,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for replacement of the existing deteriorated tender landing pier and repairs at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Terminal in Frederiksted, St. Croix, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Bill number 34-0014, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Communities Facilities Trust account for 4 community facilities projects on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier at Cross Lagoon, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fret Gregory. Invited testifiers: Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers who will appear virtually before us today. Colleagues, we have 7 bills. Some are very straightforward and should not require an extraordinary amount of time, and some are a bit more lengthy. Bill number 34-0013 and 34-0014 are by the request of the governor. They have been sent down. Some of the bills will require some minor amendments. There are some mistakes in 1 or 2 of the bill. 33-0014 refers to the Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier, but it's actually the boat ramp before the pier, so we're fixing the language in that particular bill. Saying that, we're going to dive right into the bills. I'm going to allow the sponsor of 34-004 and 34-003 to introduce both of those bills at the same time because on 1-4. No, 34-004, the first 2 bills, and 34-003, I'm going to allow the sponsor to speak to both of those bills because the sponsor have an obligation this morning, so I wanted to be able to introduce it. We have a number of non-committee members who are here today. I want to thank Frankie Johnson, non-committee member, and Orville Francis, who have been attending all the Finance Committee meetings for the last 7 years. So thank you guys for coming. Who speaks to bill number 34-004 and 34-003?
Chair.
Senator Gregory, you recognize.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. I haven't seen any testifiers yet, so good morning to everyone. This morning, I bring before you bill number 34-0004, and it's an act to amend Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code. And I'm not going to get into the short title, but what I will say is the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that all relevant fuel taxes are collected immediately and properly for all gasoline imported into the territory. Currently, of course, we know the challenges that we have here in the Virgin Islands. Our responsibility is to ensure that every single dime that belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands, they receive it. And currently, based on the research that I've done, there are gaps in this particular area of tax collection. And it is important that it is codified to ensure that as administrations change, we ensure that we continue to collect these taxes in the appropriate manner. Currently, the Bureau of Internal Revenue collects the taxes immediately upon entry. However, this policy of collecting the tax immediately is currently not in the Virgin Islands Code, and it's, like I said earlier, it is subject to from administration to administration. One of my other concerns around it is how do we ensure that those taxes are in fact collected on the weekends when these barges come in with fuel here to the territory. And the benefits of this bill, of course, is to ensure that there is no circumventing of paying from various companies, gas companies, of paying their fair share. I think that I'm not sure how much or how often audits are conducted. And so I would venture to say that we have somewhat of an honor system. And as legislators, we understand the importance of ensuring that certain things are should be written in the code. And what we have to do is to make sure the important things do not change, as I said earlier, as leadership changes or as internal policies shift throughout the government. So that's my my pitch for Bill number 34, that's 004, the fuel tax amendment. Now, Bill number 34, that's 0003, which is the e-permitting bill. This bill is to require the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to implement an electronic permitting system within the next 18 months of the enactment of this legislation, if it is in fact successful. It basically sets a time period for the zoning administrator to act on submitted building permits. And we do know that currently we are in the rebuilding stages here in the Virgin Islands, and it is important that we move our rebuilding process along as expeditiously and effectively as possible. This new amendment requires a 3% of the permitting fees collected to be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining this electronic system. And of course, the current challenges are, of course, you have the lack of an electronic permitting system, which results in a whole lot of paperwork and a whole lot of delays. Of course, we've seen the number of delays that has caused. We've been looking at the daily news of recent, the news in the territory of recent, showing what delays has caused here in the Virgin Islands. The process currently is tedious and inefficient for both parties, the department as well as the applicant. The information can be laborious to store and in fact to retrieve from a historical perspective. And of course, the current structure is outdated, and I'm certain that the commissioner of DPNR will get more down into the details of that. The benefit of this bill is to streamline the permitting process, make it convenient, and most definitely make it a convenient system for the people of the Virgin Islands to use. The system will now be speedy, or the process, simple access to current and historical information. So of course, it's going to require some work on behalf of DPNR to update the system. And it brings the e-permitting system here in the territory into the 21st century. I think I made a note about that already, that the 3% will go into maintaining the system. And my final on this is moving to the new fee structure is a cleaner calculation for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources team. Again, it's more transparent on the front end for the applicant. And this new system that I'm proposing now reflects modern best practices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We're going to go directly into the first bill. We have Mr. Joel Lee, who will be testifying on bill number 34-0004. Mr. Lee, you can go ahead and put your name and title on the record, and you can start with your brief testimony that you have included. Mr. Lee, turn on your mic. Mr. Lee, we're still not hearing you. Is your mic turned on? Still not hearing you. Try now. No, not hearing you. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Mr. Lee, let's give it a try again.
Good morning. My name is Joel Haley. I am the Director of Internal Revenue. I will now start to read my testimony.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, all of the senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Bill number 34-0004. The bill seeks to amend Section 91 of Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code. Currently, the 14-cent fuel tax is paid at the time of importation at the Bureau's excise tax location on St. Thomas and St. Croix. St. John fuel is cleared on St. Thomas and barged to St. John's gas stations. The upfront fuel tax collection is done with the use of Form 721FD, titled Fuel Tax Deposit Coupon. The tax return for each month is due 30 days after the close of each month, at which time the taxpayer must file Form 721F, titled Monthly Fuel Tax Return. The enactment of the bill supports the current operations of the Bureau. Act 7360 required the Bureau to collect the fuel tax at the time of importation, as it was implemented immediately after the close of the territory's sole oil refinery back in 2012. The Bureau supports the intent of the bill, which is to provide clarity and ensure that taxpayers can understand the law and file and pay the fuel tax accordingly. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I am available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Colleagues, like I said, this bill is very straightforward. What the bill seeks to do is to make sure that we collect a 14 cents tax on imported fuel when it lands on island. So this would hopefully be able to increase the amount that is collected on an annual basis. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Very brief for this. You don't need to use all the time if you don't want. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the Virgin Islands, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director Lee, and thank you for your short but precise testimony. As was stated, it's a straight-up bill. And basically what it seeks to do is codify Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code with this amendment. And what this amendment does is just brings more accountability and assure that all of the companies are paying their fair share. And as we know, we are on a system right now. And this bill will also bring transparency and ramp up in terms of us collecting those fees. So, Director, I only have one question for you. I know you spoke in testimony about the Form 721F that's filled out on a monthly basis. My question is, what type of percentage would you say in terms of those companies paying into the system on a regular basis? What would you say that number is at this time?
I'm going to probably say, almost 100%, because remember, these fuel has to be cleared through the ports. So not only we clear them, then they have to get cleared by customs. So there's 2 layers of assurance that's required. So if somehow they slip through our crack, customs has their own mechanism, and generally they because there are 2 sets of eyes watching, we really don't have too much problems.
So what the bill basically does is clarifies the law so that individuals can understand exactly what needs to be done, when, how, etc.
Yeah, that's exactly what it does. And I am a CPA, so my fellow public CPAs may not be happy, but it does put words on record that is clear. As times change, a lot of tax code does not simultaneously get updated, and this kind of helps us stay current as we move forward to make sure we capture all that's owed to the VI.
1 minute.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I agree. This is a straightforward bill. We're going to codify it. Director Lee, from my understanding, though, you said it was done at the end of the month before, and you changed it to what it is now that you're collecting it as they come in?
No. There's two separate things that happen when someone imports fuel. In order to have it cleared, we require taxes paid up front. At the end of the following month, there's a reconciliation that kind of happens with the Form 721F. So there's two separate things. There's a payment to once it's brought in, and then there's a reconciliation. So the two separate things. So nothing quite has changed. It's always been, this way, because in order for them to be able to, bring it on island, it has to go through a clearance process, which will require a tax at that time of import.
Okay, so do we get anything that we weren't getting before doing it this way?
Well, nothing has changed. We're codifying it. We're making the language clear so that there's no misunderstandings, as the bill sponsor said. As we move forward and somebody decides to challenge it, they're going to have a hard time challenging it because it's now clear and written, which I support.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Mr. Lee, if you already have Forms 721 DP, I don't understand why you need 721F when you're paying the fuel tax up front. If you bring in 100 gallons and you're paying the tax up front, what type of reconciliation is necessary?
I'll give you an example. It's kind of like payroll. When someone gets, payroll taxes, we get that collected as throughout the month as someone gets paid. At the end of the month, or at the end of the quarter, they're required to file a form that reconciles how much they actually owe. Now, I hear what you're saying, but remember, the filing form was really created way back in the day to account for, the manufacturing side of things. That was when locally, I guess Hovenza used to, manufacture, and that used to be the sole provider. So I understand your question, but honestly, it's a reconciliation that I think needs to be done because there's a lot of moving parts, and it's not only you pay when you come in at the end of the following month, there's a reconciliation that takes place to make sure everything is clean. So from an accounting standpoint, it's a good thing.
Thank you. Senator Asaro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Lee, good morning to everybody, and good morning to the listening of your audience. Director Lee, when do you remit these funds to WAPA? At what point in the year? Is it every quarter, every calendar year, every fiscal year, when you collect the fuel tax?
Well, I don't remit anything to anyone. I mean, we collect it. I think your question is probably more for finance.
Finance, okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
we don't do any disbursements
Okay, got it.
to any.
No, I'm looking at the reports for February of 2021, and St. Croix specifically, St. Croix fuel tax around this time for fiscal year 2020 was 401,405. This year, same time, St. Croix collection is 191,548. Some 200,000 roughly difference. Can you explain that difference? Why?
Let me pull it up. I don't have that report in front of me.
The same for St. John too. St. John, around this time had 14,000. St. John has 7,000. So around this time, it's really in half. And then in the St. Thomas, and St. Thomas, fuel tax around this time last year was 129,658, and this year went up 186,305. The numbers, I'm trying to comprehend the massive gap in the fuel tax. Mr. Chair,
Yeah, I
you see
mean,
this?
I see what you're saying. You know, I would have to dig deeper and understand. You know, I don't want to simply say it's a COVID thing, but it very well could be. As I look
had
at it,
COVID
but I would
this-
have to dig deeper to see.
February, the COVID, we really shut down in March. So the numbers should be somewhat the same. It shouldn't be in half. Are
1
we
minute.
collecting the fuel tax from the gas stations? Have you done
Yeah,
an audit to see if you're collecting these funds?
No. Fuel taxes is collected upon importation. So by the time it reaches the tank or the pump, the taxes would have already been collected on it. They're not able to sell it unless it gets cleared and taxes paid on when it comes through the ports.
Okay. This
So that's where we capture.
This is the heart of my questions because we roughly have it's in half. There's roughly $200,000 difference between this year and last year, and I really need an explanation as to why the fuel tax has dramatically decreased at that amount, given all the activity that we have had since the storms, and this is pre-pandemic numbers. So I'd like to really, through the chair, I'm requesting that information from Mr. Lee.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Francis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. And good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Director Lee, can you speak to what is currently being done in terms of assessing this particular fee? Is it being collected, or is someone available from IRB or BIR, that is, at the location of importation of the fuel?
Yes. Remember, in order for the fuel to make its way on island, it has to be cleared by customs. So that's when, and that clearance requires a clearance from us, IRB. That's one of the steps that customs requires before they're able to clear, goods before they come into the territory. So that tax is paid at that time when they're trying to bring it in.
And the event that no one is available, then what happens? The barge just sits and wait until someone is available, either customs or a representative from BIR is available?
Well, we're available, 8 to 5 days a week. And the ones who come in during the weekends is actually only 1 or 2. And, the way it's set up where, once again, everyone kind of understands our schedule, and so it's custom schedule. So it's not like we have a barrage of importers trying to bring gas in on the weekends or at midnight or what have you. It's.
But a lot of times, for instances, I have walking on the bypass, for example, in the wee hours of the morning, or even on weekend, and you continue to see truckers moving ISO tanks throughout. What happens? Are they just being simply stored at Gallows Bay, or the actual importation is occurring at that time?
1 minute.
Yeah, it would have to be stored. Remember, customs, they're not able to just simply bring it in at the wee hours in the night. The ports are closed.
So is your testimony or your belief that we're already collecting and all of the fuel coming into the territory?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no need for additional auditing to be done to go back and retroactively go back and fetch it, go back and be able to collect what may have been missed. You don't believe that there's some funding being left on the table here?
Correct. Once again, there are 2 layers of clearing, us and customs.
Okay. Very well. So again, you're in support of this particular measure, and so what do you see as a benefit of this measure then? When you say that you agree with the measure, what do you see as the benefit for the GVI of this measure?
I think it's important to put language in. Once again, I'm going to speak as a CPA. When you don't have language that allows challenges to take place, and what have you, I think we all kind of learned from the excise experience of the funds that we lost because language wasn't, quite clear. I think this kind of prevents a scenario from someone challenging, well, they didn't see in the code where that it has to be charged at importation or where it has to be collected, you know what I mean? So this provides that closing of a loophole that I think could be exploited by somebody in the future.
Time.
Very well. Thank you. My time has been called. Thank you for your response, Director Lee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Also, Senator Kariong of joining us. Thank you for coming. I don't know if I announced your presence before. Mr. Lee, looking at the collection report January, there's no collection on St. Croix. Is that an error for the fuel tax?
I will double check, but remember, there's let's see here, January. On St. Croix, people tend to buy from I guess, Lime Tree. So it could simply be a point that, Lime Tree also has a storage facility set up where they may have already paid for that tax and, there's storage going on where somebody could come in and just buy, I am not an expert in managing the fuel levels, but my understanding is when it's cheaper to buy fuel, companies produce and store it so that when the time comes, they have a capacity to use from versus having it brought in to then, pay a higher rate than they could have. But I will double check for you. But my understanding of how the fuel markets work,
But would that be every gas station that have purchased in excess and have it stored? That it would have to be every gas station for us for collection to be zero.
Remember, it's not the gas station; it's the manufacturer. So that would be the only manufacturer in St. Croix
is Lime Tree.
Is Lime Tree, correct? So it's not like the gas station buys it, and you know what I mean. Lime Tree is the one who manufactures it.
But the fuel tax is levied when it's purchased from the rack, correct?
Correct.
So, if
correct, but once again, Lime Tree, it's based on Lime Tree's production.
Okay. Production or no production, because they had a storage facility, and we have been purchasing from the rack from the time the storage facility have come online. What I'm asking is that the collection report is a reflection of the amount of fuel purchased for that particular month, the 14 cents that is charged on the rack rate. If you look at January collection for 20, for the island of St. Croix, it's 196,000. And if you look at February for 20, fiscal year 2020, I think it was 401, which gives us 597,000. But if you look at the collections report for St. Croix, for January and February combined, it has now decreased to 191,000. So it's like a 400,000 drop between those 2 months. So if you can, we got to make sure that we scrubbing numbers and nobody ain't playing games with us. I've always said that. So we got to scrub and find out why did we not collect any, or why want any fuel tax remitted for the month of January. And if it wasn't remitted for the month of January, then you should see an extra amount recorded either for December or November, correct?
Yes, I follow you completely.
Okay, but I'm not seeing, I'm looking now, and colleagues, I'm gonna come to you quickly. Yeah, we don't have to look at some stuff. Let me look at the rest of the numbers and go on. Senator Johnson, you recognize?
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. And I pretty have a simple question for you, Mr. Lee. Is it possible for a customer to be able to custom clears, as you said, right? And when
Correct.
custom clears, you guys are notified. So
No.
can
Well,
someone act? Go ahead.
Before they go to customs, they have to be cleared by us.
So
Customs needs our stamp of approval before customs will clear them.
So the possibility of someone slipping through the cracks should be really, it shouldn't happen.
Correct.
What mechanism can be put in place to make sure that this isn't happening to us? Because I'm listening to my colleagues and I'm fresh in this, but the numbers are not adding up.
No. Well, remember, from an importation standpoint, the margin of error is probably zero. What's going on in St. Croix is we have a manufacturer on St. Croix, which is very different from importation. They actually make fuel. So I will have to take a second look to make sure the numbers make sense.
So
the code, the proposal why we're here is for importation to be taxed at time of entry.
So in their manufacturing of fuel, and let's say a gas station go to purchase from them, where is that 14 cents collected now? Is it collected or is it not because of them being the manufactured here on the island?
It's on a manufacturing level.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Mr. Lee, it's your belief that we're collecting 100% of what is due to the government of the Virgin Islands right now?
Of importation, yes.
So they're clearing these tanks and then they're picking them up 2 o'clock in the morning, because we're seeing tanks being picked up 2 in the morning and being moved from one site to the next.
Well, I know the ports are closed, so I can't see how they're gonna get something through a port at 2 in the morning. Maybe they park it outside, but they cannot simply bringing items just at midnight, because obviously that would create major problems beyond fuel.
Point of inquiry, Senator James. Matter of fact, you are next.
Well, I go right ahead. Well, good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I find it quite funny when we say on the record that you do support the bill. There is 100% collection. So what's the purpose of having the bill? What triggered this bill and you supporting this bill?
Once again, Senator, it's putting the language in the code. It happens mechanically anyway, but I think it is important to put specificity in the code so that there's no confusion and no challenges going forward.
All right, within the bill, and hopefully the sponsor will be able to speak on that, but within the bill, it speaks to having a sufficient number of employees to carry out this mandate specifically for the weekends and holidays. Have we done an assessment to find out what kind of human and financial resources are needed to improve our collections process when it comes to carrying out this mandate?
Well, currently there's only, once again, 1 or 2 businesses that do bring things in on the weekend, and we accommodate them on the following business day. So to me, it would not, if for any going forward that we have a huge multiple number of suppliers who do decide to bring it on the weekends, then I could definitely see warranting putting a full-time person out there. But for right now, it's only 1 or 2, and we accommodate them on the following business day, which is Monday.
So ever since you have been serving the capacity of Director of IRB, have we had any known cases of individuals not reporting 100% when it comes to the fuel tax collections?
No.
And if so,
not for importation.
And if so, what are the repercussions? What are the penalties for anyone who may violate this part of the Virgin Islands Code?
It's the normal thing. We could do an audit, and if there was a deficiency, then we we redo their tax liability, and then we charge them the tax liability plus the penalty and interest.
And as we speak about audit, were there any audits in the past or within your time serving in the capacity of director?
No.
So we have
Simply
never.
because.
Go ahead.
Because once again, the system is pretty tight. Once again, it's 2 clearing mechanisms in place. There's multiple third-party verification documents. So I'm pretty confident that, that's one of the areas that's pretty secure. I will have to revisit the manufacturing side, but as far as the importation side, which is what this bill is about, I'm pretty confident in the process.
Well, if that is the case, based on your statements, then this bill is a no-brainer. So I will vote accordingly when it is time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you, Mr. Joel Lee, for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator DeGraff, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 14 cent, you're saying is only collected now on the importation directly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what we see is at the fuel pump, we see the cost of the fuel fluctuate. Sometimes it's 2 and change, sometimes it's 3 and change. You collect the bulk at when it comes in, and then they have the opportunity to increase or decrease. It's how it works.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up the point to agree. Through the chair, the numbers, again, once you go over them, because send them in through the chair. So I'll make it simple since a point of inquiry. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and viewing and listening audience. Well, this bill 34-004, makes sense to me, and I support greater efficiency and clarity when it comes to taxes. So I understand the importance of making sure that this is codified in the law. I also will be bringing forward some of my own legislation that would bring also similar clarity in some other bills. Let me ask you, regards to enforcement, Director, what measures are in place or will be in place to ensure that those required to pay taxes immediately, in fact, do?
Well, if they don't pay it, we're not going to clear them. So they're not going to be able to bring the fuel into the territory, because if we don't clear them, customs is not going to clear them. So that's how we ensure. I mean, it's a great mechanism for ensuring taxes get paid, and it's even though to me it even goes beyond an honor system, because you have to present the documents. It has to match up. There are third-party documents, shipping documents that all have to coincide before we charge them at that point, and before they're able to bring it into the territory through customs, they need our stamp of approval.
So walk me through the process. The fuel is imported and someone or the broker goes to clear it. They have to first, what's the process?
They bring all of the documents stating how much we want, the shipping documents. And at that time, they pay, what's required. We simply stamp that we're good. Then they go to customs, and customs clears them based on customs protocol to include an approval from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And once they satisfy customs, then they're able to basically bring into the territory and deliver to the gas stations the fuel that they would have brought through the ports.
So, Director, do you have an office at the port area?
Yes, in St. Croix we do. In St. Thomas, it's at the Niski location, but once again, and that's out of convenience. But remember, no matter, the customs is at those ports. So wherever we are, unless we clear them, customs is not going to allow them to be cleared.
So you put the stamp on a document saying that they have
They're
paid,
satisfied.
they have been satisfied. Do they make the payment there then at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the payment is done uphand. Chairman, so once they make that payment, then they go to customs to be able to clear it through customs.
Exactly.
Does anyone from your office verifies the load to make sure that it's what's documented? Can the document be changed? And that's all.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
remember, there's third-party shipping documents. So, you know, I'm not going to say can they be changed, because in this day of technology, anything is possible. But once again, customs also checks.
Thank you, Director. I'm just concerned about that, the check and balance, and making sure that we're enforcing. Thank you, Director Lee, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Not having an excise tax office at the port in St. Thomas is a result of lack of space or lack of what?
I hate to say I don't have that answer. You know, I don't know. It's always been done that way, and I know that's, you know, not the best statement. But, you know, once again, I don't know why an office wasn't there. Once again, I believe it's for convenience. I believe the Nisky location is convenient.
No, but
St. Thomas.
okay, hold up. The convenience is being able to clear excise tax and customs in the same spot. The convenience is for whoever is collecting the excise tax. If they want to verify, they have a verification system, because they could just look at the vessel that just came in. Is there the possibility of having an excise tax office at the port? On St. Croix, you have what? You have one in Gallows Bay. You collect excise tax in Gallows Bay, correct?
Correct.
You collect excise tax at the container port?
Not at the container port. We have an excise office by the airport.
By the airport. And in St. Thomas, you only collect at Nisky?
No, we have Red Hook, but Nisky seems to be the popular location because, you know, it's closer to where the ports are in St. Thomas compared to Red Hook.
And where do most of our cargo come in? On St. Thomas?
Well, the Nisky area is that side of the island.
Okay. Senator Fred Gurry, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I was trying to get your attention because I had a point of
Sorry about that.
information. I think one of the good senators, the Manilian senator from St. Croix, he made mention about the bill requiring the Bureau in the bill summary, I think, to have the appropriate amount of employees. But that is not in this legislation. So I don't know if he has the wrong copy, so I want to make sure everybody has the correct copy, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. But let me just say, because there's a lot of, the discussion that we're having this morning has become a little concerning to me. And I have to ask the appropriate questions as it relates to some of what the director indicated. Now, I want a full disclosure, I've been working on this legislation since I entered the 33rd legislature for 2 years, and I've held it because I've been back and forth with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So if the Bureau has put these things in place since I've started working on the legislation, I want to commend them for recognizing the importance and putting these necessary stops in place. But let me ask you, Mr. Lee, when did the Bureau of Internal Revenue start collecting the fees upfront and not from the fuel providers within the month? When did that begin to occur?
After the closing of Lime Tree, which everyone in the territory used to buy from Lime Tree,
Hovenza.
Hovenza, I should say. Once that was closed, then it forced an importation mechanism into the territory that was addressed in I guess a bill that was passed at that time.
So you were collecting in 2019, you were collecting those funds upfront. The word here is upfront.
Correct.
Upfront. Once you hit the port, you are collecting it upfront and not
Correct.
going back and having to audit to ensure that what the customs documents indicated, in fact, was what the respective fuel provider paid.
Correct. That mechanism is actually a beautiful mechanism.
No, I'm just trying to verify with you that was happening before we had our discussions.
Correct.
1 minute.
And your weekend collections, how were you dealing with that back in 2019?
Well, the one or two who have that situation, they make arrangements with our office specifically where we accommodate them on the Monday so that they can get their stuff cleared. It was only, minimal one or two, like I said, that we had that situation on weekends.
And you are confident that we are collecting, because I think one of my colleagues asked, and I'm going to ask it again, that we are collecting 100% of our fuel taxes?
Importation. Yes, on importation,
Imported?
yes. Correct.
And treating the 14 cents is the 14 cents is the 14 cents, regardless of what. So how are you collecting it on the island of St. Croix?
That's based on the fuel manufacturer. They fill out a form, that fuel filing form, F721, and they submit that with their payment.
And how are you auditing that? I think we were trying to get to how is that being audited?
We haven't audited them since I've been on board.
Okay, so there's one of the deltas, and I would venture to say that some of the information that you provided this morning as it relates to the taxes being paid up front in this district in 2019, that was not occurring because I did my homework. I had discussions with individuals who in fact own gas stations, and there was actually an honor system in place where yes, the documentation was provided to customs. Customs did the clearing, and the fuel tax was paid after the fact. There was a window for the fuel tax to be paid. So I'm going to venture to say that, and I'm going to make sure I put it on the record, because if it's not occurring now, it was in fact occurring. And I believe what is important that we do, colleagues, is we perhaps need to require the Bureau of Internal Revenue to go back and do an audit of the documentations that with all of the fuel tax that came in here within the past 3 to 5 years, within a 5-year window, to determine whether or not this information that was shared with us today is accurate. Because I know that based on the discussions that I have had, that there are deltas in the system. And I'm certain that based on all of the discussions that we've had with myself and my team has had with Mr. Lee and his team, that they did in fact close the gaps. But this legislation is definitely a necessary evil. And if this discussion caused the ramping up of closing the deltas, then that's a good thing. So we've done our job as legislators. But we really definitely need to put in place the necessary legislation to ensure that we don't fall back off the wagon. My time has been called, so thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to please support this measure so we can ensure that all of the revenues that should come to the people of the Virgin Islands via the fuel tax is in fact being generated in earnest. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Mr. Lee, we have a combination on St. Croix in which some gas station owners purchased on the rack and other gas station owners import fuel from Puerto Rico and other places, correct?
Correct.
And doesn't that take place every single month of the year?
Yes.
That's why I'm asking, how can we have a zero collection for January? Because at the very least, those that are coming into the ports, we should have been collecting some monies there.
Understood.
So you're going to scrub those numbers?
Yeah, I'm going to, correct. I will do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Do I hear a motion for bill number 33? Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Good morning again, Director Lee. My question is a little more in depth. Who actually go on the boat, on the vessels, and check the tax to give those numbers as to how much fuel is being imported?
We don't. We just use documentation.
So no one from your agency nor custom actually goes on these boats and check these vessels based on storage capacity and how much fuel is being imported?
You know, I don't know about customs process, but the answer is we do not send people on a boat to check fuel.
So we're relying on whatever numbers they...
Correct. And we're relying on the third-party shipping documents as well, you know, versus, you know, an actual site visit of sorts.
So then can it be possibility that a ship could come, let's say a ship normally, and we're just throwing numbers out, a ship that can hold 10,000 gallons could come into there and say you have 8,000 and in fact he could have 10?
That could be a possibility, but you know, once again, the tax mechanism is an honor system, and we can verify, you know, as much as we can. But the basis of any taxing scheme is self-reporting.
All right. Once the ship comes to shore, is there any mechanism measuring the amount of fuel comes off of that tanker?
We wouldn't measure how many, like I said, we don't send anyone on a boat to measure fuel.
No, but I mean, truckers go down and everybody know that a tanker could only hold X amount of fuel when he goes down to load off the ship. So is there no mechanism in place for us to monitor how many gallons come off of that tanker that comes in?
No, for the fuel that is imported into the Virgin Islands already come in trucks. So they don't actually offload. It's already in truck in ISO tanks, and then they pull it off of the barge or the boat that it comes on.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, no problem. Senator Fred Gregory, do I hear a motion?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I move that Bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and Section 94, relating to persons required to file returns on fuel taxes and related products derived from the oil in the Virgin Islands, to excerpt persons filing and paying fuel taxes under Section 91A from the reporting and payment requirements of Section 94. Be favorably moved by this body and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Before I go to roll, Senator James, before I go to roll call, let me take a brief recess. I'm not seeing that title on the bill that I have. Just give me 1 second, a 30-second recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Roll call. Madam Clerk?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0004, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 91, relating to the payment of fuel taxes to change the time for remittance of the tax to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and Section 94 relating to person required to file returns on fuel taxes and related products derived from oil in the Virgin Islands to accept persons filing and paying fuel taxes under Section 91A from the reporting and payment requirements of Section 94, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go right to the next bill, which is Bill number 34-003. Madam Clerk, can you read that bill, please?
Bill number 34-0003. An act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 235C, relating to the time period within which the zoning administrator must act on a building permit application submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to set time limits, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, amending Chapter 5, Section 296, relating to fees and fines for building permits to require that 3% of the fees collected under that section be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining the electric permitting system, and amending Title 12, Section 911F4, relating to the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to include 3% of the fees collected in 29 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 296, as a funding source for the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ms. O'Neill and Mr. Oriol, I'll allow you to put your name and title on the record, beginning with DPNR.
Good morning, Senator. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Next.
Good morning. Good morning. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much, Ms. O'Neill. You may proceed, and then we go to the Commissioner next.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Kurt Vialet, and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0003, which seeks to amend Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code for the purposes of setting a time limit for which the zoning administrator must act on a building permit application submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, and amending Chapter 5, Section 296 of Title 29, to require that 3% of the fees collected under that section be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining the electronic permitting system. Bill number 34-0003 also seeks to amend Title 12 of the Virgin Islands Code to include 3% of the fees collected in 29 VI Code Section 296 as a funding source for the Reclamation Fund. My testimony today will be limited to the proposed amendments to Title 29, VI Code Chapter 5, Section 296, and Title 12, VI Code Section 911F4, relative to the implementation of an electronic permitting system, and I will defer to Commissioner Oriole with respect to the amendment to 29 VI Code Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 235C, as he is better suited to address that issue. Subchapter I, sorry. As the world continues to adjust to the mandatory health and safety guidelines that have been forced upon us as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, many state, local, and federal government agencies have implemented electronic options for services that would have normally been provided in person. In fact, even before COVID-19, many of these agencies had already begun transitioning several of their services, including the permitting process, to an electronic format in an effort to function more efficiently, provide ease of use to customers, and utilize the innovations of modern technology. The Natural Resources Reclamation Fund is utilized as a funding source for DPNR's portion of the match for objectives of the Coastal Zone Management Program. Additionally, the Commissioner of Finance can authorize disbursements from this fund upon the certification of the DPNR Commissioner to meet expenses resulting from DPNR's enforcement processes. As of December 31st, 2020, the fund balance available for budget in this fund was $4,488,412. It should be noted here that the fund on average collects approximately $3 million per year and has annual expenses of roughly $2.2 million. The fees and fines for various types of permits, including commercial and residential building permits, can be found in Title 29, Chapter 5, Section 296. This bill provides as a funding source a percentage of the monies paid to DPNR for building permits to be used to pay for the maintenance of the electronic permitting system. That will allow individuals to apply for the same permits electronically. Collections of permitting fees deposited into the general fund on average total roughly $2.5 million to $3 million per year, giving a minimum of $75,000 to be used for the maintenance of the electronic permitting system. While the general fund will be reduced by this sum, the implementation of an electronic permitting system does fall in line with Governor Bryan's mandate to improve technological efficiencies throughout the government. Consequently, I am in support, and the administration is in support of this bill. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Director. Commissioner Oriole.
Good day, Senator Violet, members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other members and legislative staff present, and the members of the public viewing over various forms of media. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0003, an act seeking to impose timelines for the processing of building permit applications, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, and amending the fee and fine schedule for the department, and requiring that 3% of all fees collected for the issuance of permits be allocated into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund for the maintenance of the electronic permitting system. To the first section of the bill, imposing timelines of 30 days for the issuance of a permit for residential development and 45 days for the issuance of a permit for commercial development, the department has no issues. The permits issued pursuant to 29 BIC Section 235 are group dwelling and subdivision permits, and the timeline stated are within our current operating procedures. We ask that the sponsor make one edit to the proposed language in this section to read, quote, and shall notify the applicant by written and or electronic correspondence not later than 5 days. As written, the requirement gives the impression that the department would have to notify the applicant through two mediums, mail and electronically. As we have incorporated technology into our processes, most notifications to applicants are done via email, and with the electronic permitting system, it will be done through email as well. By changing the language, it will allow for either mode of notification to be acceptable. Section 2 of the bill requires the department to implement an electronic permitting system within 18 months of the enactment of this legislation. The department has no objections to this section. In fact, we do not see it as necessary. In 2019, DPNR secured federal funding to create an electronic permitting system for the department, and in 2020, a contractor was hired to create the system, and the process is well underway. The department will be doing an internal beta test of the system the week of April 12th and seeking beta test with external clients sometime in May. Our goal is to go live with the system by the start of the 2022 fiscal year. The department is very pleased to see the inclusion of Section 3 by the sponsor, modifying the fee structure for how permit fees are calculated. In 2019 and 2020, through a task order provided by FEMA on behalf of DPNR, an analysis of the Virgin Islands Building Code was done, and the fees section was identified for updating. The current methodology of assessing fees is based on the average cost of construction by permit type, building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, etc. However, much of the industry has moved towards basing fees on cost recovery and assessing fees as a percentage of the overall estimated cost of construction. Fees for residential development will have a lower percentage than non-residential, but overall, it will result in an increase to the general fund where fees from permits are generated and deposited. The fee schedule for our permits division has not increased since 2005, so we're happy that the bill includes language where additional revenue can be generated. The remaining sections of the bill speak to a portion of the fees, 3%, generated by the permits division going into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to assist with the maintenance of the electronic permitting system. As part of our initial contract, the annual fees associated with the maintenance of the e-permitting system is about $38,000 per year. In addition, the subscription for the mobile application of our e-permitting system is about $5,000 per year for every 10 users. The 3% to be designated will allow for DPNR to maintain cloud space and maintain customer support for those who will be using the system when implemented. There is no better way to ensure the monies generated from the issuance of the permits go back into the maintenance of the system than to have the intent codified. I would like to conclude by thanking the bill's sponsor for including our request in the language of this bill thus far, which will assist DPNR in properly funding and maintaining a functional electronic permitting software system. And I am here to respond to any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Colleagues, let's go directly to a 3-minute round. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning, Commissioner Oriel, and thank you so much for your testimony, and Director O'Neill. We are living in the 21st century, and I believe that this bill is timely. We need to get caught up, and it's necessary. Commissioner Oriel, how many employees in your department are responsible for the permitting process throughout the territory?
The administrative and plan review process is about 8 persons, Senator. And then with respect to the overall permitting process, so from implementation to monitoring, that is about 30 persons across the territory.
30 persons. And do you plan to provide training and preparation efforts for those employees who will be responsible for using that system? And if so, can you give us basically how that's going to look? Share that with us.
Sure. So as I stated in the testimony, Senator, we have the internal beta testing of the system taking place the week of April 12th. And so that will be sort of a mock demonstration. If a permit application is submitted online, it's a process flow through a system where an application is submitted. It then has to be accepted by an individual. That administrative individual will then route that application to the reviewer. The reviewer will then review the plans, review the specifications. If there are any changes that need to be made or deficiencies that are identified, the reviewer will have the opportunity to identify those, and it will get sent back to the applicant. And so they will see specifically where it is the reviewer thinks changes need to be made.
1 minute.
Once the plans are accepted and the plan reviewer certifies them, they will then be forwarded to the director of the specific division for approval, and then the applicant will then be notified that the permit has been approved, and all of that will take place within the system.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know Director O'Neill spoke in reference to approximately $3 million being deposited to the general fund on an annual basis from the permitting fees, right? But she also stated that $75,000 will be used for the maintenance of the electronic permitting system. Do you and Director O'Neill believe that that number will increase at least, to me, it will be like by at least 25% or more because of the electronic filing system, whereas you'll be able to process more permits and bring in more revenues for the government as a whole, and it'll pay for itself?
Time.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, I don't believe the 3% will not cover the need on the maintenance end. We know we have locked in a core price right now for what our maintenance needs are. And we anticipate that after the first 3 years that it will go up slightly. But 3% of the fees, because there's another section which, again, we're very happy that the sponsor is working with the department on us, is that we're also proposing a slight increase in the way we calculate, a slight difference in the way we calculate the fees. So we will also be collecting a little bit more, and that 3% will then, we believe, will always be able to cover whatever that maintenance fee is. If that maintenance fee were to go up significantly, then we would have to have some conversations in terms of the legislation with how much would be set aside, or do a direct request in our budget that we need this differential to maintain, to get up to the cost for whatever it has increased to.
Director O'Neill, any comments?
Actually, none other than what Commissioner Oriol has said. When he and I spoke, we came to the conclusion that the amount, the 3% would cover the cost of maintenance at this time. But again, as he said, if it does go up, then we would have to address that, down the road.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director O'Neill, the $4,488,000, 3% of that is 100 and something thousand. 3% is of 2.5 million. So if you're collecting 3.3 million and more with the increase, you said the process would be for the commissioner to apply for a difference to OMB, is what you're saying? Or we gonna go with a
No.
standard 75,000?
No, Senator. I'm not saying that we would have an increase of $2.5 million. That is what they collect on average right now, $2.5 to $3 million per year. We're not sure if there would be an increase or not because of the electronic permitting system. The 4.4 million is just what the fund has currently. It's not tied to the 3% at all.
Right. I was just saying that on average, 2.5%, 75,000 is 3% of 2.5 million. So if there is an increase based on the fees going up, I think you alluded to the governor stating that you go with a standard 75,000 for maintenance of the system.
No,
Correct?
no, Senator. What my point was to that is that currently, based on the expenditures and what is needed and the 3% calculation, the department would have approximately $75,000 to expend on the maintenance or the permitting system. Not that it would be tied to anything else.
Okay, Commissioner, you say you already have a contract for e-permitting system right now, correct?
Yes, Senator.
What did we pay for that? What does that contract entail? What are we paying for?
We have paid $225,000 for the creation of the system and 3 years upfront on our cloud storage and maintenance.
Okay, and then 38,000 of that 200,000 is for maintenance for 3 years,
or more than that. It's 38,000 per year.
38,000 per year for 3 years.
Correct. So that's
okay. So
90 plus 24. So that's 114,000 of it is 114,000 of the 225 is for the cloud place and maintenance.
Okay, so then once that contract comes to an end, is there any negotiation to renew that contract? So would this be needed?
Correct.
Okay, so then that has nothing to do with this bill and generating an increase in fees, generating maintenance fee. Because if you have the option to renew the existing contract, would that be needed?
It'll be a new contract that we do specifically for the cloud storage space. But what this bill allows us to do is take a fixed area of the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, which is the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, and apply that to that funding.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I heard time call. So just to wrap up, it would be, if I may, it just seems like you already have a contract for an e-permitting system in place with a $38,000 maintenance fee for 3 years. That money was already before this bill came forward.
Correct. That money is finite. It expires after I use the award and go through those 3 years. So to ensure that the maintenance on the system will continue to be there, what the bill does is creates the avenue for us to use the funding from the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to specifically be able to negotiate more space for the maintenance of the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Cyril.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oriel, good morning. What's the time frame presently for permits to go through DPNR?
On average, a residential permit is about 21 days, and the non-residential, and this is on the building permit side, is about about 40 to 45 days.
Okay, and the situation with Bebop, what happened with Bebop? Was that the fact that we didn't meet? What was the situation there?
There were a lot of factors in there, Senator. A lot of it actually had to do with staff turnover. The initial person that was reviewing the application, that person ended up leaving the department. And we recognize that that's one of the things that were not properly allocated in the work being turned over to other staff that were there.
So naturally, Bebop got a approval because of the lapse in time, right?
That is still yet to be determined because the decision by the judge is appealable. But DPNR did have Bebop go through the major permit process,
Okay.
which they're currently just had the Board of Land Use decision, which would have been the proper process for them to go through in the first place.
Okay. Now you have a fund. How are you using the fund? Because it's the fund also says that you use it for your DPNR's enforcement process. So what else do you use it? I know that you have the percentage going to the maintenance of the electronic system, but are you utilizing that fund right now?
Yes.
Okay, what do you use it for?
So the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund is the primary source for all DPNR's match-funded grants.
1 minute.
So our coastal zone management, coral reef, our Coast Guard boating safety,
Okay,
all of those
that.
grants that require a 50-50 match, the reclamation fund is where those funds go to or come from for the match.
Director O'Neill, were you able to roughly give a projection of what 3% looks like per annum?
Based on the collections, Senator, it's in that's the $75,000.
Oh, I missed that discussion. My bad. And I just want to wrap up, colleagues. If I keep hearing a discussion about, I guess we have to pay a company to do maintenance fees. And as you look across the government, we keep paying companies to address our tech infrastructure. And Act 6634 clearly outlines the role of the Bureau of Information Technology. And we really, Director O'Neill, when budget season comes, we have to work together to find openings because we have a generation that's tech savvy that knows how to build websites, maintain them. They study computer information system, they do this, and we continue to pay companies out the wazoo in this government for the role of the Bureau of Information Technology. They almost exist in a symbolic fashion, and that can't happen anymore. We really need to staff up BIT because BIT should be maintaining DPNR's website, paying we're collecting 75,000. Imagine, so Mr. Oriole could have an electronic permitting website. What's the role of the government agency as established in Act 6634? So, colleagues, budget season, we really, really need to look at staffing up the BIT division. It is time. We can't say we're moving in the 21st century with a BIT that moving in the Flintstone ages. Thank you again.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the bill sponsor for moving on this legislation. It makes sense as a number of the drafters and architects and those individuals are actually moving towards the CAD, the computer-aided design system. So, of course, being able to do that and be able to get that information over to DPNR makes sense. I just wanted to ask you, Commissioner Oriole, good morning to you, in respect to training of your personnel, because obviously, you know, they'll require some training. Have you considered or have you started to be able to train your personnel to actually work this system?
Morning, Senator. And yes, so right now, since January, we've been meeting with the contractor twice a week. And that's the building of the system, tailoring it to the specifications that we need for each of our permitting divisions. The beta testing that we are discussing, or that I mentioned that's taking place April 12th, is now going to be for the actual user interface. So it'll present how the system will look to our internal staff to make sure that on our end, when something is submitted, this is what they're seeing, they're understanding how to manipulate the information, send things where they need to go. And then after we finalize that portion, we now want to invite members from the private sector who we do business with to assist us in the external beta testing and making sure that they are understanding or that we address what some of their needs may be in that submission role, and then before we go live. So that's sort of the process that we have set up with the contractor at this time.
Very well. And also those individuals that may be a little bit old school, be it the drafters or those that may work in your office. I've often reminded of a secretary that I've had that decided to retire after we were moving to computerization and didn't want to give up her typewriter. So what about those old school individuals? You still will be able to use the system. They'll still be able to submit the manual or the print draftings.
No. So eventually the goal of the department will have to be that all the submissions will have to go through the electronic permitting system. And the reason being is that the system is going to be the tracking mechanism and updates for the applicants and everything. And so what our intention to do is to have kiosks where if you bring the information, but you have not filed it, we'll do our best to assist with filing it at a kiosk within the department. And so that information, much of the documentation is already available, electronically, PDF fillable formats online and everything. It's now when your designer does the plans, they can in fact do it in CAD and provide it as a PDF. And so if you use a designer that doesn't, then your design needs to get scanned into a PDF. We will do our best to assist with that process. But eventually the idea is that everybody has to go in because that's the tracking mechanism. Everything will be automated.
Very well. And obviously, I know that this system will create some greater efficiency and effectiveness for DPNR. And I'm very concerned in terms of costs. We don't want to, again, create another barrier by which individuals have difficulties in being able to own their own home and acquiring a piece of the American dream. So we want to make sure that the costs needs continue to be reasonable and within the reach of those individuals. Again, that's limited by a lot of money in order to fund this system. So 3% seems to be reasonable at this time. And I heard that there may be some mention for some additional increase. I'm a little bit concerned about that. And we just need to maintain some reasonableness to our citizenry until we could make some additional improvement and get our pay up, so that we don't continue to lock individuals out of being able to own a piece of the rock and be able to have the American dream. Thank you very much, and I certainly will be supporting this measure at the appropriate time. I'm not a member of this committee, but again, I want to commend the bill sponsor for moving towards this. Good morning, Director O'Neill. Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson.
Good morning, testifiers again. I basically have one simple question. The company that was awarded this contract, is it a local company or a stateside company?
Stateside company.
So we had no company locally that could assist us with this system?
We did actually have one of the bidders, but their price far exceeded what the other three bids came in at.
And
more than triple the cost.
You said to me more than triple the cost, but at the same sense, you said at some point this 3% will not be sufficient to maintain it. So at some point...
That's not what I said, Senator.
No? Correct me,
Not at all.
please.
I said that if, in fact, we get to the point where right now the maintenance fee for the next 3 years, so that includes cloud storage space, right? So that's $38,000 per year. If, in fact, now, let's say when we start our 4th year and we negotiate a 5-year contract, I imagine that we're going to still lock in that cost at about $45,000 per year at a maximum in terms of transition. So 3% right now at our current collection level is generating $75,000, which ensures that we can cover $45,000. We would have to do the maintenance fee would have to jump significantly for me to go with the same company to store and manage our cloud space from $38,000 to over $75,000 within a 5 or even 10-year period. Like that cost would have to it would have to double. And at that point, we got to look at whether that's reasonable or not, and why we would go into another contract with somebody who's doubling the cost at that point. Because the cloud storage space, either the government of the Virgin Islands creates cloud storage itself, which, we got to build buildings and do all of those things to be able to have that for all the needs we want to store electronically, or you hire it from companies that already have it. But we're not going to pay triple for cloud storage space when there is BIT giving us guidance on how much cloud storage should cost and those types of things. And they review those proposals and provide the guidance to make sure that, no, we're not overpaying for any sort of system on there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator James?
Yes. Good morning, testifiers. Regarding this new electronic permitting system, I am in full support of digitizing government. And yes, the governor always mentioned it, and he mentioned it the first time in his State of the Territory address. So I'm happy to know that he's living up to his commitment. But as far as the integrity and the security of the system, I know recently there were some breaches within the government. I think most recently, Lieutenant Governor Roach put out a press release regarding some issue with the website and what have you. So I just want to get some understanding from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, their communications with BIT to make sure that we're securing our electronic databases in the territory.
Yes.
Can you speak to the conversations that are being had? I didn't ask a yes or no question.
When we were building this particular system, because right now we don't store more than actual, we don't store any of our plans information electronically right now. Those are all submitted by hand. In the building of this system, we worked with BIT. We actually went to a couple of the workshops from, one of the vendors that put forth what it is that they could do here locally on the invitation from the Bureau of Information Technology. But in the building of the system, we have consulted with BIT in terms of storage space, in terms of what is necessary. These are all things that are also publicly available after they're filed with the department. And so there isn't any sort of, I would say there's no secure information part of your application process. It's all open records unless there's a legal proceeding going on.
1 minute.
But the building of the system was working with BIT, understanding costs for cloud storage space,
okay,
understanding what our current government contract with Microsoft can provide as well,
Okay, thank you.
And we made the best decision available with the monies we had.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And who is the current zoning administrator, and how many employees falls under his leadership? And can you name their titles?
So I'm the zoning administrator by code. And then the deputy zoning administrator is the assistant commissioner, who's the head of the planning office, which is Keith Richards. We have the territorial planner, which is Leah Laplace. And we have Ms. Kelly Davis is an associate planner within that division as well.
Awesome. So you have more than enough staffing to carry out the mandate. Forget about this bill that we have before us. Do you currently have enough staffing to carry out the mandates in this section of the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to the permitting process? Do you?
Time.
We would like to have, and we are in the process of bringing on additional staff for the structural portion of the code, Senator. We actually just last Friday had 5 new employees start, and the intention is to bring another 3 individuals on, I believe, before April is out as well.
And I'm assuming that you have more than enough funds, or you're looking forward to the next budget cycle to factor in those positions?
So these are covered right now by our hazard mitigation program grant under FEMA that was issued to the department. And part of Section 3 of this bill, in terms of the increases on the fees collected, so that's where it talks about cost recovery and what that looks like. So we know how much it costs to operate with X amount of people. And the building fee revisions bring our general fund collections up to maintain that cost for doing business, so that when the federal grant runs out, we now are self-generating enough revenue in order to fulfill what DPNR's segment of the general fund is required to hire or keep the individuals on board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I do stand in support of the bill. Thank you, testifiers.
Thank you, Senator James. Commissioner, can you be able to give us an average as to what would be the increase in the building permit for a residential home? If you have a home now that you're planning to build valued at $300,000, what would be the present building permit versus when we implement this law?
So, Senator, in terms of presently, it would be difficult to state that because it's based on the nature of the permit. Electrical has a different fee schedule from plumbing, a different fee schedule from your mechanical and those types. But what the bill is changing now is that for residential, it will change to an 0.5% of the estimated cost of construction. And so if your home is valued, the estimated cost of construction is $300,000, then that 0.5%
would be $1,500.
Yes.
Okay,
so that would be what you're going to be paying. Currently,
you would have paid what? Currently, can you give an average as to what you would have paid if it was valued at $300,000?
It's about $1,200 right now.
Okay, so it would be like a $300 increase.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm asking the questions because we know that home ownership in the Virgin Islands is a very hard process. And we want to make sure that it is a bit affordable for individuals to be able to build. So I'm asking that question to make sure we're not compounding the problem. Senator Carrion?
Yes,
go ahead,
I would say, Senator, there was 4 different alternatives that were provided to the department in terms of how we could. And the department went on a hybrid schedule because the contractors that were working on our behalf were suggesting most counties that have comparable cost of construction to the department, to the Virgin Islands, were using a 1%, a flat 1% for residential. And we decided to go with 0.5 because again,
Okay.
those counties that are comparable in those costs are like Coral Gables, Florida. They're like Palm Beach County and those types of things where the income disparity between there and here is significant. So we decided to bring that down and do a reasonable increase on the primary permits, which is single family residential that comes in.
Okay, so under subsection 296, VI Code, Title 29, so we're changing section 4 and 5, but there's no recommendation for C and D? We're changing B, 4, 5. But I'm saying C is fees for electrical wiring permits and plumbing permits. That stays the same. The fee for demolition of buildings and structures. Since we have the bill before us, is a recommendation to leave everything else under subsection 296 to remain the same?
No, I thought so. I will see. I'll have to look at that more closely because it was the. I'll have to take a look at that again.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say that I must agree with my colleague, my millennial colleague from St. Thomas, with regards to, and I would like to go a little bit further, regards to the contracts for building out our electronic services and website. I think in these contracts moving forward, we must include provisions to train our people in BIT and even in the same agencies and departments so that we could be able to take over the administration and maybe the maintenance of these platforms and electronic services that we have. I mean, if we are paying them to set up these systems, we should also ensure that within the contract, a payment is included for training and preparation so that we can take over. Because what happens sometimes is that we're held hostage sometimes by these contracts, and we end up, like in some instances, losing the websites when those contracts expired. So I'll just bring that up to you, Commissioner, for future contracts and other directors and commissioners as we move along. With regards to the bill, I must say I believe overall the intent of the bill is a good one. I do have a few questions. While I believe that we must make the permit process faster and easier, I would like to ask you, Commissioner, whether or not 45 days is really enough time for your team, your agency, to properly evaluate these permits.
Yes, it is, Senator.
Okay. Do you have any concern with regards to the bill?
No, I do not. My concern had always been on the timeframes, but what this system does, honestly, is it makes it very difficult for an applicant to submit an incomplete application. And so, because the system will notify you right away. So, you know, I know that there's a lot of persons who say I submitted an application 2 months ago and I ain't hear nothing from the PNR yet, but they, you know, if you look into that file, sometimes it's, well, we notified you that this is inconsistent or your application is not complete, and so it can't be processed. The system is going to tell you right away, your thing is incomplete, and therefore we're not going to be able to start your clock yet. And this gives you that notification when you upload the documents.
Okay, that's good to hear. So that should avoid any issues or hiccups currently that you're facing. Now, let me ask you, and I think Director from OMB is also on. If the average for the Natural Resource Reclamation Fund is $3 million, and we currently have nearly about $4.5 million, why is there a need then to further fund it?
I can answer that, Senator.
Okay.
So Section 911 of the code specifically states what the reclamation fund can be used for.
Can you also
the
share a little
revenue,
bit?
Yeah, it's Title 12, Section 911F is what the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund goes to. And so that's specific to being used for the implementation of this chapter, which is specifically the Coastal Zone Management Act. So we're now taking something that is specifically used for the implementation of Chapter 21 in Title 12, but yet you're now looking to use it to fund Title 29, Chapter 296 or 235. And so that actually doesn't be there. And then for the CZM division, CZM receives over $2 million of funding federally, or almost $2 million of funding federally every year that they need to have that access to that matched cash for. Our enforcement division also has a provision for the reclamation, and they need access to match 700,000 of their things. So even though it says that there's $3 million in there, there's obligations against that at $2.5 million every year. And the additional $500,000 we use specifically for the zoning office as well, in order to pick up some of the costs that we don't, if we shortfall on the general fund side, there's enough links between the zoning office and their function and the CZM office to be able to fund them there. So it's necessary to still put in something, especially for the primary division that will be using the system, which is the building permit system.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, for clarifying that. And I commend your department for moving in the direction of digitalization, which is much needed in our government system. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Good morning there, Director Oria. I need to get a little advice or your input on something here. I realize that you're talking about a percentage on a building permit in the electrical side. In penalties, we normally charge, what, $2,000 for violating the building code? Is that the average price?
No, it depends on the actual infraction and which section. So you may have like twice the permit amount for your building infraction. It might be 3 times the permit amount for your electrical section. It might be 3 times the actual amount for your plumbing section. It depends on which provision. If you violated, like you didn't get a permit for anything at all, then I can tell you cumulatively, the penalty is 7 times the amount what your permit would have costed you.
So where I'm going with this is, what if we were supposed to put a percentage on the penalties? In other words, the percentage will be based on the cost of the value of the property or the project. Wouldn't that stop people from just violating our building codes? Because, for example, with what happened on St. James Island, those penalties for a millionaire was pennies to him. So why would he stop?
So again, I am in full support of any legislation that wants to increase penalties. And again, it's based off the cost for this particular chapter, for this division. It's based on the actual structural, electrical, plumbing, mechanical.
I'm not trying to attack this bill of measures. I'm just trying to get your opinion on putting a percentage on penalties based on the cost of the project that would try to deter people from violating our codes.
Senator, that could work. It definitely, if you're saying cost of the project, again, if you're doing 5% on 300,000, then you're up there on that, and that might become cost prohibitive for somebody. If you're doing 5% on somebody who billing in Botany Bay, that might all of a sudden get their attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What I'm going to recommend to both of you is that you need to meet And you need to have a discussion as to whether or not that is the direction that we need to move in, because that can be codified and that can be a bill. So it would be a good discussion. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard the discussion around the legislation that's before us today that I happen to be the primary sponsor. And we talked about a couple of things. And I think the chair basically tried to pull out the information as it relates to the old fees and the proposed new fees. But what I want to make sure that I clear up as we continue this discussion, because I heard it on more than one occasion, is this 3%. So the 3% is not an additional fee that is being placed on the applicant. The 3% is the 3% is 3% of the fees collected. So that 3% does not impact the applicant for the permit. So I want to make sure that we're clear, because I don't want to see in the headlines tomorrow that we've increased the fees by 3%. It is 3% of what is collected. So it's 3% within the fees that will be collected. So I want to make sure that that is absolutely and abundantly clear. Also, while I do agree that our Bureau of Information Technology has some responsibility to provide technological services to the Virgin Islands departments and agencies, I think it's also important that we also understand that in this particular instance, the maintenance fees is not about managing a website. It is about maintaining a CAN system that is purchased from a vendor. And once you purchase a system from a vendor, it comes with responsibilities of them maintaining it and saving the information in the cloud. We all know that we have storms, hurricanes that pass through here in the territory, so it is mission critical that we are able to maintain our systems, the data that we're collecting in the cloud, and that is going to, must require a cost. Whether BIT is dealing with it or not, we have to pay for it. So I wanted to just make sure that I clear that up. Now, in your testimony, Commissioner, on the second page, you made a note and said fees for residential development will have a lower percentage than non-residential. Could you clarify that statement, please? And also
Yes, Senator.
Share with us what was the last time that fees were increased?
So the last time we had a change in the code for how the fees are calculated was 2005. And in order to make sure that we were not making obtaining a permit cost prohibitive, what the department did is state that the fees for residential permits would be 0.5% of the estimated cost of construction, and that the fees for the commercial applications would be 1% of the estimated cost of construction. And so there's a fee for residential and a fee for non-residential commercial structures, if you will.
All right, and thank you. Thank you for your response. I think my time has been covered. I'm going to wrap up and just ask my colleagues to support this very important measure. And in your testimony, you also indicated that you're asking us for an amendment specifically around the application being notification of the application being written and or what is it? Written and or
electronic. So currently
electronic,
the bill
correct,
as
or
written,
electronic.
it says written and electronic.
Okay, so it's and or. Okay, so I will make the technical amendment at the appropriate time. I don't have any further questions. I think that it's time that we move in the right direction. We do have a number of challenges with moving permits out of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for obvious reasons. Our systems are in fact archaic. So if we can move in this direction, that this will should improve the processing and the timeliness within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And I commend the department for working with me on moving this legislation forward. And in fact, you did not share with us in your testimony how much funds you received to move this e-permitting system forward. Oh, well, if you did, I don't recall seeing it. Oh, you said
sure,
it's about
Senator.
38,000. I'm sorry, you said it. I apologize. It's here.
Okay.
It's here. So I have no further questions. I just wish to ask my colleagues to recognize the importance of this, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oriol, the construction cost or the cost of building is determined by what square footage? How do you derive at the construction cost?
So right now, Senator, there are different bases. There's different bases depending on the type of fee that you use. I'm sorry, depending on the type of permit you're applying for. I would say that
A building permit, Commissioner, building permit.
yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head, Senator.
Okay, very well. So, Commissioner, I guess you know I think this is a very frightening subject to discuss. I know that recently in the evening the Dono project, the governor made a point to indicate that the construction for even just a single unit within the Dono project was at the cost of $699,000 per unit to actually build out the Dono project. So, you know, again, that brings into perspective the cost of construction work right now that's occurring, especially in light of what's happening in the territory. When you look at cement, blocks, concrete, everything else have gone up exponentially during this period of time. So again, you know, I believe that when you look at it in the whole, that we need to continue to be mindful of, you know, the costs associated with construction and not, you know, making sure that it is out of reach of our, you know, middle class and just the normal average individuals to be able to construct a home in the territory. Thank you very much for this discussion this morning.
Thank you so much. Very important point. Director O'Neill and Commissioner Oriol, we want to thank you for your testimony. We're going to move for a roll call on this particular bill, but do I have a technical amendment? Senator Gregory, you recognize a technical amendment?
Senator, I was going to bring everything at once. Make the motion and include a technical amendment one time. Can't I do that?
Motion, yes. Motion, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move Bill number 34-0003, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 235C, relating to the time period with which the zoning administrator must act on a building permit application submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to set time limits, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, amending Chapter 5, Section 296, relating to fees and fines for building permits to require the 3% of the fees collected under this section be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining the electronic permitting system, and amending Title 12, Section 911 F4, relating to the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to include 3% of the fees collected in 29 VIC, Section 296 as a funding source for the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, and to add technical amendment to section 1A, line 8, to add slash or after electronic.
After
electronic, after and, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
The motion made. Let's clear up the part. The slash or is after the word and. Okay? So just say the technical again and leave out the electronic and just use the and.
Add technical amendments to section 1A, line 8, to add or after and. I so move. Technical amendment.
Okay, slash or. We got it. Second, motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory.
I think I'm hearing a yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0003, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Subchapter 1, Section 235C, relating to the time period within the zoning administrator must act on the building permit application submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to set time limits, requiring the department to implement an electronic permitting system, amending Chapter 5, Section 296, relating to fees and fines for building permits to require that 3% of the fees collected under that section be deposited into the department's reclamation fund for maintaining the electronic permitting system, and amending Title 12, Section 911F4, relating to the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund to include 3% of the fees collected in Title 29 VI Code, subsection 296, as a funding source for the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I want to thank the Director and the Commissioner for the testimony on that, and we're going to go straight to the next bill, which is also should be short work, colleagues. Madam Clerk, read the next item on the agenda, please.
Bill number 34-0013, an act appropriating $2,050,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for replacement of the existing deteriorated tender landing pier and repairs at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Terminal in Frederiksted, St. Croix, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Ms. O'Neill is there. Do we have someone from the Port Authority?
Yes.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Senator Damian Cartwright, Assistant Executive Director, Director of Engineering.
Thank you so much. Mr. Neal, go ahead and put your name on the record again.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much. Let's begin. Senator Fred Gregory, can you introduce a particular bill? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this afternoon, I am bringing this bill as the President of the Legislature on behalf of the Governor, Albert Bryan. While it was sent down by the Governor, I completely support this particular measure. The Abramson Marine Terminal on St. Croix is pivotal to tourism on the island of St. Croix and to the overall economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Having a facility on St. Croix where mega ships can call is indeed a necessity. I am certain that no one will disagree with that. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, based on my conversations with them, they've made a commitment to build facilities on St. Croix that will become economic drivers. And I think that we are seeing that on a daily basis. Just recently, there was a site visit with the St. Croix senators in particular to tour some of the work already in progress as it relates to the economic drivers that the Port Authority is moving in the island district of St. Croix in particular. With cruise ships coming back online eventually. I know that we have some challenges with that from a United States perspective, but it will happen. We need to be proactive. We need to be ready to accept those cruise lines when they come, and we need to make the necessary investment now. This has been a long time coming, and it's time that we move to make it happen. We have an excellent opportunity to be basically on the precipice for greatness here in the Virgin Islands, and whatever we can do to ensure that both districts receive the necessary support and resources is critical to us moving forward. So we have to plan now and prepare ourselves to be able to recapture and in some cases capture new markets, capture new market shares in the tourism industry. And having a functional and Abramson pier and terminal rather, is most definitely an important component to that. And it's a scenic landing location. One, we cannot deny that. And it's a major asset to the territory as well. The St. Croix tourism product must be protected and nurtured so that it can in fact flourish. This bill is just that. It's a step in the right direction. So colleagues, I ask for your support on Bill number 34, that's 0013, as I bring it on behalf of the Governor, as I serve as President of the current institution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Director O'Neill, I will let you proceed with testimony, and then I'll go to Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you. Good day, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0013, which seeks to appropriate $2,050,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for replacement of the existing deteriorated tender landing pier and repairs at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Terminal in Frederiksted, St. Croix. The economy of the United States Virgin Islands is primarily driven by the tourism industry, which generates a substantial portion of the gross domestic product, as well as much of the territory's employment. Prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which ultimately led to a no-sale order being issued by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Virgin Islands welcomed millions of tourists per year, most of whom arrived on cruise ships. Having now been a full year since the date on which all cruise ship activities in the world and in the United States Virgin Islands ceased, we are forced to acknowledge the fact that this inactivity in the cruise ship industry has greatly impaired the Virgin Islands Port Authority's ability to finance the necessary repairs to the severely deteriorated tender landing pier at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Terminal. As it stands, the pier is a popular destination for diving enthusiasts, snorkeling, sport fishermen, and other ocean sport competitors, and is the port of disembarkation from the cruise ships on St. Croix. With this in mind, it can be said that the pier functions as a gateway to several local attractions for those who arrive on cruise ships and as a hub for local residents who enjoy ocean sport activities and competitions, which is the reason why replacing the existing deteriorating pier, as well as repairing the Anne E. Abramson Marine Terminal where the pier is located, is of extreme importance. As St. Croix seeks to improve its relatively small cruise ship industry, I believe that investing in a new tender landing pier and repairing the Abramson facility will give the island an opportunity to accommodate more cruise passengers. Additionally, rebuilding the existing pier would likely create more jobs for local residents and would help to rejuvenate St. Croix's tourism product. It is well known that the tourism industry in the Virgin Islands has taken a major hit due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while we still do not know when cruise ships will return to the territory, we have to be prepared for when they do. As of March 22nd, 2021, the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund has an available balance of $2,220,894, which is enough to cover the $2,050,000 being requested in this bill today. Consequently, the administration is in full support of this bill. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Mr. Cartwright.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Vieira, Chairman of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Finance Committee, all senators present, legislative staff, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Damian Cartwright, the Assistant Executive Director and Director of Engineering of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, hereinafter referred to as VIPA. I am testifying today on behalf of VIPA's Executive Director, Carlton Dow, who has a previously scheduled commitment. I welcome the invitation and opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill number 34-0013, an act appropriating $2,050,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to replace and repair the existing deteriorated tender landing pier at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility in Frederiksted, St. Croix. This allocation was submitted by the Brian Roach administration, and the bill is proposed by Senate President Donna A. Fred Gregory. The tender landing pier along the south side of the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility is primarily used by businesses conducting cruise ship excursions and tours, fishermen, and other small vessels operated. It sustained damage during the 2017 storms and has greatly deteriorated since then as it is exposed to salt water and open air elements. VIPA plans to replace it with a new 80-foot by 15-foot pier. The estimated total cost for this project is $2,050,000. While VIPA is a self-sustaining agency, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant revenue shortfalls due to reduced travel and a significant decrease in marine traffic to the territory. VIPA is tasked with operating the territory's 2 airports and 14 public seaports during this pandemic. We also have a team of 365 essential employees and have not implemented any furloughs or layoffs since the pandemic began. Air arrivals were at a record low when the territory closed to leisure travel to decrease the spread of the coronavirus. Leisure travelers were prohibited from March 25th through June 1st, 2020, and again from August 13th through September 18, 2020. During this shutdown, our airports received around 100 or fewer travelers per day. Air traveler arrivals to the territory only began to increase in late October 2020. Since then, the territory has seen a significant uptick in air visitor arrivals. However, the effects of the pandemic are still evident when we review our visitor arrival statistics, which are still not as robust as our pre-pandemic numbers. When compared to January in fiscal year 2020, Viper's revenues have decreased by 44% during the same period in 2021. Cruise ships have not visited the U.S. Virgin Islands since March 2020. The closure of the British Virgin Islands borders has also substantially decreased our revenue collections. At this time, we have no definite date when cruises will resume in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as we await a decision from the Center of Disease Control and Prevention regarding U.S. cruise guidelines. We are hopeful that the territory's marine industry will resume as vaccination programs around the world progresses. The British Virgin Islands is also scheduled to reopen its ferry seaports to visitors in April 2021. This is a positive indicator that our marine industry will soon rebound. While we wait for our traffic to resume and our revenue streams to return, an appropriation from the government of the Virgin Islands is essential to ensuring that the territory is adequately prepared when our visitors return to our seaports. The legislature has been instrumental in providing funding for several major port infrastructure developments for St. Croix District. Viper has demonstrated that all funds appropriated by this body are used for the specific project and accurately accounted for. Most recently, this body has appropriated the $3.8 million required local match for the construction of a new cargo facility at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier, and also $1.6 million for the expansion of the Henry E. Rolson Airport Terminal. Both projects are currently progressing on schedule. The legislature has also assisted by appropriating funds to dredge the Schooner Bay Channel to help Viper complete the seaside modifications needed to transform the Gallows Bay facility on St. Croix into an upscale port for mini cruise and luxury vessels. The partnership between this body, the administration, and the Port Authority exemplifies the top branches of the USVI government working together for the good of the people of this territory. Investing in our ports is guaranteed to boost our economy. We genuinely appreciate the continued support and financial assistance to help the authority provide safe and modern facilities for our residents, tenants, and visitors. This concludes my testimony, and I am available to answer any questions this body may have pertaining to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to stick to our short run because this is a very straightforward proposal. Senator James, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cartwright, in your testimony, you mentioned that the tender pier landing was damaged during the 2017 storms and has greatly deteriorated since then. And you spoke about your plans to replace it with a new 80-foot by 15-foot pier. My question is, what was the conversations with the Office of Disaster Recovery regarding utilizing federal funds to make sure that we're compensated? And is the pier insured? Is the pier insured?
Well, let me answer the first question. This project was actually on our books prior to the 2017 storms, so there was no direct tie to the disaster. So yes, it did sustain damage during 2017, but it was already deteriorated prior to that. So I just want to make that point. So we wouldn't have been able to make the tie to the disaster recovery funds as a result of the project having been on the books prior to 2017. We do have insurance in our facilities, but it's really a blanket policy, so it's not for any specific asset. And so in this case, the tender landing did not have its own specific insurance coverages. And this is actually wear and tear and deterioration, as I said. The argument would have been made that the asset was so severely depreciated prior to 2017 that there was really no actual cash value, even if we were to explore an option through our insurance policy.
Thank you. I will drill down some more for my line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. The present dimensions that you want to construct is larger than what it was before, the 80 foot by 15 feet.
Yes.
Okay, what was it before? Average.
I don't have the exact dimensions, Senator, but the new arrangement, we did provide an exhibit, so it can berth larger tender vessels, and it can have up to 2 berths simultaneously.
Okay.
Previous alignment of the old facility, as you know, ran parallel to the shoreline there. It only was able to tender 1 vessel at a time. And given our new orientation, we're able to accommodate vessels with a deeper draft. And also, this new layout has resulted in less environmental impacts due to the benthic habitat by arranging it in this particular fashion also.
Thank you so much. Senator Blyden, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Cartwright and Director O'Neill, and thank you for your testimonies. It is a straightforward bill. Mr. Cartwright, let me ask you, because you mentioned in your testimony in respect to the reason why it is necessary to receive the $2,050,000 to replace the pier. And you also referenced the impact in terms of COVID-19 with having 100 fewer travelers per day. That's a significant number. And your revenues decreasing by 44% during the same period. That's 44%. What does that number look like in terms of dollars and cents? Around a ballpark figure.
Well, that would be on an annual basis. 44% would be probably in the neighborhood of 25 million.
Wow, and that's a significant impact to us in the territory. Let me ask you, in terms of the pier, what number are we looking at in terms of jobs?
Well, it would mostly be obviously private employment, not directly through the Port Authority, but obviously you have to consider all the dive shops that utilize that facility, all the excursion tour operators. By having that facility there, I couldn't give you what those exact numbers are, but it will definitely have a boost to employment in the private sector.
And which is a good thing in terms of everything else, taxes to our treasury, our economy, and everything, especially the St. Croix economy. But finally, let me ask you, in terms of our tourist product, once that pier is completed and the ports are open again, what do you think in terms of a positive impact that would have on the economy of St. Croix and the territory as a whole?
Well, it definitely provides a means of safe ingress and egress to accommodate visiting tourists, particularly cruise ship traffic. So I think you will have more tourists inclined to actually participate on the tours, and being able to accommodate more than 1 berth simultaneously means that it's a lot more convenient on lower wait times for tourists to basically indulge themselves in these excursions. And as you know, one of the most frustrating parts of any experience is how long you have to wait in line before you can actually get on to start the experience. So that will significantly reduce. I think you'll see a lot more participation from tourists in terms of taking advantage of those tours.
Well, thank you so much for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Senator DeGraff is not here, but I have a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need to go back to the testimony very quickly from the OMB director. Do we have the GL report for the available funding from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund? And I asked a question because I'm looking at the post-audit report and I'm a little befuddled with the information. I don't know if the calculation is correct, but I need some clarification. So, Director OMB, do you have the GL report, and does the GL report clearly identify the funding that was set aside on an annual basis from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund for the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund? Based on, I'm asking this question based on the fact that you indicated that there's an available balance of $2.2 million. Whereas the post-audit report is reflecting something that looks a little different.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Yes, the report that I have includes the transfers for fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021 to the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund from the matching fund, and the balance is $2.2 million.
Mr. Chair, is the post auditor there? I need to understand the report of March 23rd, 2021.
Not presently on St. Croix. I'll have him come on so that he can explain that particular report. I saw your concerns.
Yeah, you saw it?
Yes, I did.
You saw it? Okay.
Well,
yes,
I think we need to scrub that particular report in reference to how much have actually been placed into the account and how much have been spent, because I know that we have made substantial drawdowns on that particular account. And when we, in fact, did the last bill in December, the road projects, I remember the report that we got from finance was a lot less than what is reflected here. So I'll take a look and have Mr. George take a look at that. Thank you so much for your inquiry. Mr. Neal, what is the balance in the Community Facilities Trust Fund? And I'll give you a chance to get that amount. And while you're getting that, I'll go to Senator Sarro.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't really have much to say, to be honest. It's really a straightforward bill, and it does help the economy of St. Croix, especially in an area that seems to be lacking. So I want to actually commend the Port Authority and this is what we're looking from tourism as well too. That in the middle of a pandemic, we really should be recalibrating and reorganizing and rethinking our tourism product or our product overall. And this is a time for us to reset. So I want to commend you, Mr. Cartwright, for all that you're doing and your technical expertise. And I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask media if they have the ability to at least put up the image that was submitted on this on the testimony by the Port Authority, if they could put it up on the screen, or at least at some point, if you could get it up so that the public could be made aware of the location that's being spoken of. I certainly want to, again, thank both the testifiers, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, and also Damian Cartwright, for their testimony regarding this particular measure. This legislative body continued to be in lockstep with the Virgin Islands Port Authority in improving our gateways to the Virgin Islands and continue to support their endeavors to really move those issues forward. The build out of the Fisherman's Pier will certainly afford for small vessels, tours, an ability to be able to have a launching pad to have access to. I wanted to ask the Port Authority, in respect to the control of that particular area, will our local fishermen have access to be able to launch from that location?
Definitely, Senator. And one point I would like to also mention is that this new facility is designed with a dive platform. So that facilitates the ingress and egress of divers, scuba tank divers, regular swimmers, to be able to get in and out of the water safely and efficiently. The previous pier did not have that capability. And as we all know, the pier is a very prominent dive attraction in itself.
Very well done. That's why I wanted for at least an image to be put up, because I wanted to ensure and assure the community, especially the fishermen in the launch from the Frederickson area, that they'll have an opportunity to at least be able to access that location. Is there a separate gate to get to this location that will be accessible by the local fishermen?
1 minute.
It's just the main front gate. This is not located behind the second gate at the building itself. So this is right basically directly west of the restroom building.
Damien, are you in a position to share your screen and be able to put up that image?
Okay, 1 second. Hold a second. 1 second.
So
Now you're challenging me. I'm not as technologically savvy as I should be.
Well, we got to take back your
Or just bragging about you, Mr. Cartwright.
we just approved you yesterday with all this engineering skills and all kind of thing. We said, yeah, this guy's gonna be ready.
Let me, okay, where did I put it? Okay, hold on. 1 second, let me pull it up.
Well, while you do that, I'd just like to ask the OMB a question in regards to the funding source. So, Director of OMB, when will the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund be replenished?
Thank you for that, Senator Francis. It will be replenished in the next year's budget. The transfer has already been made for 2021. So 2022.
So that means that the legislature don't have access to any projects going forward where we could be able to utilize the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to be able to fund those projects. Is that correct?
Not through, if this is approved from this fund, then you would be limited up until the end of September. Correct.
Very well.
Time.
All right, so Senator, I was able to share my screen, so at least I'm a quick learner.
All right, you earn your stripes back. So can you just quickly just talk about the access for the local fishermen and also for those the tour and others that will be able to access that particular area, to include the divers?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll run my mouse in the area. So just to orient everybody, this pier is basically located at the south east section of the pier. Basically, I like to say on the land side area, because it's in front of the secondary gates that give you access to the pier itself. So it's very accessible to the public as a result. As you can see, the orientation of the tender landing pier itself is north-south. The previous pier was east-west, right along the existing shoreline. This one projects out into the water a bit more, and that's beneficial for two reasons. It allows us now to moor two vessels simultaneously, as shown in the exhibit, and also provides us in water that has a deeper draft. So basically, we could moor vessels with a slightly deeper draft, and also less environmental impacts, because if we had to orient the pier east-west, it would require us to do some dredging if we wanted to be able to provide that same level of service or capability. The box that my mouse is over right now, which is immediately to the west of the new tender pier itself, as you can see, that little piece that juts out, that's actually the dive platform. So there's a staircase there with a platform that's set right at the main water level. And so basically it allows you to, access the water basically at the water level and be able to get out with ease. And that was specifically done to cater to the divers and the swimmers and the general public that we know this will be quite a benefit for also. And that's it, unless there's any specific questions, Senator.
Very well. Thank you for that. And obviously, even on cruise ship days, whenever that returns, this still will not prohibit or create any barriers by which the divers or the local fishermen will be able to have access to that particular location.
Well, during cruise ship days, Senator, it has to meet the Coast Guard regulations as a secure facility. So typically, if you notice on cruise ship days, we have to have security at the front gate. So the facility is not publicly accessible when a cruise ship is in port, and that's a mandate from the Coast Guard.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright, again for your responses there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon again. I have no problem in supporting this initiative when time comes. However, Mr. Cartwright, I have a big problem with when the young men, fathers and children try to utilize this pier for fishing, something which I grew up doing. It's a hard time. It's a very difficult time. And as I'm going to keep repeating, I in full support of any construction phase going on, especially on that pier. However, the main part of the pier, I walk the pier sometime in the morning as you're going down where the knockout section is. I don't know what would be your term. It will be the area that will knock out for a storm to avoid the damage of the pier. Where the
blowout panels.
Yes, that's in bad condition. I don't think big, heavy equipment should even try driving on that at this time. And we're talking about preparing this pier and getting it ready for when and do we pass what we're going through and the ship started coming back. That is of most important. If a water truck that's going to deliver water to a ship or something like that traverse and this, it's a little risky there. When I look at it every morning, and I don't even walk on this in the midsection. There's a spot that I can tell is very good that I traverse on, and I mean, I only weigh must be 200 pounds, but I'm still scared of what I see when I'm walking on that pier in the morning. So I hope that we definitely look into that part of the pier, and that we also allow our young parents that's teaching their children how to fish the opportunity to utilize that pier. I did that coming up as a little boy. I go down there and I fish in. Many, many mornings, many, many evenings. And now today it's a challenge to get it done. But everybody else have a key to walk on and do what they want.
1 minute.
So I really hope that this opportunity will remain there. It's something I would consider part of the culture of the people in that area that utilize the pier. But I also emphasize on making sure that we fix that part of the pier before ships start coming, because we won't be able to utilize that pier if that section is not fixed. I thank the sponsors for the initiative and moving this forward, and at the time come, I'll definitely support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. Cartwright, you want to respond?
Yes, so specifically to the blowout panels, that's something that we repair on a continuous basis. We have contracts with a few welders out there that we utilize. So we're well aware of, the need to repair that. Again, it's ongoing maintenance. We do have a design for a permanent fix. Given budgetary constraints right now, it's on hold. And the reason being is that it's not as simple as it looks from the surface. There is significant structural damage, not to the point that it compromises the facility, but in order to implement the permanent fix, the structural damage beneath the pier itself, which is not visible from the surface, that has to be repaired at the same time. So we cannot address the panel section itself with the permanent repairs until we also address the underside. So But we have that right now. It's designed. It's just something that we are actively seeking funding for. But given the impacts of COVID-19 on our marine budget, you know, it's really not possible for us to do at this point in time. But in lieu of that, we do have, you know, temporary repairs that include, you know, new sheet metal panels to be welded and put back in place in the interim. So I will follow up with my marine manager to see where we are in getting those repairs implemented as quickly as possible. Now, with access to the pier, I want us to be mindful that I believe there was specific legislation that was passed that allowed public access to the pier when the cruise ships are not in port. But that also required us to modify with the United States Coast Guard the security requirements for that facility. So that's why when a cruise ship is in port, we cannot allow public access because it has to comply with the maritime regulations and the security and the CFRs that are required to be in place while that ship is in port. But also keep in mind that I don't believe there's any place right now in the world where you have a cruise ship pier and it's accessible to the public. I think those days, unfortunately, given the litigious environment that we now live in, and also the safety and security concerns, I don't think it's feasible moving forward to expect us to operate how we operated 50 years ago. So I just want us to be mindful of that. You know, the world that we live in now is a different world than what it was 50 years ago. Regulations are different now. So I don't think that is something that even can continue in the foreseeable future, even with the current setup that we have. But for right now, the public can access the pier when a cruise ship is not in port.
Thank you so much. A short point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
And I respect when a cruise ship is in town. However, I think I would have more fear of the people diving under the dock that can do more damage than the person fishing on top. However, by any chance you have a cost, estimated cost of what it's going to take to fix that section of that pier?
Well, yes, to your first point, Senator, it's not just damage to the pier itself, but we've had a few drownings out there. So there are certain liability issues associated with allowing the general public access to that pier that exposes Viper to. You know, we have insurance that because of that public access, our premiums are a bit higher than it should be because that is allowed to occur there. So we have to be mindful of all those facets. So it's not just in the case of a terrorist act, it's also the exposed liability. In terms of the cost, yes, the cost is in excess of $300,000 to do those repairs.
Thank you so much, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the whereas clause of the bill, it says that the tender landing pier serves as an auxiliary landing for the ships for the tendering of passengers and is also used by local chartered dive boats operators. Who benefits more from this tender landing pier? Who utilizes it the most, the divers or for the cruise ship passengers?
I think we benefit as a territory the most because the reason being is that one of the main things the cruise ships keep telling us is that we don't have enough activities and onshore excursions to offer their guests. So this is a big component of that. So basically what ends up happening with an excursion like that is something that the cruise lines market to their guests. It in turn makes St. Croix a more desirable destination. And as a result, it also stimulates the local economy through the dive shops and the local highways. And then of course, you know, the local taxes getting paid by these local companies into the general fund. So I think it benefits the territory as a whole. I don't think it benefits any single entity more than the other.
Thank you, and I do support this measure. Like was mentioned by the chair and several of my colleagues, you know, the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund will take a dent, but obviously it will have a great return on investment because, like you said, it will generate jobs and the payment of taxes in the treasury of the Virgin Islands. So as far as a strategic plan or a long-term plan, I'm assuming between the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Department of Tourism, you guys are having that conversation as far as that same vision that you have and making sure that it comes into fruition. You're having those conversations?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, Senator?
I made mention that I do support the bill because it will generate jobs for St. Croix and contribute to the payment of taxes to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. My conversation is, as far as a strategic plan, as far as the conversations between the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Department of Tourism regarding the marketing and the future long-term goals to make sure that whatever you said as far as the vision for divers and excursion comes into fruition. Are you having those conversations regarding an actual plan, long-term plan?
Oh, definitely. I mean, when we look at marketing our gateways, we work hand in hand with tourism. So those are ongoing discussions. As you know, by statute, the Commissioner of Tourism has a seat on our board. So that dialogue is continuous and it's ongoing. And in addition to that, we work closely with our cruise line partners to basically develop these attractions, to develop these onshore excursions in the hopes of driving more traffic, getting more commitment from them to send more traffic into St. Croix.
And my question is, once funded and passed by this body, how long would it take for this to come into fruition and be completed, this project?
Well, the project is shovel ready. So I want to mention that we have all regulatory permits in place to include local CZM and the Army Corps of Engineers, which is the federal permit. As soon as the funding is obligated, we will go directly into procurement. Procurement is anticipated to take about 6 months. That's where we do the advertisement and bidding and award. And then I would say about 9 to 12 months to actually complete the work. The time-consuming aspect for this is obviously procurement of equipment, material, and also mobilization. Mobilization is key because this is in-water work. So you're going to have to be driving piles. So you're going to have a badge, ham equipment. So it's very specialized work that you really don't have the capabilities inside the territory to undertake.
In closing, I just want to say I do support the project as far as the tender landing pier renovation for the Annie Abramson Pier. May Annie Abramson legacy stay alive and may her soul continue to rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion.
Good afternoon to the testifiers, Director of OMB, and Mr. Damian Cartwright. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'm in strong support of anything that will improve our infrastructure here in the territory, especially on St. Croix, and most definitely in the area of Frederickstead that much needs the economic boost. I do have a few concerns. Question, how long will this, let me see how I phrase it. How long would the project take once it begins?
I would say as quickly as 9 months, but no more than 12 months.
Okay, 9 to 12 months. And do you foresee any interruptions with regards to noise that might affect the residents of Frederickstead? Or during the whole process, any type of interruption?
Well, the biggest exposure you have when you do projects like this, obviously, you know, we have to have in-water monitoring, which is part of the environmental permitting process. So that includes everything from noise abatement to turbidity issues, etc. So that is going to be monitored on a daily basis as a requirement of our federal permitting requirements and local CCM. So, you know, we do this all the time. We don't anticipate anything out of the ordinary. But if an issue arises, it's dealt with right away as a result of that level of oversight and monitoring.
So let me ask you this, including all the permitting process, if this bill passes and the money is allocated, what's the time frame that you believe we would have this pier ready, ribbon cutting ceremony and good to go?
1 minute.
I would say at the earliest, the third quarter of 2022.
2022. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. and have.
So for cruise ship season 2022. Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
So cruise ship season of 2022.
Okay, sounds good. Let me ask you also, has any studies been conducted in recent years to identify what's the best area for this landing pier? Because my concerns hearing my colleagues asking is with the limitation and restrictions to it. So is that location the best place? Has any studies has been done to identify if it's the best place for it?
Well, you have to look at, I think the most important question is the primary use of the landing. So the primary use of the landing is really to house dive boats to facilitate excursions. So obviously it has to be in close proximity. The desired spot is in close proximity to the cruise ship pier. And then secondly, also you have to look at maritime requirements in terms of maritime conditions. There is also a landing right now on the north of the pier. This one is going on the south of the pier, and that's strategic because when the wind changes directions, sometimes the north landing is no longer accessible or safely accessible depending on what direction the winds are coming out of, and it makes having a south landing now that much more desirable. But the only real estate we control there is the pier itself. So if there was an interest to create a tender landing somewhere that's more accessible to the general public, then the Port Authority doesn't have any real estate within that Frederiksted outside of the pier itself that can facilitate that. But that's something that a discussion can be had with DPNR, similar to how we have the fishing piers in Gallows Bay. They're doing one, I believe, at the Molasses Pier in the vicinity of Cross Lagoon. So maybe that's a discussion that could be furthered with DPNR if there's such an inadequacy, and we need to have a pier that's more accessible to the public. Obviously, this one is as accessible as it can be, with the exception of during cruise ship days.
Mr. Chair, if I may, one last question.
Sure, go ahead.
Will there be a fee for the charter boats, or charter companies, or the diving companies to be access and use the landing pier?
Well, there's considerable maintenance on our facilities, so naturally we need to collect fees. And being a self-sustaining agency with no appropriations from the general fund, in order for us to stay self-sufficient, the answer is we would need to charge some type of fee structure. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Senator Carrion. Ms. O'Neill, you have the balance in the Community Facilities Trust Fund?
Yes, Senator Violet. The balance in the fund as of the end of February was $7,945,629.
Okay, thank you so much. And the reason why I asked a question is that I believe that this particular project should have been funded from the Community Facilities Trust Fund, which would then leave the $2 million in the St. Croix Capital Development Fund, so that in the event the senators have other projects that they would like funded, we can utilize that particular fund. The Community Facilities Trust Fund can only be utilized with the approval of the governor. So we just heard just now that the $300,000 that is needed for the repair of the Anne Abramson Pier, and if we had access to the St. Croix Capital Development Fund, we'd be able to even fund that $300,000. But when we fund this, it's going to deplete the fund until October 1st of the next fiscal year. So again, before this bill makes its way to session, I am humbly requesting that the funding source be changed to the Community Facilities Trust Fund, and then we can take the $300,000 and repair the Anne Abramson Pier, that we won't have to worry about it moving forward. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cartwright, I have a couple of questions. So this $2 million that's being requested via the Office of the Governor, did the Virgin Islands Port Authority have this particular project set aside in the CAPEX program at Port Authority previous to this request?
Through the chair, yes, this project was part of our initial Marine Bond Series projects. Bond Series A, I believe to be exact, which is the tax-exempt bonds. Unfortunately, as you may recall, when you were the CFO at the Port Authority, we had some unfortunate overruns on some of the projects in the Bond A series, in particular one in St. Thomas, that we had to move monies from this particular project to actually address that deficiency while it was under construction. So that ended up depleting the funding source for the construction of this tender landing pier. And since then, given the challenges with revenues, etc., we haven't been able, and obviously the main reason we had to float bonds to begin with was because it's challenging for us to appropriate them from our operating revenues. So we haven't been able to identify an alternate funding source, which is why we're here
Okay,
today.
good. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that you put that on the record, that funds was initially set aside for this particular project. So the $2 million that's being requested today, is this the total cost of this project? Or
Yes,
is the Port Authority funding? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, this is anticipated to be the total cost of the project. Obviously, we did a pretty detailed engineer's estimate. Considering inflationary factors, mobilization being a significant cost in the event that the contractor has to come outside of the territory, which is most likely given the specialized nature. So yes, we feel it's adequate, and we feel the bids will come in line.
1 minute.
Okay. Let me just wrap up. You did respond that you've already received approval from the Army Corps, so that's a good thing, because this has been on the burner since, I want to say, 2012. That's about accurate? 2012, 2013?
Well, I tell you, I can recall from 2014 when I joined the Port Authority that it was a part of the Marine bonds, but it was probably
so that's
on the
about
books
20.
then. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So let's talk about the cruise calls for the Ann Abramson Pier. And of course, we know that due to COVID, we've had challenges, but the burning question that I have around the whole marine terminal is, prior to the COVID-19 situation, I know that the Port Authority have contracts, a contractual relationship or commitment relationship with one or two cruise lines, if my memory serves me correct. Did we see any ramping up with those cruise lines, Royal Caribbean, and I want to say the other one is probably Carnival? Did you see any ramping up around, I think it's with Royal Caribbean in particular, at the Ann Abramson Marine Terminal prior to COVID?
Time.
All right. Well, we have a berthing agreement with RCL, not with Carnival, so it's just with one cruise line. Prior to COVID, RCL was making a concerted effort to send additional traffic into St. Croix. So we did note some additional calls that they were sending into St. Croix prior to COVID hitting. They've expressed interest once we get past the pandemic, or at least we work out the regulatory requirements with CDC, of their interest to, really market and grow the calls to St. Croix. So we're hopeful for that. And we're also looking at potential infrastructure improvements that may allow us to berth larger vessels into St. Croix, because one of the limiting factors also is the fact that the infrastructure as is right now does not accommodate a vessel larger than the Freedom class. And given the new normal as a result of COVID-19, larger ships are going to be more desired, because if the capacity is going to be reduced by the CDC to maintain social distancing on board, then the larger ships will give the cruise lines more return on their revenues. So that's something we're looking at also.
Okay, well, thank you for your responses. I just thought it was important that we understand the importance of moving this particular measure forward, and the importance of the Virgin Islands Port Authority continuing to advocate with their the cruise lines that they're contracted with, in particular Royal, to ensure that there are calls, and we see a ramping up of calls in the the Island District of St. Croix. So I have nothing further. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator James, point of inquiry quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question to Mr. Cartwright. Do you have enough power and enough manpower and a maintenance plan and financial resources to upkeep the Annie Abramson Pier?
Financial resources, no. And given the impacts of COVID-19, it's been further deteriorated. I mean, you know, the infrastructure that we have territory-wide is significant. And given the adverse, severe, corrosive environments that they're in, and given the cost escalation in the territory, your maintenance fund as a percentage of the capital improvement has to be significant. And then when you couple that with the age, maintenance goes up exponentially. So the answer is no, we don't. That's why we look creatively at applying for grants. That's a big focus of us. We're monitoring the congressional appropriation for the infrastructure bill, so we're preparing ourselves to leverage that. You know, we come to this body periodically to ask for your support, which we are most grateful for. So, you know, we try to get creative ways. But when we look at our operating revenues, you know, there's only a certain amount that we could fund on an annual basis directly from our operating revenues, which, of course, now with COVID has been you know, under duress.
Well, thank you. This is something we definitely need to look into, because when we name these things, or these buildings or piers after Virgin Islanders, we need to make sure that they're well maintained, just like our schools and our many roads that are named after our Virgin Islands heroes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Once again, I'm in full support of this project. I am just having some discussion in reference to the funding source. We're taking $2 million out of $2 million that's remaining when we have a pot of $7 million that is sitting there. The pot of $7 million can only be touched with authorization or approval by Government House. The pot of $2 million can be utilized by the Senate for other projects. So once again, I'm saying that we need to change the funding source. We need to make sure that it passes, but I'm recommending that the funding source be changed. We need approval. In reference, you're having some discussions with Royal Caribbean about the possibility of mega ships coming to St. Croix and the expansion of the present pier?
We had a berthing analysis done, which we've shared with the cruise lines to see what upgrades would be required for that pier to accommodate the Oasis class vessel, which is the largest in the fleet. And we supplied that to RCL and the rest of the cruise line bodies. So we're definitely having discussions in terms of seeing how we can partner in some of those repairs to see how we can get the facility upgraded. And given the trajectory of the industry post-COVID, we think that the need is only now exacerbated.
I recently saw an online discussion with Royal along with Chamber of Commerce and members of this community, in which the representative from Royal Caribbean was saying that they might be willing to partner with that particular development. Have they expressed that to you?
Yeah, we're having some of those discussions, Senator. That has definitely come up in those discussions. I'm not privy to say exactly, go into detail about those discussions at this point, but it is something that is on the table, definitely.
Let's try to make it happen. We need to develop the whole gateway coming into Frederiksted. We need economic development there, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to have some type of partnership agreement for the development of downtown Frederiksted. I think that is it for me. We're going to motion. Senator Gregory, you still there? Can I have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move that Bill number 34, that's 0013, an act appropriating $2,500,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for replacement of the existing deteriorated tender landing pier and repairs at the Ann E. Abramson Marine Terminal in Frederiksted, St. Croix, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0013, an act appropriating $2,050,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for replacement of the existing deteriorated tender landing pier and repairs at the Ann E. Abramson Marine Terminal in Frederiksted, St. Croix, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, before we take a break, okay, let me explain. We're going to hear the next bill. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to hear the next bill, and then we'll take a half-hour break. And then we'll come back and hear the remaining 3 bills. But before I take that break, I want to recognize a student intern that I have here that has been working in my office for the last couple of weeks from Central High School, Uniqua Garrett. She helped to put this meeting together, so I just want to recognize her. Can you shine the camera on her and stand up, please? Okay, yeah, it's over there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to take
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege. Senator Gregory, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, the balance of the bills that was offered by the governor, Senator, this Vice President will bring the last bill.
No
but I
problem.
wanted to add that I do have an amendment, and I wanted to explain it. One of my colleagues can bring it, but it's tied to the sporting activities here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. It is important that we bring back or we identify what that is going to look like for this particular district. We do have a proposal from the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee to build out a headquarter in St. Thomas, as well as we know we have the situation with the cricket field in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and as well as a soccer field. So I will be moving an amendment this afternoon to identify a location which is in the Red Hook area, not too far from the Ivana Udorakan High School, but it requires a site plan utilization, plan to establish whether or not we would be able to, in fact, even consider utilizing that area. So I wanted to make sure that I put that on the record. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And that particular measure will be considered later. I think you have the support of quite a number of individuals, and we need to also develop the same type of site plan for the island of St. Croix in terms of future development for sports. The Committee of Finance will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finances, the frugal Committee of Finances back on the record. Next item on the agenda.
Bill number 34-0014, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Communities Facilities Trust account for 4 community facilities projects on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier at Crouse Lagoon. Proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Senator Francis, you're recognized to introduce on this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer Bill number 34-0014, and today I rise to offer this on behalf of the Senate President by request of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan Jr. And Bill 34-0114 is an act appropriating $1.6 million from the Communities Facilities Trust account for 4 community facility projects on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects for the pier at the Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at the Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier at Crouse Lagoon on behalf of the Governor. While the Governor's requests, while this is a Governor's request, it would be unfair for me not to highlight the importance of these projects, not only to the island of St. Croix, but to our entire territory. The development of the South Shore and St. Croix affords economic growth for St. Croix. Last week, the Executive Director, Carlton Dow of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, held a meeting and a tour for the St. Croix senators to discuss and show the progress of the projects on St. Croix. The activity at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier is slated to be completed this year. Once completed, there will be a first-class facility that an inner-island transportation companies can utilize, as well as the facilities for the Customs and Border Patrol to adequately examine what is being brought into our shores. With the commercial traffic moving to the South Shore, fixing the Gallows Bay dock will allow for small ships, yachts, and other luxury ocean vessels to call on St. Croix. We must think beyond, not just outside of the box. For our Virgin Islands economy to do well, all 3 islands must do well. This bill provides for the continuation of economic growth on the island of St. Croix, and I ask for your support. And just for those that might be new to the institution, the Communities Facilities Trust account is an agreement between the Diageo USVI Inc. and the government of the Virgin Islands, where 3% is deposited into the account and then is dispersed by the governor for community facility projects. Again, colleagues, I'm not a member of this committee, and I'm offering this on behalf of the Senate President, but I do ask for your support at this time. We have 2 testifiers that will be here, again, to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this project. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. In reference to Bill number 34-0014, under section 1 is correct. Number 2 that says the sum of $300,000 to the VI Port Authority is going to be amended to say to Department of Planning and Natural Resources. That is a fisherman pier, so we'll put in the right language for that particular. It is not the Gallows Bay Marine Facility. And the sum of $1 million to the VI Port Authority for the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch. It's the area adjacent to the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier, the area where the local fishermen actually go out, where the gravel barge comes in. So again, we'll have to change that language to strike Gordon A. Finch and strike VI Port Authority and place Department of Planning and Natural Resources. But let's take the testimony and then we'll make the required fixes. Ms. Director O'Neill, and then Commissioner Oriel, and thank you, Commissioner Oriel, because it was at the last minute yesterday that we said, hey, you need to testify on these two because it's not under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority. So thank you for your willingness to appear. Ms. O'Neill?
Thank you. Good day again, Chairman Kurt Viole, and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. I'm here to testify on Bill 34-0014, which seeks to appropriate $1.6 million from the Community Facilities Trust account for 4 community facilities projects on St. Croix, to include the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier at Krause Lagoon. There are a number of infrastructure projects that the Brian Roach administration is undertaking in an effort to rebuild the territory as we continue our recovery from the back-to-back hurricanes experienced in 2017. Not only did the territory suffer from severe infrastructural damage, but the local economy also took a hit, as many essential services such as the shipping and receiving of cargo and other maritime operations were suspended indefinitely. While our recovery has been slow and tenuous, the administration's primary focus remains fixed on implementing measures that will rebuild our infrastructure as well as stimulate the local economy. With that in mind, I'm sure we can all agree that it is necessary to complete the projects outlined in this bill. The Gallows Bay Dock is a vital link for the small cargo vessels serving St. Croix and other Caribbean islands. It accommodates mini cruise vessels, small inter-island sloops, ferries, private yachts, cargo vessels, and U.S. Coast Guard vessels. The Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier also provides docking space for cable vessels, cable storage, molasses, and aggregate vessels. This multi-purpose facility is primarily used to import molasses by tanker vessels to the Virgin Islands Rum Industries Limited Distillery, and is also used for a variety of other purposes that allow for the receipt of materials that are critical to St. Croix's construction industry. This administration seeks to improve the Gallows Bay Dock with the expectation of stimulating economic activity in the Christiansted area, as this dock would better accommodate private vessels that would bring large amounts of passengers to St. Croix. Moreover, cargo activity is being shifted from Gallows Bay to the Finch Molasses Pier in Krause Lagoon. This change will allow the Gallows Bay Port to maximize its full potential as a premium passenger facility that caters to mini cruise ships and luxury yachts. This change also justifies the need to improve upon the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Finch Molasses Pier to allow for more efficient maritime operations. The pier at the Kings Alley Hotel on the boardwalk in Christiansted stands at the epicenter of a number of restaurants where one can enjoy the scenery of the Christiansted Harbor. It is where many scuba diving and sailing excursions depart and has also served as the location for many local events, such as the St. Croix Christmas Boat Parade and the St. Patrick's Day festivities. Erecting a pier at this location will most likely have a stimulating effect on the economy. Bill number 34-0014 seeks to appropriate $300,000 to the Public Finance Authority for the pier at the Kings Alley Hotel, $300,000 to what is now will be DPNR for the dock at the Gallows Bay Marine Facility in Christiansted, and $1 million to the VI Port Authority for the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier, Krause Lagoon. All from the Community Facilities Trust Fund to pay for these projects. As you are aware, the Community Facilities Trust Fund provides a source of financing for the development, operations, and maintenance of community and/or sports facilities or urban development projects. As of February 28, 2021, this fund has an available balance of $7,945,629 for authorized projects. Consequently, for all the reasons mentioned in my testimony, the administration fully supports this proposed legislation. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you so much, and you will serve in the role of the PFA also for the Kings Alley project, the pier on the boardwalk. Commissioner Oriel, you're recognized.
Okay, and good afternoon once again, Senator Violet, members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other members and legislative staff present, and members of the public viewing over various forms of media. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0017, an act appropriating $1.6 million from the Community Facilities Trust account to fund the pier repairs at the Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the pier repair in Gallows Bay, and the ramp repairs at the Cross Lagoon adjacent to the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier. I will begin with my regulatory hat and state that while the management of the Kings Alley Pier is under the management of the Public Finance Authority, this project has received the required permits to proceed. Act number 8311 was passed by the legislature on July 9th, 2020, and was signed by Governor Bryan on July 27th, 2020. We'd like to once again thank the Kings Alley management for agreements made in the permitting process to work with DPNR for small boat access, as well as the potential for locating pump-out facilities. DPNR is the agency responsible for the management of the Gallows Bay Pier. It was installed by the department using boating infrastructure grant funds from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and was scheduled for repairs in 2015. When the project went out to bid, the proposals exceeded the amount of funding available to complete the repairs. BIG, the Boating Infrastructure Grant, Tier 2 funding for construction is competitive across the nation, and DPNR was unable to secure additional funds through the federal program. We are hopeful that the $300,000 allocated towards this project will allow us to successfully implement the repairs on this pier. The department is also the management agency for the ramp in Cross Lagoon, adjacent to the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier. In 2007, DPNR entered into a lease agreement with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to make certain improvements on plot numbers 4, 5, and 6, the public port site, in support of a public boat access facility. At the time, there was a ramp in existence. However, this ramp has fallen into disrepair due to its use for offloading of aggregate material at this site. While in the past, DPNR has been reluctant to attempt any investment at the site while this industrial operation is taking place, it is our position that closing this facility for construction and forcing this industrial activity to the proper location may be the best way to restore the use as a recreational launch for the community. The only possible edit in the legislation I would suggest is the renaming of the location so as to not confuse it with the roll-on, roll-off facility being constructed by the VI Port Authority nearby. I would like to conclude by stating that the improvements proposed in Bill number 34-0014 reinforce the Brian Roach administration's commitment to improving the infrastructure across the territory to support an improved maritime economy, particularly the piers, being strategically located where the moorings approved under Bill number 34-001, particularly the piers being strategically located where the moorings approved under Bill number 34-0011 will be located. They will support not only launching for recreational vessels, but landing points for transient vessels visiting the territory as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Oriel, for your testimony, and Director O'Neill. We are going to go to a round of questioning in 3 minutes. Senator James, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Today is a wonderful day for St. Croix. We have several legislation today that speaks to the improvement of several of our structures, whether it's a building, a community facility for our youth, the drag racing strip, our peers. So it's a wonderful day for St. Croix. So I really want to commend the chair and other members of this committee for putting in the work. With that said, this brain is a no-brainer, which is Bill number 34-0014. It speaks to the appropriation of $1.6 million from the Community Facilities Trust account, which is the governor's slush fund. And we are funding some of the facilities projects on St. Croix, and I'm happy to know that. But I will address my concern with the Communities Facility Trust Fund in another round. But I will say that when it comes to the sum of $300,000 for the Public Finance Authority for the piers at the Kings Alley Hotel, my question regarding these projects in the Christian State Town, it might be a little off from the bill, but as we speak about improving the infrastructure, I want us to make sure that we are paving the roads in the Gallows Bay area, right there by No Bones Cafe. I wish Port Authority was there, because I think that port belongs to them. The one in Gallows Bay, who it belongs to? It belongs to the Port Authority, the port, right? But the access to the port is horrible, but I guess we can address that at a later time. So hopefully that's something that the governor or the legislature can identify to make sure that we put a plan in place to really improve the drainage system so we won't have that continuous flooding in the Christian State Town. But as far as the Gallows Bay Marine Facility, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one where we had a ribbon cutting ceremony the other day, right, Senator?
1 minute.
All right. So as we invest these monies into these projects, Commissioner Oriel, can you speak to the conversations that are being had as far as the return on investment, making sure that we have businesses and the other people involved in the conversation to make sure that once we spend these funds, it does not improve the infrastructure, but actually makes money for the government? Because I'm tired of us spending money and then we don't see a return on investment. So can you speak to those conversations being had?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So, the original intention of the two piers that DPNR manages was not so much as an economic opportunity, but rather promoting access to the waters for the people of the Virgin Islands. They were installed as launching ramps to facilitate both recreational and commercial fishing to take place. So there is an indirect tie, especially the ones that are used by the commercial fishing industry. The department from Gallows Bay moved on to Altoona Lagoon because we felt that the investment was necessary there because we could actually have more trucks with trailers launch from that site, given that there is additional or larger amounts of parking area. But as we are now trying to develop our marine economy, one of the things that the marine charter industry is always looking for is, how can I come on shore? How can I get to a restaurant? How can I get to a small store to do provisioning? And investment in these types of small facilities, especially right near where you plan on putting in transient moorings. So you're sort of creating that access facility that will now allow the businesses to take on new customers from the water side. So I do agree with you that there is absolutely an investment, a return on investment that comes by putting an emphasis on these shoreside activities and making it more welcome to that. And again, the original intent had always been for the people of the Virgin Islands to be and get out into the water, which we are continuing by making the improvements on these facilities.
Time.
I will just close by saying again, I know in the last, I think it was a committee of the whole or session, we inquired about the ramping up of law enforcement officers. I'm not going to constantly beat that drum, but just hope and pray that while we invest in our marine industry, that we're investing on law enforcement officers to make sure that out there is not the wild, wild west, because it's different being on the land compared to being on the water. Being on the water is not a joke. So I'm hoping and praying that you're really looking into that to make sure that we identify funds to secure the people of the Virgin Islands as they use these infrastructure and things that we're putting in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Blyden, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first say it is a good day for the island of St. Croix, but it's a great day for the Virgin Islands as a whole, because it is 4 projects with a $1.6 million. Director O'Neill?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Senator?
The $1.6 million from the Facility Trust Fund, it is 4 projects?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, these 4 projects are well intended and needed for the Big Island of St. Croix. I must say I do support the bill, and I want to thank the sponsors for bringing the bill forward to include the governor. And I must say that with all of these capital improvement projects and all of these different pieces of legislation coming forward today, is going to create many jobs and bring taxes and revenues to our territory as a whole. So I'm happy to see that, and I'm happy to be part of that. I really don't have much to say in terms of this piece of legislation. It's a no-brainer for me, and I do stand in support of it. So I don't have much questions when it comes to these projects. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Johnson. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go to Senator DeGraff. He's back. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I think the only confusion I have with this is Director O'Neill, what are the 4 community facility projects? I only see 3. Or am I missing one? Is 2 inside of 1?
Sorry. No, Senator, you're absolutely correct. It is actually 3. That is my mistake.
Okay, no, because the bill itself has in 4, the FOUR, the number 4, and I'm only seeing 3, even in the bill, 300, 301. Okay, so that needs to be a technical amendment to make it 3.
Yes, it should be 3. That's correct.
Okay, great. I'm just was curious about that. Again, I stand in support of this legislation for the territory. Again, I ain't gonna get to St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. This for the territory. St. Croix is a diamond in the rough, and we're gonna polish it up, and we're gonna get it, up and running how it's supposed to be. So I do stand in support of this bill in regards to now the 300,000 going to the PFA for the dock. Is a contract already in place for that to be done, and is that the total amount of money?
Senator, to my knowledge, there is no contract as yet. We do have, the PFA does have the permits in hand and needed the funding in order to finalize a contract. So that's what it's for. To my knowledge, the 300,000 would cover the cost of the project in full.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon again. These projects are very important to the island of St. Croix, and at the time come an appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting these measures. But I want to ask Commissioner Oria a question, if you may have the answer. We're investing a lot in Gallows Bay and the dock and even the Fisherman Pier. I happen to be someone that goes out on a boat occasionally and travel throughout the waters. And coming back to St. Croix in the nighttime, the buoys, they're not lit. That puts us some real danger. If we're talking about trying to attract these, little boutique ships, which I know is very good. I can remember the days when the boutique ships used to traverse between St. Croix and St. Thomas. That brought a lot of revenues to Boat Island. If I may ask Commissioner Orio if he knows who is responsible for those buoys and having them lit.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the channel markers are actually the responsibility of the U.S. Coast Guard. Over the last several years, we've seen a decline in them. We have been working on a revised agreement with the Coast Guard, and we're placing emphasis on the channel markers, which can include the lights on them as well. And so we are trying to get them, I believe, maybe it was 2 years ago, they actually placed a couple of those buoys, but that was more along the channel that leads to the Richmond power plant site. They had installed a couple there because they had requested federal consistency determination from the CZM office at the time. But we are trying to reinvigorate placing the channel markers with the proper lights on them and getting them back in as we have these discussions with the Coast Guard.
Any idea as to when they're going to start addressing these matters? As I said, I have come in the nighttime, and it's very dangerous trying to locate those markers when there's not lit. And everyone on the boat is up with their eyes open, with flashlight, everything, because this is a big chunk of steel in the water. And if you're not familiarized with that area, it can pose a lot of danger for a small vessel coming back in at night. It possesses even more danger for a boutique ship that we're trying to attract. So I think these are some very serious concerns that we must pay close attention to. And going down this road, we must make sure we be in strong dialogue with the Coast Guard to make sure that those markers get the appropriate lighting to, eliminate any problem, and it's a safety hazard at the end. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, let's be very clear as to where these areas are for the community. We know that the first one is on the boardwalk next to Kings Alley Hotel, correct?
Correct.
The second one, in the bill it said the Gallows Bay Marine Facility, but it's really the Gallows Bay Pier. So it's the Fisherman Pier?
Yes, the
one by
collectively around the community, we call it the Fisherman's Pier, but the technical term for it from the funding source, we can't limit that selection to just the fishermen, so it's the recreational pier.
Okay, so the wording should say what? Is this the one across from Panchi, or is this the one by Lagoon?
This is the one across from Panchi. We can get the specific plot number, Senator, and provide that so that it's very specific in an amendment or a technical amendment for the bill.
Okay, now we go to the last one. So this is the one by Panchi. So for the recreational dock at Gallows Bay would suffice?
Yes.
Okay. The last one, sum of $1 million, and that would be to Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Do we need a word in for the roll-on, roll-off, or would this also be for the pier or dock? What would be the word in there?
I would stick to ramp, Senator, at this time. I mean, the $1 million, there's in the language inside of the lease agreement between DPNR and Port Authority, it specifies a number of things that the improvements specifically that the department would make So it includes a ramp, it includes a revetment to protect from erosion. It includes the parking area that would be set aside so that after you launch, you have adequate space to park your truck and your trailer. So all of those types of improvements are specifically named in there. And I do believe that the department also was exploring possibly having like a similar a finger pier on there, so it would not just be the ramp itself, but a finger pier that also you would be able to tie up to.
Okay, and this is where the fishermen launch the boat from that particular area. Okay, but this is also where the gravel barge comes in.
Correct.
Okay, but you're going to address that after in terms of the damage to that particular area by the gravel barge, even if we do improvements.
Right.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, the goal is to have them relocate that activity to the actual roll-on, roll-off period that Port Authority is investing for
the Port
small
Authority
industrial operations nearby.
Okay, and that would be perfect because I think at times the operation of the exploitation of gravel takes place at that particular site with barely any oversight on individuals not even knowing what is leaving the island and what is coming in at that particular area. Because you could just land there with the gravel sand and there's no customs, there's no excise tax at that particular location, so we have to be careful. And colleagues, I did have a brief conversation with the commissioner in reference to banning the exploitation of the natural resources of the Virgin Islands to include sand and gravel. We only have a limited supply. We have to be careful moving forward, but it's a very preliminary discussion that we have had thus far. Senator Francis, you recognize? Senator Francis, do you recognize? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Saru, you still have to come back. Senator Saru, you recognize? He presented a bill, so he's going to be last.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oriole, this is really off topic, excuse me. Since we talk about exporting the natural resources of the Virgin Islands, you familiar with the glass project that's happening where they crush the glass and they use it for sand?
Yes, I am, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, any involvement with your, from your department in that? Any collaborative effort or anything?
Yes, Senator.
What do you see could be like a future use for that? I'm just really interested in this whole loop project, sorry.
So, I mean, I think one of the immediate uses that the VIMAS has talked about is crushing the grass to make sand, and we can actually fill sandbags for emergency preparedness on there. I think that's an excellent, immediate use given the issues that we have during getting preparation for storms where, if there's not enough sand on one island, then you have to look at actually purchasing that sand. So, that's an immediate use. Our office, our Fish and Wildlife office in Red Hook is actually going to be used as a staging area so that persons on the east end can bring their glass bottles to the Red Hook office, and then they will be brought to the crusher from there by VIMAS staff.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Now, Director O'Neill, or any, well, this wouldn't be for DPNR. Director O'Neill, the $300,000 to the PFA for the pair. No, I'm off. Where am I? Oh, Kings Alley. Sorry, that's what I was. I did read right, Kings Alley. What is the intent for Kings Alley? How did you get to 300,000? Specifically, what is going to be done to Kings Alley?
Senator, it's not for the hotel. It is to rebuild the pier that was damaged in the hurricanes, first in the hurricanes of Hurricane Omar in 2008, and then it was completely destroyed in Irma and Maria. And that is the dock that a lot of dive companies, et cetera, used to launch and go out. So the intent is to rebuild it to allow for those services to continue and provide an economic boost to that area.
1 minute.
You rebuilding as is or any enhancement?
Well, it's being completely rebuilt. It's gone. So it would be.
So I know, so
better.
the rebuild that, are you rebuilding it to what it was before, or is there something better? And I guess Commissioner Orla should be talking to you, right? Okay,
I can provide a little bit on that.
Okay.
So it can't go much longer, Senator, because that way it would actively get into the channel. I believe there is a little bit of lengthening that's going on there, and there will be a few additional fingers created by that lengthening. One of the things that we had a discussion with the Kings Alley Management Company during the permitting process was being able to locate a pump out facility there because the tie line into the sewer system is very nearby. So both Kings Alley Management as well as King Christian down the boardwalk, as part of their permitting, both agreed to assist by having the pump out facilities located there. And so we're looking forward to that partnership and in that enhancement as well. It also does include a lower portion so that, again, dinghies can in fact be there, and they have a ladder going up, which is kind of like the board that goes along the perimeter of the boardwalk already, allowing some dinghy access to tie off on there.
Mr. Chair, my time is going to be called, right? I just have one question.
Go ahead.
The clock is going to say time right now.
Time.
See, good. So is this 300K a match, or, because you said it was destroyed in the storms, is it a match to for like a federal project recovery, or are we just paying for this locally?
No, Senator, it is not a match. This would be paid through local funds. It does not meet the FEMA requirements based on my understanding, because
that game wash away doesn't meet anything for FEMA?
It was already damaged prior to the hurricanes prior to Irma and Maria, and that's the reason why it had to be deobligated.
But you said Omar, it was damaged by Omar too, right, Commissioner Oriole? I just try and find federal dollars here, that's all. So not even Omar qualified, nothing?
No.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you, guys. I'll vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time.
Well, thank you so much, Senator Sarro. Senator Carrion.
Yeah, good afternoon once again to the testifiers. It's clear that the repairs to our different piers and areas would also bring improvement and economic growth, and I'm glad to see that we're paying attention to, and this is moving forward, our marine areas, especially the pier areas. Let me ask you, with regards to the operation of construction, how will it affect the boardwalk area and the restaurants in that area?
Senator Prout, it would be very unlikely. I mean, because of the nature of the work to be done, we'll likely use a small spud barge. There is some concrete piling capping that needs to take place, and so once you got to bring the barge to do that portion, then you can complete a lot of the decking and those types of things from there, or you can do it from land, but we wouldn't have a lot of room to stage materials. So I anticipate the use of the barge by the company.
And in the Gallows Bay area, let me ask, with regards to the continued maintenance of these areas, who is responsible for that?
So for the two that fall under the management of DPNR, DPNR would be responsible for the maintenance on those.
And those are usually outsourced, correct?
Yes.
So do you regularly provide maintenance, or usually wait until they're in a condition where they're totally deteriorated to then do a full new repair or renovation?
So in the past, we not necessarily full deterioration, but as I stated before, the pot of funding that the department uses that doesn't require any match is called BIG, Boating Infrastructure Grant. And
1
the
minute.
tier 2 portion of that is competitive. And so we tend to apply for BIG grant for repairs every 3 years. But we're also competing against all the other states as well that are using this because it's no match required. So if successful, you can get up to, I believe it's 400,000, but I'm not 100% sure on what the cap is right now. But we now are, we used to have this as like a portion of an existing person's work, but we realized that we have so much voting infrastructure work to do that we have now hired somebody where the majority of their work will be to focus on our public access portions and be the ones that will be responsible for maintenance, oversight, and when we need to put in the appropriate grant applications for that maintenance.
And the time period for repairs for each project, how long would that be?
Time.
I can say for the Gallows Bay, if for the non-structural, that could be about 90 days or so. If we have to have any new pilings driven, that will add on a few days, although there are some small barges in the St. Croix district that can do that work right away if available. But that would add on a couple of, like 45 days to that project if they needed to.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Oriel, do you have the Port Authority DPNR agreement available or handy that you could share with the legislature so that we could have definitive language put into the bill, so that we want to make sure that the language speaks to exactly what is being attempted to achieve with the expenditure of the $1 million. Is that something that you could share with the body?
Sure thing. I'm looking at it right now.
Very well. Yeah, let's have that language so that we can make sure that it's properly worded, so that we could have the expectation completed there. Also, in Section 2 of the bill's colleagues, we speak to the appropriation in the section remaining until expended. A lot of times we have to find ourselves going back to identify additional funding because it didn't meet the time limit. So there's an attempt here to make sure that the money remains until expended in this particular project. So, Commissioner, while we have you, and I know that there have been some discussion about some additional location for fish markets, is this one of those locations that you believe that will be well suited, perhaps to retrofit a fish market in that particular area?
I know there was actually discussion a few years back about the one near the Molasses Pier, that portion, just because of the size of the area that is covered under the lease, and what opportunities that could bring from there. So there has been discussions on at least one of these locations.
Very well. I know some 4 decades ago, as a youngster, I used to go in that particular area with my parents to actually purchase fish, and that facility has been, well, back then the road was a dirt road and very, very hard to navigate, especially when there was heavy rain. There have been some improvement there, but I think that there are some opportunities for us to even further expand that, and then that particular location provides for shoreline for us to be able to get rid of the waste that will go back in as used as food.
1 minute.
To feed the fishes in that particular area. So that might be something that we could probably further develop. In terms of that discussion, is there anything beyond discussion that perhaps we could look at and maybe identify some funding to support that endeavor?
So, Senator, I'll have to get back to you on that. As Chairman Violet stated, it was very late yesterday afternoon that we found out this was specifically me finding out that this was the particular ramp, not the Viper portion. So I'm still trying to track down everything that has been done previously for this site in terms of any planning and preliminary discussion. But once we have that, we can come back and inform and show, at least from a preliminary standpoint, what has been taken care of already.
Okay. Very well. And OMB, in regards to the Communities Facilities Trust account, that funding is maintained where? Is that in a banking institution locally, or where is that money maintained?
Time.
It is managed by the Public Finance Authority. It is in I think it is in a local bank, Banco Popular, if I'm not mistaken.
Very well. Thank you. My time has been called. Again, colleagues, I encourage your support for this particular measure on behalf of the Senate President and also the Office of the administration. And any other definitive language that's needed, we could certainly correct in the Rules Committee. Again, thank you for your support and these measures to be able to address these concerns that have been sent down by the Office of the Governor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Francis. I think we have concluded testimony on this particular measure. I want to thank Commissioner Oriol and Director O'Neill for giving testimony. We will not vote on this particular measure right now. I'm going to see if we can get the amendments, and then we'll bring it a little bit later. If not, we'll go ahead and vote and then make the changes in rule if that is the desire of the committee. The Committee of Finance is going to take a break until 3 o'clock. This committee stands in recess until 3.
Arrión. Arrión.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Bill number 34-0008, an act appropriating $272,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix, proposed by Senator Javon E. James. Invited testifiers, Trevor A. Vellenor, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Samuel Gittins, Sergeant, Virgin Islands Police Department, Police Athletic League Supervisor. Reinhold Rookie Jackson, Volunteer, Police Athletic League. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Adrian L. Williams Octaline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Chenzira Davis Kahina, Director, University of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0008? You recognize Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I offer Bill number 34-0008 to appropriate some funds to renovate the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix. Before I even get into my talking points, I just want to say thank you to every single one of my colleagues who played a role in getting this possible. There is no I in team, so I would like to publicly thank Senator VLA, Senator Johnson, and Senator Whitaker, and everyone else who played a major role in making sure that we have reached to this point. Recent crimes in the community, abuse, neglect, an unprecedented number of murders within a short period of time. That is what we have been experiencing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our young men and women do not know how to be parents. Too many of our youth are getting involved with drugs and gun and gang violence. Our youth must be taught at a young age to respect each other, pick up a skill or trade, say no to drugs, etc., so that they don't go down the wrong path. The PAL program has been a program that encourages our youth, teaches them to stay in school. They learn life skills and trades. They learn how to connect with each other and adults. This program has been in existence for 40 years and have impacted a vast number of citizens who have gone on to be doctors, lawyers, senators, teachers, and tradesmen. I would like to take this time to acknowledge Reinhold Rookie Jackson for his years of service at the Police Athletic League facility in 59 Estate Wim. Thank you for all your hard work. As you can see, PAL is an integral part of our community. However, the PAL infrastructure has not been renovated for over 20 years. Only 1 of 3 buildings are in use, which grossly decreases the ability to teach a necessary skill to our students. Bill 34-0008 serves to appropriate funds in an amount of $200,000 for the renovation of these PAL buildings. This bill has been met with enthusiasm from the community, especially those in Frederiksted. They are in desperate need of upliftment and to see this legislation as an opportunity to reinstill pride in their neighborhood. However, we have not received support from everyone in the political sphere regarding the identification of funds for this particular legislation. On March 15, 2021, my staff and I met with Director Jennifer O'Neill of OMB, who informed us that our original idea of using the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund will not work because the fund has been over-appropriated. Director O'Neill strongly suggested our office contact the governor to request funds from the Community Facilities Trust Fund. We sent the letter the same day, but we were forced to follow up several times for over a week. My chief of staff, who I consider to be my second mom, finally emailed the governor himself, who immediately responded with a no, without providing a reason for us not using the Community Facilities Trust Fund. I've been able to work with my colleagues who identified funding that was supposed to go to the Calcahoon facility. Those funds were turned down for the specific project, so the executive branch planned to use the funds for a project in St. Thomas. I repeat, there were some fundings available for Community Facility Center for the Estate Calcahoon, but those funds were turned down for that specific project, so the executive branch planned to use those funds for a project in St. Thomas. My colleagues and I determined that this funding should remain on St. Croix in the form of funding this legislation. I am extremely proud of this bill and all the hard work and support that went into the crafting of this legislation. My final plea to my colleagues is to think good of our youth, especially those on the island of St. Croix who need a positive program that provides extracurricular activities and mentorship. The renovation of the PAL building is necessary to completely revamp the program and provide our youth with safe infrastructure to promote the cultivation of their young minds. Never in my wildest dream that I would have thought that I would be working with my former principal, Senator Kurt VLA. And I just really want to say thank you for making this fall through when we tried to find a funding source. Thank you, Senator Kurt VLA, and thank you to my colleagues for this wonderful measure. God bless the Virgin Islands. And before we do, we have a quick video. If media can just play that video. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction and testimony, Senator.
I just want to talk on behalf of the Police Athletic League and Mr. Reynold Jackson himself. I grew up in the PAL system. A bunch of us did. I wouldn't be here today doing what I do if it wasn't for Mr. Jackson and the Police Athletic League. I am a musician. Many of you know I'm a guitar player. Rookie taught me to play the guitar. I had my music at PAL. I am also a world-renowned martial artist. Rookie first gave us our first karate instructions. He had a Chucky Anton Christian used to come by and teach martial art at PAL.
Hi, my name is Egypt Jackson. I'm a 15-year-old who attended Go Barras. Here at PAL, we learn different things. Depending on who you are, you learn something new, you learn something old, you experiment in what you want to do. Here we learn how to play the piano. As you can see, I've been 7, I would say. I've been attending PAL My name is Rena Willie.
Hi, my name is Ilanis Jackson, and I'm 7 years old. I go to PAL after school, and why I like PAL is because I do music and I play.
My name is Elijah Greenwich. I am 15 years old, and I attend St. Croix Educational Complex. I have been in PAL for almost 6 years now, and what I have learned here is to play the bass, play pool, and also piano and guitar. Rookie has taught me many stuff. He's like a father to me. And he taught me how to treat women right by not hitting them and stuff like that. Instead of being on the streets, doing drugs, getting in trouble, going to jail and stuff, my mother bring me here to learn and do something positive with my life.
These children have made it out in the world doing different things, becoming doctors, lawyers, senators, and so on. I really enjoy working here at PAL because we also work with the community, and that's what we need in these times where we have a lot of people dying and getting killed. So we need to bring the community together, and that's what we're doing here with the children and the families.
Thank you so much. We'll move now to the testifiers. I think we already have someone that will be representing Commissioner Velinor. Go ahead and put your name on the record, Dr. Walwin. Unmute. We can't hear you, Assistant Commissioner. Unmute. Still can't hear you. You're on mute. You're not?
No.
Okay, go ahead now.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to the chair.
Yes.
And the Honorable Kurt Violet, legislative body and staff, members of the Virgin Islands PD team, and to the listening and viewing audience.
Okay, just one minute, sir. Just your name and your title, and then I'm going to go to the testimony after I have the other individuals put their name on the record.
Dr. Selvin G. Walwin, Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations for the U.S. Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Next.
Sergeant Samuel Giddens, Virgin Islands Police Department, Crime Prevention Bureau.
Next. The young lady from Public Safety.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, good afternoon. Captain Sandra Colburn, Crime Prevention Bureau Officer in Charge, VIPD.
Thank you so much, Director.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you. Dr. Kahina Chanzara, is she on?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Chinzira Davies Kahina, the Director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to begin with Ms. O'Neill, and then Dr. Kahina, and then we'll read Rookie Jackson testimony into the record, and then I'll have public safety. So let's begin with Ms. O'Neill. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Violet. Now, my testimony was prior to seeing the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Should I still read?
Let me start with somebody else. Let me start with Dr. Kahina. You may proceed.
Greetings. And I would actually say something similar because I wasn't aware until today that the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund was not a source. So I'll just kind of gloss over that and just read the balance of my testimony, sir.
Okay, that is fine. And let me just put on the record for if there's any confusion. The sponsor of the bill was seeking a funding source and had tried to use the St. Croix Capital Development Fund, which I said from the last bill that we reviewed that the fund balance is literally zero. So he looked for another funding source and was trying to use a Community Facilities Trust Fund, but was not given authorization to use that fund. So it is just yesterday we found a funding source, and therefore the bill is before us. It's a small amount. It's 200,000 from 272, but it will still be able to substantially repair that particular area. So those individuals that testifying, especially those from public safety, you don't have to worry about the funding source. Just testify to the merit as to whether or not you think we should proceed forward. So, yes, you, Dr. Kahina, you can go ahead and just gloss over the funding source.
Okay, perfect. And am I to turn on my video or no?
Yes, please. You don't want us to see you?
I don't have a problem. You know, I prepare.
All right. I already know that.
No,
you have all your
thank you
African
very-
artwork in the background. Beautiful.
Thank you. That's part of our collections here at the VICCC. And good afternoon, everyone. Blessed afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, alongside other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, listeners, viewers, and especially our Virgin Islands youth that are here in this hybrid virtual platform led by the Virgin Islands of the United States legislature. And I encourage us to be reflective of the importance of us speaking to our children and to our youth. In light of the stressful realities of imbalances in global public health, pandemic challenges impacting all circles of our lives, inclusive of yet not limited to education, housing, workforce development, public safety, social welfare, and the overarching spirit of our Virgin Islands community, may we have a moment of silence for the children, youth, and families in our Virgin Islands community impacted by acts of violence and trauma. Thankful. I am Dr. Chinzira Davis Kahina, an Indigenous ancestral global African woman of the Caribbean, raised, socialized, and guided with maternal and paternal familial heritage roots in the Caribbean Americas, República Dominicana, St. Martin, Antigua, Virgin Islands, Africa, and a daughter, sister, aunt, mother, and grandmother of our shared earth. In respect, humility, strength, and ancient harmony, I extend thanks to the 34th Virgin Islands Legislature's Committee on Finance for the invitation to share testimony on Bill number 34008, based on lived experiences directly related to the theme herein, and in my professional capacity as the director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center and member of the teaching faculty, both nestled inside of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences here at the University of the Virgin Islands, the only historically Black college and university in the Caribbean, and a land-grants institution. Respectful thanks are extended to Senator Javon James Sr. and co-sponsor Senator Franklin D. Johnson for introducing this legislation of Bill 34008 to secure essential and sustainable funding for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Whim on St. Croix. Our Virgin Islands community has a serious series of problems and challenges that are impacting the life force and stability of our children and youth. We are compelled to support efforts and programs like the Police Athletic League that provide facilities and choice environments that address these inequities created by historical and contemporary and institutional erasure of our children, youth, and families. The maintenance and sustainability of Virgin Islands educational and social institutions for our children are essential and of paramount importance. The Police Athletic League after school, summer, alternative, and extracurricular programs have a long-standing legacy of providing these services and environments for our children, youth, and families. Hence, I share the following to add some context to our Caribbean cultural realities in these beloved and deserving Virgin Islands. At this juncture, and I quote, "In history, the human race is facing almost unmanageable problems, many of which are the consequence of our own greed and insensitivity to nature. The threats are environmental, from climate change to sea rise to increased natural catastrophe, political, escalated conflict, sharpened intolerance, social, drug abuse, health pandemics, social disintegration, economic, virtual meltdown of the world economic systems, deepening poverty, unemployment, and the list goes on. And in the midst of all of this, the fragile archipelago of our Caribbean sits like a fleet of fragile boats buffeted by the international storm and incapacitated by its own limitations. There are many things that need to be fixed and fixed urgently. But the preparation of the next generation is one of those responsibilities and challenges that cannot be postponed. And this ultimately is the urgency and necessity of reinventing education. And that is coming from the words of Dr. Didicus Jules at a time where he was serving as the CXC examination director. And it's from a piece called Reinventing Education in the Caribbean. So as I go forward in this testimony, I share a preparation. The Police Athletic League in Estate Whim has served the St. Croix community for decades. PAL provides a supportive environment for educational, technological, artistic, cultural, and other social needs for our children, youth, and families that are intergenerational. PAL has positively impacted the lives of girls, boys, women, men, and our families with significant outcomes that have value, worth, and are essential to our community. In alignment with the mission of the Virgin Islands Police Department to ensure the safety and protect the life and property of the inhabitants and visitors of the Virgin Islands, to prevent crime, preserve the public peace and tranquility, to detect and arrest criminal offenders, to enforce all laws, ordinances, and provisions of the VI Code over which the department has jurisdiction, and to perform other related duties as directed by the police commissioner. PAL's complementary mission is to serve all youth, to steer them on the right path, to instill good health habits, good sportsmanship, and high morals and civic standards in youth, to help fulfill the need for recreational, educational, and social activities that are designed to deter crime and rehabilitate the youthful first-time offender. PAL focuses on team building, conflict resolution, and developing positive self-esteem and self-worth in youth who are surrounded by negativity on a regular basis. These missions are supported and well served with the continuation of viable, sustainable funding for maintaining PAL facilities as an integral part of the institutional environments for education and socioeconomic development for the benefit and the betterment of the children of St. Croix, which extends exponentially to the entire Virgin Islands community and beyond. I move forward into an opening. The VI Caribbean Cultural Center, from our formal inception in November 2012, is designated to produce, develop, and institute state-of-the-art education, research, publications, mixed media programs, conferences, academic exchanges and internships, community partnerships, interdisciplinary cultural media, economic heritage tourism initiatives, youth leadership and cultural heritage education, interactive programming, and a host of other resources throughout the University of the Virgin Islands and the wider Virgin Islands community in support, cooperation, collaboration, and cooperative partnership with existing organizations and institutions, Virgin Islands governmental agencies, and extended Virgin Islands Caribbean community stakeholders. VICCC continues to serve as a primary contributor in the research, composition, and protocol-centered implementation of cultural creative environments, cultural heritage restoration and technology, workforce development engagements, youth development programs, and more. Caribbean cultural heritage, research, education, and traditions are ancestrally linked to freedom narratives, experiences, life journeys, informational exhibitions, heritage tours, reparatory and social justice affairs, inclusive of self-determination, restorative justice, conflict resolution, community security systems, shared governance, and more. VICCC strategizes to strengthen institutions grounded in contemporary and ancestral legacy building that support heritage education arts legacy, for short, HEAL 365, honoring VI Caribbean culture, tradition, heritage, and history in concert with other research developments with expanding goals, objectives, and deliverables. VICCC continues to extend our supportive resources within educational, cultural, technological, entrepreneurial, and other social programs that help respectfully integrate the culture of innovation and social creativity, cultural creatives, and more, to expand sustainable opportunities for our children, youth, and families nationally, regionally, and internationally. Implementation. PAL has continued to provide a safe, secure, and culturally sensitive second home environment for our children, and the sustainability of PAL facilities as introduced by Bill 34008 is supported by the VICCC in harmony with many other within the VI community and beyond. Our entire VI community has experienced and endured a multiplicity of social challenges impacting our relations and humanity that are inclusive to, yet extend beyond the pandemic of 2020. The Virgin Islands deserves institutions and environments that protect and empower our children, youth, and families. Complementary to our adult population, our children and youth under 25 years are continuing to be subjected to uncertainties that breed trauma, that demand facilities, resources, and supportive agencies capable, qualified, and committed to addressing the educational, academic, technological, and vocational, health, psychological, mental, physiological, and holistic, economic, jobs, workforce development, and entrepreneurial, cultural, traditional, contemporary, and ancestral, alongside other social needs, essential to their and our survival. In light of recent and continuing acts of violence and social life imbalances impacting the Virgin Islands community, especially our children and youth, it is urgent. I'm going to repeat that part. It is urgent for safe spaces with cultural competencies, ethical securities, and healthy environments that support thriving with disciplined and creative standards of excellence that restore respect for life as intended by their missions and provided by institutional, community-centered organizations like PAL to be supported, maintained, and sustained. Our VI community deserves environments that strengthen opportunities for our children, youth, and families to restore clarity with actions on the importance of the value of human life, education, ethics, local and global affairs, sustainable environs, cultural heritage traditions, and safety, beyond the common deafening silence of this is how it is and you must deal with it or leave island mentality that has created a dangerous void among Virgin Islanders who trust and care about these Virgin Islands. To further support Bill 34008, I would be remiss if I neglected to include Per Ankh, a not-for-profit IIVI-based organization I serve as the founding director of, outside of my responsibilities here at the VICCC, that works with communities to build and institutionalize culture, healing, arts, technology, and spirituality for life, inspiration, freedom, and education, Chats for Life, that has an extended history of working with PAL for multiple holistic, interdisciplinary, and intergenerational programs from the late 1980s into the 21st century. Many among the VI community, natives, residents, and visitors alike, have received benefits from institutional and long-term programs developed within PAL and Estate WIM. Senator Kenneth Gittens may attest to the fact that during my tenure as a teacher at Central High School in the 1990s, I had the honor and privilege to work with him, Elder and now retired VIPD officer Reinhold Jackson Jr., AKA Brother Rookie, directed the PAL program during that time, located in the vicinity of the Reinhold Jackson Sports Complex, named after his beloved father, an outstanding Virgin Islander, Reinhold Jackson Sr. Beyond the socioeconomic challenges that impacted our post-Hurricane Hugo realities and activities, with support from the administration of the Honorable Governor Alexander Farrelly, the cultural heritage education, regional travel, the inspirational outcomes with our Central High School students were exceptional and long-lasting. I still have some of those certificates of completion for several of those student treasures to this day in digital albums that I keep in my cell phone. And they are attached with this testimony. And I would like to take special note of the 1993 motto that's at the bottom of every one of those certificates. And I quote, "We fill backyards, not prisons." I'm going to say that again. We fill backyards, not prisons. Many of these students have become positive contributors to our Virgin Islands and the communities abroad where they have chosen to reside. To address current challenges and inequities affecting our children and youth, our St. Croix community needs and deserves support for the renovations for the PAL facilities. These realities of creating safe spaces for our children and youth are are contributing reasons why Bill 34008 is to be supported. I shall reiterate, our children and youth of the 21st century deserve and need these types of environs and resources to be funded, supported, and maintained for organizational institutions like PAL to help restore a community that thrives beyond basic survival. PAL is to be supported and sustained for many more generations. It is common for our community leaders, parents, educators, and others to verbalize that our youth are our future. We all have heard that. Our youth are our future. So I most humbly suggest a review by members of the 34th Virgin Islands Legislature of my testimony provided that is in alignment with what I'm sharing now from 2016 in the 31st Virgin Islands Legislature, where I offered support to Bill 310337 on civic education for more strategic details on why programs and institutions like PAL and others are essential and are to be sustainably funded for generations. As I proceed to closing, I share this testimony in support of Bill 34008 with deep respect to our African ancestors of these Virgin Islands and beyond. As the Virgin Islands is still comprised of a population of people of African indigenous ancestry in the majority, I share this testimony in respectful solidarity with observances designated by the United Nations General Assembly that annually commemorates March 25th as the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. This year's theme is Ending Slavery's Legacy of Racism, a global imperative for justice. So may we pause, reflect, and make positive actions in that regard. The VICCC and other VI community organizations proactively host, organize, and collaborate annual events in honor of these and other observances, which also have been part of the PAL historical engagement and productivity. As we honor this month of March as Virgin Islands History Month and National Women's History Month, I close this brief testimony with a quote from the Honorable Ruby Rouse, the first Virgin Islands woman to serve as president of the Virgin Islands Legislature, among many other national and regional first achievements. And I quote, "Come prepared to work. May her commitment to serve, lead, and create an environment in the Virgin Islands with long-standing benefits for our children, youth, and families, natives, residents, and respectful visitors alike be remembered, honored, and sustained. May respectful due diligence be exercised with the support of this Bill 34008 for the appropriation of the amount that has been transformed here in. For the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix, so that this essential and valuable work for the protection, security, safety, and holistic healing of our children, youth, and families may continue and expand for generations. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center here at the University of the Virgin Islands, I stand available to address any questions or comments on this testimony for this proposed legislation. And this is shared most humbly in culture, heritage, arts, and education. And as I always say, remained inspired. I am Dr. Chinzira Davis Kahina of the VICCC at the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to move on next to, I'm going to have the clerk read Rookie Jackson testimony into the record since he's unable to be here today. So you may proceed, Madam Clerk.
Response to legislature for Bill number 34-0008, appropriating $272,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix. Renholt Rookie Jackson. I served illustriously as a police officer and corporal, military veteran, youth advocate, crime prevention advocate, music teacher, vocational instructor, cultural preservationist, and community activist for over 50 years with dedicated service and due diligence to St. Croix and the Virgin Islands at large. My contributions in the Police Athletic League program is most pronounced, exemplary, and unsurpassed. As a volunteer coordinator of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, I have been seeking financial assistance to fund several areas of the programs, specifically the renovation of the headquarters building facility. Support. In these most unprecedented times, funding is absolutely necessary to keep this most successful program alive. Renovation is absolutely necessary. This bill would, in effect, help to stabilize the program, expand services, and continue the great mission of youth development advocacy and crime prevention. This bill is purposeful, substantial, necessary, and highly beneficial to the PAL program. Advantage and/or disadvantage. There are no disadvantages to this bill. It is consistent with the people's need for the continuation and positive social benefit and impact of the PAL program. Renovation provides an optimum measure of maintenance that translates into long-term usage safety and effectiveness of the facility. Economic impact. The funding would be expended in our local economy. Therefore, it would be of direct economic benefit to our community. Youths have trained and benefited and moved on to highly successful careers as a result of the PAL program. Some have become self-employed and are business owners in their skill set training and development through PAL. The economic impact is significant, substantial, extensive, and long-term and economically supportive and self-sustaining. Recommendation. It is recommended that the funding be directly accessed and managed upon disbursement to an account where the program coordinator could have direct input into the most effective, prudent, and beneficial use of the allotment for the aforementioned purpose. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Reinhold Rookie Jackson's testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Deputy Commissioner Walwin, you're going to be doing the presentation for the police department?
Yes, sir, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon to the chair, the Honorable Kurt Violet, legislative body and staff, members of the VIPD team, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Selvin G. Walwin, Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations for the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. I am joined by Captain Sandra Colburn and Sergeant Samuel Gittins, and we testify before you on behalf of Police Commissioner Trevor A. Bellinor regarding Bill number 34-0008 for the renovation, requesting funds for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the well-needed funding. The St. Croix Police Athletic Program is sponsored by the Virgin Islands Police Department and was established in 1973. This has been a police and community-based prevention program that offers recreational, educational, cultural, and social initiatives for youth, while at the same time strengthening the bond between police officers and our children. Some of the founding members included Ms. Olga Frederick and Dr. Vivian Hester Benison. The name that has withstood the annals of time is Police Officer Corporal Reinhold Rookie Jackson, who has become synonymous with PAL. The program has helped in reducing delinquency and truancy with the participants. The Virgin Islands Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau is requesting your support in rejuvenating the compound in Estate Wim. PAL was created to provide youths with positive athletic-based activities, and competitive programs at the various communities included basketball, volleyball, track and field activities, boxing, and music. As time went by, centers were formed in various neighborhoods like Monbijou, JFK, Science Farm, and Williams Delight. Currently, we host 2 centers, Estate Wim and near the Watergood community in Christiansted. There has been a void in the Watergood PAL program as we continue to seek community volunteers to assist in the facilitation of the program. Historically, PAL has produced musicians through its music and steel pen programs, and in the past, when they first started, the bands received sponsorship and raised funds to travel to Europe and spread the culture of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some members of the PAL program joined or created their own bands, and yet others became professional athletes in track and field, boxing, and baseball. Boxing champion Livingston Bramble and Major League Baseball player Jerry Brown were in the PAL program. With no statistical historical record, however, we do not know how many members of our community have participated in the PAL program. However, several police officers, senators, musicians, community leaders, and other notables went through the program. PAL has been in the territory for 48 years and produced hundreds of positive and productive citizens and should be supported in its quest to continue influencing our youths to become good civic members. The Estate Wim facility was last renovated more than 20 years ago. The auditorium music building located on the south side of the property needs to be repaired. The sound and light control booths are inoperable due to electrical and structural failures. There are other structures located on the southeastern side of the property that received severe damage from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. These structures were used to teach students to build, paint, and repair bicycles. PAL instructors worked with students to repair old, discarded, and damaged bikes to make them seemingly new and functional. Instructors recognized that most car mechanics began tweaking with bicycles before moving on to other advanced mechanical instruments. The students were also taught basic carpentry, which included the decorative and wood carving technique of scrolling. The PAL facility is also used for storing wood, working carpentry tools, sewing machines, and other pieces of equipment used by the students during their sessions. In fiscal year 2020, PAL received $40,000 as an annual award for each of its 2 programs. Likewise, this fiscal year, PAL has received the same amount of funding as supported by this legislative body. We are all grateful for all resources in furtherance of crime prevention and youth programs. Last year, prior to COVID-19, PAL conducted after-school programs at its centers. 45 students were enrolled in the after-school program. PAL volunteers assisted students with their homework, provided them access to a computer to do their research, and use of a printer to produce their products. The students engaged in arts and craft, repaired lawnmowers, and created small go-kart engines. These students displayed an interest in musical instruments, and they received instruction on the keyboard, guitar, and drums. Carpentry motivated students built prefabricated wooden toys with supplies donated by our local Home Depot store. During the summer of 2019, 21 of the 45 students participated in the Summer Enrichment Program. In January 2020, students from the Police Athletic League and the Grove Place Weed and Seed Program collaborated and participated in the Crucian Festival Parade. In preparation for the parade, students designed and decorated the bicycles. 30 students participated in the parade, which demonstrated partnership and resourcefulness. The band players in the parade were all PAL students. We have provided an estimated cost for rehabilitating the current facility. VIPD has requested in-kind donations from several contractors to work on structural improvements and building repairs. Additionally, the department has pursued assistance from the Virgin Islands National Guard for facility restoration, drafting of blueprints, and leveling up the ball field. We are presently awaiting a response at this time. In conclusion, our goal is to construct a facility that will support our children into the future. This program still presents great value to our youth. Imagine what was accomplished with the help of community volunteers over 45 years ago. We would like to see a current day facility that will provide a place for our children to engage in progressive learning while interacting with police and community volunteers and creating a healthy distraction from outside influences. VIPD at the present time is seeking parents and community volunteers to continue the legacy. We're in the process of realigning with the goals of the athletic component of the program. An effective PAL program requires collaboration and volunteerism to accomplish its mission to help fulfill the need for recreational, educational, and social activities that are designed to deter crime. We are also obligated to provide a safe, clean environment for participants, and this funding will allow us that opportunity. Senator James, I thank you for presenting this bill, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before this body. My team and I stand by to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walwyn. We are going to go to a round of questions. Ms. Director O'Neill, since the funding source has changed and it's coming from a dedicated source that is under the PFA in a 2012 bond series, it's not necessary for you to testify at this time. It would be unfair to ask you because we made those changes yesterday. On the same, we have excused Adrienne Williams from her testimony because it's not necessary. So we're going to go with those individuals that we have. So Ms. O'Neill, you will be there for, I think, the next two bills. Okay, so when we finish with this, then you'll come back on. Senator Blyden, let's go to a 3-minute round for this particular bill. Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of the testifiers for the testimony, but I mainly want to thank the sponsor, Senator James, and the co-sponsor, Senator Frankie Johnson, and Senator Kurt Violet for bringing this bill forward. I look forward to seeing all of my other male, especially male colleagues here on the NLC inquiry signing on as a sponsor, and I'm going to sign on to myself as a co-sponsor because I think it's a no-brainer for me because $272,000 for a preventative program, when we see what's happening here in our territory with our young people, it's automatic. It's a good investment because many times we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for programs after the fact. For instance, 7 prisoners, 40,000 average each prisoner a year. That takes care of the program right there. If you had the program, you could have prevented many of those individuals from going to prison. So at times we need to honestly focus on the preventative part and not the part that deals with it after the fact. That makes no sense. It really doesn't. So I want to commend the sponsors of this most important legislation, even though it may not seem that way. I went on a website and for the police department here in this territory and basically see what is said about PAL, which is the Police and Community Sponsored Juvenile Crime Prevention Program that offers recreational, educational, cultural, and social programs to youth while strengthening the bond between the police officers and kids. It is not what we strive for on a regular basis. It is not what we talk about on a daily basis here in the territory. And it also stated that PAL is America's largest crime prevention program designed to prevent juvenile involvement in crime and to reduce the number of juveniles arrested by providing youth with a safe environment, meaningful activities, and a positive role model. It also talked about it being a program that promotes greater trust and understanding between young people and police officers. So basically, it's not a babysitting service, but it actually offers mentorship and other positive behavior patterns for our young people here in the territory and throughout the United States. So of course, I'm gonna be supporting this legislation, and I wanna say that many other preventative programs here in the territory, like Zero Tolerance, we have the Steel Pump program in Corwin Terrace. We have many programs that this body funds on an annual basis and try to basically maintain those programs. And there are many other programs also that are not funded. But I feel that we need to focus on those programs in order to prevent a lot of what we're seeing and to assist in terms of volunteerism and having a community come as a whole to work together on behalf of our young people.
1 minute.
Again, oh, I have a minute? Okay, that's good. Again, no. Again, no, I'm serious, but I'm passionate about that because too many times I've seen, whereas as a housing manager throughout my years working in the Housing Authority, whereas those programs made so much of a positive impact in young people's lives. And that's why, I tried my best as a manager to bring in positive programs to my community centers in every community I worked in to assure that the young people had something positive to do instead of being idle and just being out there. So I encourage the Housing Authority and other areas to utilize their community centers and bring in positive programs that's going to assist the folks within their community in order to have positive behaviors and positive outcomes within the Virgin Islands as a whole. So at the end of the day, I want to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and again, thank you to the sponsors of this most important piece of legislation.
Time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. PAL, Police Athletic League, is a part of persons' career over the future or over the past of the history of their lives. It is one of the key elements to addressing crime in the territory. And Sergeant Gittins, you've been around this for a long time. Thank you. Captain Colburn, you have been around this for a long time. Thank you. Vernon Police Department, thank you. Now, what I would like to know is $272,000 going to go toward just the renovation of the building, and then we will still need funding for a system of providing of services? Dr. Warren probably could answer that.
I want to defer that, sir, Senator, to Captain Colburn.
Try that again, Dr. Walwyn.
Since I have Captain Sandra Colburn, I would like Sergeant Samuel Gittins to answer because he's the one who has been spearheading this mission. So I would like him to be able to answer that question for us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the legislature and the community. I'm Sergeant Gittins. To answer the question directly, that money can be used to rehabilitate the facility, yes. However, there could be additional funding to run our program. There are additional programs that are going to take place. As Ms. Davis stated, we're talking about moving into technologies and newer areas. Once the building is complete, we're going to then need to outfit that building with additional material and training equipment to move into that career field of electronics, robotics, and computers. So down the line, yes, we will be needing additional funding.
1 minute.
Okay, good. And for Dr. Warren, you could look to put together those estimated budgets so we could see what we could do during the budget cycle to assist with moving that forward and continue that process, because it is valuable. And to my colleagues who are the bill sponsors, again, thank you guys. A job well done. We're happy to have Senator Valley sign on, Senator Blyden. That's great news. I like to hear that. But so the 272, would it be enough for the renovation of the building?
Yes, sir. The 272 would definitely be enough to renovate the building.
Okay. Okay, good. And like I say, crime prevention, this is where it begins. Addressing the children. But now the dedication of the police personnel. Dr. Warren, do we have any additional officers to assist, or how many officers do we have assisting with the PAL program in the territory?
Captain Colburn will answer the question. She runs the program, sir.
Time.
Sure. Good afternoon, Captain Sandra Colburn again. In the district of St. Croix, we have a sergeant and 4 officers. In the district, we'll have enough when we're finished pertaining to St. Croix. We will need additional personnel, or we say law enforcement, in the district of St. Thomas. Presently, right now, the 2 officers that we had assigned to our program is actually working out of the COVID team for now. But on St. Croix, we always say we want more. But do we have personnel in St. Croix right now? My answer is yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Captain. Thank you to VIPD for what you continue to do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. You had a next question? I know they used up a lot of your time answering.
No, that was good. I'll go with that for now.
Okay, perfect. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I think it's indisputable. I know it's indisputable for us to even discuss the impact that PAL have on our youngsters in this community. It's been around for quite a number of years, and certainly I think that the Deputy Commissioner spoke about it being around for about 40 years, and I know that even when he served in the pre-cadet era, that in fact PAL had been around for quite some time. And, we try to take these things lightly, and we know that PAL had been one of the best summer programs, effective and inexpensive summer programs that have been around the Virgin Islands for a number of years. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of youngsters have gone through our PAL summer program. And, for us to even discuss the benefit, or have to really justify putting $270,000 towards this program is mind-boggling. But nonetheless, I believe that there is a level of commitment here. I want to say that this body have funded PAL programs in the miscellaneous section territory-wide for a number of years, again, to make sure that the program had gone on. When there was an opportunity for us to fund the nonprofit reinvestment act on our youngsters, I provided additional $35,000 to PAL from the money that was given to each of the senators, again, for them to be able to have additional funding to support this endeavor. So it's a no-brainer, and truly, I believe if we really want to impact our youngsters, then the government should be putting money towards, again, the prevention aspect of crime. It's better to educate than to incarcerate. So I've been around this for quite some time. I know that I was responsible for bringing Rookie back to the police department when I served as the police commissioner as well. And we were looking at bringing back retirees. We brought back rookie, understanding the importance of it. You know, these individuals that sit here and on the screen today, you know, we all have worked towards this program for a number of years. I've gone to the WIM Center and seen the youngsters in terms of the arts and craft, the woodwork, the small engine repairs, the music band.
1 minute.
That have been done there. You know, so we certainly support this endeavor. I just wanted to ask real quickly, Commissioner, in regards to the PAL program, I know that there were some issues of concern several months ago. Have we been able to resolve those particular concerns? Have now put in place the necessary mechanism by which we're able to address those concerns that was raised regarding the PAL program?
Yes, sir. Captain Colburn and her team have been working to get that resolved. And if it wasn't resolved last Wednesday, it will be very soon.
Very well, because we just want to remove all barriers to make sure that you know we could really move forward on this particular issue. And we not just have the WIM Center. I mean, there's PAL program that's available also in the Richmond area under crime prevention. There are other areas. Captain Colburn, can you speak to the other programs, other police athletic programs that you do have territory-wide?
Time.
Good afternoon again, Captain Sandra Colburn. We also we work along with the U.S. DOJ. We have Project Safe Neighborhood. Again, the focus is about youths and family and how we can all work together within each community. I will say for Project Safe Neighborhood, we have been awarded a grant that is focusing on Pauline Pearson Garden and Curran Terrace. And one of the things that the grant focuses on is having our youth sit down and create flyers and posters, looking at things within their community and through these posters, letting other members that come in see what they see as their future. We're not telling them what to put on the poster. We're encouraging them to see what is around them and how they can be a participant in moving towards having a healthy, safe environment, encouraging the children to do that. I always believe that one day we have to step out of that shoe and have them step in. So it's time to do that now. And there's never no age group or any cutoff that we can't have them to be engaged. Engagement is important, and this is what we want. We want our children to be exposed to various things that will open up their minds. And this particular program that Project Safe Neighborhood has given us the opportunity to let our youths excel. We also have, coming up, we have another program, and we always believe food is a soothing factor when it comes to anything that you want to solve. So every year we have our cooking competition. So this year we have the coal pot. And the coal pot is also to ensure that our children preserve their culture. Let them know and understand what's a tanya, what's a dash-in. How do you prepare a recipe with that? So we have a lot of different programs that we're doing with these children. We also completed the Red Ribbon program where we have all the children throughout the entire territory write about drugs, how it affects them, And we had a total of 7 winners between both islands. We had one of those winners was a 4th grader who won the poster of the territory. So we have several programs out there, and we just gear everything in order to enhance the skills of our youths.
Very well, thank you for that. And I think the police department is just too quiet about some of these issues. You know what I mean? Some of the other programs, Camp Defy. We have had Sparks. We have had Weed and Seed. You spoke about the Project Safe Neighborhood. We talk about the cadet program. You know, the police department is just too quiet about some of these issues. Yes, we hear about the Talibans that impact us, certain times of the streets. But the reality is that there's a lot more positive youngsters that's brought into these programs, that we should be championing more so than the criminal element. Thank you very much for your opportunity. I intend to support this measure, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. You got a little excited there when she was naming all of the different projects. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, viewer and listening audience. And good afternoon to the testifier. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. And I would like to say thanks to Senator Javon James, thanks to Senator Kurt Villay, and all the others who are signing on to this bill. But it comes with a heavy heart. When I realize what we have to go through to find funding to help all children, it saddened my heart. It even saddened me more when you realize that funds is going from St. Croix to St. Thomas that should have remained on the island of St. Croix. It burns my chest. It really does. I need a lot of water today. Just a couple days ago, we had Department of Correction, the Bureau of Correction testifying. And they talk about spending $9 million a year for holding prisoners on the mainland. And now we're fighting for $272,000 to save our children. This just doesn't make sense at all, whatsoever. I can recall working in the past administration, fighting constantly to keep PAL alive, to keep it open, when folks were doing any and everything to close down PAL. And even when I retired from the last administration, I still had to get involved when Mr. Rookie Jackson called out to me and telling me they're looking to shut the program down again. I reached out to the governor and I said to the governor, and this is prior to COVID, we cannot allow folks to just for personal vendetta, for whatever reason, to shut down PAL. We cannot.
1 minute.
I must say that PAL goes deep into my vein and deep into my blood, because the land that PALs reside on was my grandparents' land. Martina Johnson and Ralph Johnson was the previous owner of that land. And when they sold that land to the government, it was for that sole purpose, for a recreational facility in the WIM district. It was the first recreation facility in that district. My father, Thomas Johnson, was well involved in politics and negotiated with the government to sell this land at a measly cost, just to make sure that there was a facility in WIM for the children to play basketball, play softball, and that's prior to the Renhall Jackson ballpark. So some of you guys wasn't probably born then. But I can tell you, remember the days going up before PAL was actually developed with the building and everything. It was a whole court, basketball court, and we used to go up in there and play every day. But I must say, I am so grateful to see that we have finally crossed a next hurdle to make sure that this PAL be renovated fully. I also grew up with Livingston Bramble. In fact, I sparred with Livingston Bramble. That was my classmate. So I was his punching bag. And I had to bite the gloves off a couple times because he was good at what he was doing from a young age. So when he made it to be a professional and, defeated Boom Boom Mancini in that championship fight, I was proud. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and I was throwing punch when he was throwing punch. I managed to saw him win the Golden Gloves in New Jersey. I was living in the same area with him, and I went down when he won his first Golden Gloves in Elizabeth City area. But he didn't quit. And it started off from right there in PAL to become a champion. And I must say, I'm proud again, and thank you very much, Senator Jevon James. When we fight for our children, and we don't quit. At no time, there's no quitting when it comes to looking out for the children of this territory. Regardless of who is on the opposition side, we must make sure that we spend and invest so that our children could have these programs, these after-school programs that they can go to, versus just being idle on the street and get into problem. Mr. Chair, I want to say thank you for your indulgence, for letting me just blow it off, but it must be blown off in a day like today. It's a beautiful day in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. You said you remember the Golden Glove. You didn't put your record on the record. What was your record?
0 and 0.
I figured that's what it was. I just wanted to clear it up so that individuals don't feel that you are an upcoming star. It is this body's responsibility when we have a bill to find a necessary funding source. I don't want to put everything. It's our responsibility, and that is the job of the Senate, to be the appropriated arm. And at times we just need to be creative. So we have to do what we have to do. If there is something that we believe is meaningful, and we have to be creative in terms of how we're going to be able to move forward. Senator James was persistent. In this instance, there was a brief time where the consideration was to remove the bill from the agenda because of the lack of a funding source. And it was reworded to say general fund, and I definitely said, no, we can't do that because it's not, this body do not fund just from the general fund without identifying that there is additional monies to fund that particular project. So we were creative in coming up with an idea yesterday and was able to get this bill drafted pretty quick. Thank you to legal counsel, as it was submitted yesterday, probably 12 o'clock. So they got it out. So thank you to legal counsel who did a really good job. Senator Carrion, you're recognized. Do you want me to have my Madam Clerk call your name, Senator Carrion?
She's been doing a fabulous job. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to everyone who is listening and viewing this afternoon. I want to commend the Crime Prevention Bureau for the work that they're doing. I want to specifically also commend Captain Sandra Colburn and and I think Sergeant Gittins, correct? Yes.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And
yes,
all your staff for the work that you're doing on behalf of our young people in the territory. PAL has been around for 48 years, and that's a testament to the good work that PAL has been doing. PAL has been doing over the years, and we heard a testimony in regards to that, and we can see the fruits of the labor. And with regards to PAL, the renovation of the headquarters in Frederickstead is critical. So there's no ifs or buts about that. That is critical. and I intend to also sign on and sponsor the measure. I also have to commend the good Senator Javon James for sponsoring this measure along with Senator Johnson, and also thank the chair of the Finance Committee for bringing this today to this committee hearing and identifying the necessary funds to sponsor or to be able to have the renovations to the headquarters. And especially because we have few places in the territory that provide recreation opportunities to our young people. And even with, we know the devastation with the hurricanes, the few that we have are practically damaged, and in the pipeline, some of them to be renovated or rebuilt. So this is very important. It's also important for our youth to have more positive interaction with our law enforcement. One of the things that we continually heard in the testimony about building the trust, and it's so important that our young people can see the police officers in a different light, not only as someone or associate the police officers with someone when they get into problems or trouble, but someone who is there to be able to assist and help them. So I really like the fact of the mentorship, the program, the guidance, the support that police officers bring to this program. Let me ask you a little bit about the Crime Prevention Bureau.
1 minute.
What budget do you have available?
Sergeant Giddens, good afternoon. The budget that we have available is the 40,000 annual budget that we're operating from. That's our operating funds. Now, there's a separate program called the Weed and Seed program. They have a separate budget for that. But the PAL programs run off the 40,000.
So the PAL program runs with 40,000, if I'm hearing correctly. But okay, and the Crime Prevention Bureau has other programs. Do you have a budget for all your programs?
No, sir. That's what I was going to continue on to state, that out of $40,000, we have to do a lot of other operational support for the cadet programs from time, the day-to-day administration of the crime prevention, administrative paperwork and stuff. All of that comes out of the same PAL budget. So it whittles down that money real quickly when it comes to supporting it.
And I'm running quick out of time. What's the size of the staff that is assigned to these programs? How many staff members?
Time.
As far as the different programs we have?
Yes.
All right, we have one person in Weed and Seed, one with the Explorer program. I'm doing dual roles with the cadet program and the supervisor and the neighborhood watch. Officer Richardson is also dealing with the PAL programs. Officer Danisha Samuel Santos is dealing with the Explorer program. Officer Edith Christopher is dealing with the Weed and Seed program, where she's working different hats doing the Defy program, the Weed and Seed, and the coordinator's job as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just have a few more questions, just one more. So a total of staff that you have is how many?
I have 3 officers.
3
4 officers.
3.
Four.
3 that you
I have
have.
one that's an auxiliary that's comes in and when he has the time.
And do you currently have any grants that you're operating under? And what's the amount of those grants?
Currently, we don't have a grant operating, sir.
Zero grants available. Okay. Well, definitely, what we see here is that we have the programs in place within our government, and we have the programs in place even within the nonprofit. And what we need to do is really focus on those preventative programs that we have and ensure that they have the resources necessary. So my pledge to you is I'll be working along with my colleagues, just as Senator James has done, and even in this committee, to be able to identify the funding that you need, because we need to put our money where our mouth is. We talk about our young people, how important they are. We need to fund them so you guys could have the resources to do the great work that you're doing. So I want to thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your lenience on the time.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. I think that this is a first step. The first step is developing the infrastructure, and then after we have to provide the necessary equipment and supplies for the infrastructure that we're rebuilding, and then we need the appropriate staff, and then we need to make sure that we have a well-structured program. Okay, we have to make sure that the program is structured the way that it's supposed to be, And lastly, we're hoping that we'll be able to get that community buy-in, where people are going to buy into the particular program, and hopefully the program would help to change the perception that many individuals have of police officers. And I'm amazed at time, and I'll go to the bill sponsor now, but I'm amazed at time that the negativity that you hear towards police officers, as if they're some type of outsiders and they're not our local brothers and sisters and mothers and dads who are trying their best to protect this community. But we feel that whenever they're telling us something that might be in our best interest, that it's okay to disrespect them and tell them about the mother and the this and the that. And then you go to America and you dare not utter a word when a state police stop you. You keep your mouth shut and you have the most respect. At some point in this community, we are going to have to stop that type of behavior and stop bigging up, as they would say, that type of behavior when somebody put up a video of them cursing a police officer, being disrespectful, and we put it up, yeah, they deserve it, this or that. But when we are in need, they're the first individuals that we call. And if we don't change our attitude and encourage our children to enter into a lot of these fields, whether it is police officers, or GFL, nurses and doctors, or teachers, we're going to continue the importation of individuals to educate, to police, and to do everything else. So along with this bill, I'm hoping that we just have an overall change in our mindset on this community. We got to change the way that we're thinking. Programs like this, excellent, but it's not the overall solution. The overall solution really begins in the home. And hopefully when they go to this program, they will teach them to respect the program, and they go there and they respect the adults and they respect the structure that is going on. You know, years ago, I know Senator Francis, I know he was, came out of Chabot, right, Senator Francis? I was raised in Red Brick, and every housing community literally on this island had a recreation center. And it was open after school. So from 4 o'clock you get home, it was open until 8 o'clock the night. Red Brick Recreation Center, pool tables, ping pong tables. There were leagues that were run in the housing community. Every housing community had a team. Red Brick was Exodus, Chabot was Wadada, Grove was Pushers, Mombiju, I can't remember the name now, but every neighborhood had a team, and you went from neighborhood to neighborhood actually playing games, and that allowed for individuals to know individuals from the other neighborhoods. So it wasn't a war, because you knew them. Chabot is going to play against Grove. You knew them. They're going to play against Mombiju. Guidance was Princess. So a lot of that took place because we had individuals who are willing to put in the time and energy into making these programs run. And as a Senate, we could do everything that we want. But if we don't have committed individuals that are going to put the time in, and Rookie put a lot of time into PAL, if we don't have committed individuals that are going to put the time into making these programs work, it is a problem. Because I hear about Rising Stars and Youth Commission. Youth Commission was Darwin King. He put all the time into it. So we could create whatever from here. But if we don't have individuals that are committed to the task, it's going to be for naught.
Running out of...
Senator James, somebody was saying something? Dr. Walwyn, you're not speaking to yourself up there, right? Put it on mute now. Senator James, you recognize.
Good afternoon once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the testifiers, especially Sergeant Gittins. A lot of work went into getting this bill to where it is. Some people think you just write a bill and then you just show up. That's not how it goes. A lot of meetings, a lot of hard work and research. I also want to say thank you to my staff. It is just such a coincidence. My wife texts me out of the blue and asks me if I want something to eat. So I have my children here in the gallery, so it's a wonderful day today to have my children experiencing the process. And I will say this much. We held several meetings with the Office of Disaster Recovery to make sure that we don't have to touch local funds. So I met with Director Octillion Williams. Octillion. And she said, no, Senator, we'll be unable to get those funds using disaster recovery funds. And if we decide to take that route, it would be next year. So I was like, we can't wait till next year. We need this now. And then I met with the Office of Management and Budget, which is Director Jennifer O'Neill. We held several meetings with Sergeant Gittins, Officer Richardson, Reinhold Rookie Jackson, Dr. Walwin, Commissioner Villanor. We also received 2 quotes from several construction companies. So individuals actually went out there and did the assessment, in which we have right here. And that is how we were able to get the funding, the total funding that we would need. So we didn't just come up with some random number. And it hurts me because I just recalled the other day we had a meeting where we had the Bureau of Corrections before us in the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice. And we entered into a contract for, I think, 2 years to house our prisoners on the U.S. mainland for $9-point-something million. Listen, I'm just a messenger, no. I'm doing the works of God, so you don't have to like me. This is for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and $200,000 is a drop in the bucket. So I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. There's nothing really major we have done today. It's a no-brainer. This is common sense.
1 minute.
So we need to remove the politics out of it. Like I said, I've submitted an amendment to fund the remaining balance of $72,000. It's in Amendment 34-166. So hopefully, the executive branch still has some time to work with us and let us know if we can get the additional $72,000. And I just really want to say thank you to my former principal, Senator Kurt VLA. He came in clutch in the last minute. He asked me, it's not looking good. Do you want to remove the bill off the agenda? I said, no, Senator VLA, we're going to go to the very end. We sat down in his office yesterday and we went through the different funding sources, and we were able to come up with this amendment, which is Amendment 34-161, which is an amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 34-008. And with the remainder of my time, I would just ask the media, can you please just show the pictures that we have of the Police Athletic League facility. And once again, I want to say thank you to my colleagues. This is not for me. This is for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As we see on the screen, it shows the current condition of the facility. Next picture. This is another section of the facility. Next picture. As you can see there, it's in real bad condition. Next picture. This is the current state of the facility. We took these pictures just yesterday. So I want to thank my communications director, Ms. Veronique Joseph, for the awesome pictures. That's me going into that little cubby hole. By the time we're finished renovating, it will look better than that. We have some electrical problems there, as you can see. Next picture. The light fixture needs a fix as well. Can keep going. As you can see, we cannot just have this building just sitting there. It really needs help. It's only $200,000, $272,000. This is the current state of another portion of the building where they have bikes in there. That's the bikes currently in there. Next picture. That's the current state of the roof. Next picture. That's me there running from Jack Spaniards. Almost got stung in there. More Jack Spaniards up in the roof. Next picture. As you can see, it definitely needs to be renovated. Next picture. Next picture. And this is the part that was recently renovated. When I say recently, 20 years ago. So it's in great condition. but the other portion where you do the outside activities is in very bad condition. Next picture. As you can see, it's a beautiful building, and once the other section is completed, it will look just as nice. Next picture. So in closing, I really want to say this is a no-brainer. Like, it's a no-brainer. And I just want to say thank you, Senator Johnson, and everyone who played a major role in making sure that this happened. And we will continue to fight for the youth of the territory. It's only $200,000. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. You have the votes. Come on. Let's testifiers, thank you so much for your testimony. I think that we have exhausted all our questions. We're going to move to action now, and we'll ask the sponsor of the bill to make a motion. Motion, Senator Jovan James. The amendment is in the nature of a substitute, so motion.
Amendment. Mr. Chair, I offer Amendment 34-161, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 34-0008, offered by Senators Jovan E. James Sr. and Kurt A. Vla. Bill number 34-0008 is amended by striking all the provisions after the enacting clause and inserting new provisions that read as follows. Section 1, Act number 7453, Section 2A as amended, Act number 7599, Section 9E is amended by striking Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for the construction of a recreational facility in Estate Calcahoun on the island of St. Croix and inserting in its place Virgin Islands Police Department to renovate the Police Athletic League facility at 59 Estate Wim, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 33-34, still thinking we're in the 33rd. I move that Bill number 34-0008, an act appropriating $272,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix, be favorably approved in the Committee on Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move as amended.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Senator James, seconded by Senator Johnson. Okay, what I was, and I paused because I'm trying to remember all the members of my committee, and I know that you are a visiting member. So I need a second by Senator Blyden.
Second,
So motion made by Senator Blyden, motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Jovan E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vla.
Yes.
Senator Vla, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0008, an act appropriating $272,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for the renovation of the Police Athletic League headquarters in Estate Wim, St. Croix, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Thank you. Those testifiers are dismissed. Colleagues, we have the amendment for bill number 34-0014. We made the correction with the location of the properties, etc., and the corrections for park and recreation. So amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer amendment number 34-167 to bill number 34-0014, offered by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0014 is amended in section 1 in the following instances. A, paragraph 2 is amended by striking VI Port Authority and inserting Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and striking Marine Facility and inserting Pier. And B, paragraph 3 is amended by striking VI Port Authority and inserting Department of Planning and Natural Resources and striking Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Amendment number 34-167 passes. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair move bill number 34-0014 as amended, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Communities Facilities Trust account for the 4 community facilities project on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier at Krause Lagoon. I so move.
As amended.
As amended, I so move.
Thank you. Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Senator Carrion, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon A. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 34-0014, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Community Facilities Trust account for 4 community facilities project on St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and the roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier at Krause Lagoon, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Madam Clerk, can you read the second item in block number 2, bill number 34-0020?
Bill number 34-0020, an act appropriating $675,000 $500 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association for restoration of facilities at the St. Croix Motor Sports Complex, making an appropriation and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Kurt A. Violet. Invited testifiers, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Arthur Hector, President, Caribbean Drag Racing Association.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll stand in recess for 1 minute.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Colleagues, we omitted to move an amendment to Bill number 34-0014, so I'm asking for a motion. Motion, Senator Blyden. Recognize Senator Blyden, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to reconsider Bill number 34-0014. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 34-139 to Bill number 34-0014. Bill number 34-0014 is amended by adding an appropriate numbered section to read as follows. Section blank. A. Notwithstanding the use limitations contained in 33 VIC subsection 3072, subsection 3072, the sum of $50,000 is appropriated to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to complete a site utilization plan for Estate Nazareth 1 and 2 Red Hook, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to determine use for the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee headquarters, a cricket field, and a soccer field, and any other sport or recreational activity at the location. B. The site utilization plan authorized in subsection A must be completed and submitted to the legislature of the Virgin Islands not later than 90 days after the effective date of this act. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion on the bill as amended? Senator Blyden, motion.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 34-0014, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund account for 4 community facilities projects on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and a roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Garden 8-inch Molasses Pier at Crows Lagoon. As amended, I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James and Carrion. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes.
Senator Sarow, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0014, an act appropriating $1,600,000 from the Community Facilities Trust account for 4 community facilities projects on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, including the projects of the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at Gallows Bay Marine Facility, and a roll-on, roll-off ramp at the Garden 8-inch Molasses Pier at Crows Lagoon, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Now, colleagues, a point of information by Senator Sarow, and then we're going to move to bill number 34-0020.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly explain what the amendment was, because we moved an amendment and I don't think we notified the public on what the intent of the amendment is in the Red Hook area. Initially years ago, that was a site slated for this multi-purpose sports complex. And since then, the Olympic Committee has expressed interest in really amping up the area and establishing like a dome for the Olympic teams and other sports to train other federations. So what this does is simply give an appropriation through DSPR so that we can really do some site utilization plan to see what is the feasibility of really expanding Red Hook into the ultimate sports arena, sports complex, sports facility. So thank you again, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Kurt Viale, you recognized for the introduction of Bill number 33-0020.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0020 is an appropriation that will provide $675,000 to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association through the Department of Sports and Recreation for the completion of the motorsports complex located in the Mannings Bay area of Middleworks, Bethlehem. The Caribbean Drag Racing Association have been making tremendous efforts in being able to restore the facility and have done such through a combination of private donations and also with appropriation from the 33rd legislature, a bill that was sponsored by Senator J. Van James, Senator Noble Francis, I think a couple other individuals signed on. I was one of the signatories signed on that bill. And recently, through the St. Croix Administrator, Samuel Sanders, who have been a staunch advocate for the development of that particular property and being able to restore our car racetrack to what it used to be, reached out and told us that there was a need for an additional $675,000 to complete the restoration of the project, and this would enable the Caribbean Drag Racing Association to bring the track up to a standard that is acceptable in that particular world of car racing. It would allow them to do the perimeter wall, improvement to other areas of the property. And during the time period from the first appropriation to this one, they have been able to enter into agreement with Renaissance for, I think it's 2.6 acres that would allow them to be able to expand the track and complete a return road, etc. Car racing is a sport that have a tremendous following in the Virgin Islands, a tremendous following in the Caribbean, and the completion of this facility would lead to being able to bring back sport tourism to St. Croix. We have had cars here from St. Martin, Antigua, St. Thomas, all over the Caribbean, literally, and it is a perfect project that we need to complete so that as soon as this pandemic is over, we can have a tremendous big race day, international race day with cars from all the islands. Colleagues, I'm asking you to support this measure, sign on, and this measure we already have as primary sponsor, Senator Noble Francis, Senator James, and I'm the primary sponsor, so I'm asking for my other colleagues, especially those in the island of St. Croix, to sign on to what I call a very meaningful bill. Additionally, the car race industry occupies not only my generation, but a young generation time. There are a number of young individuals that are very enthused in car racing. Matter of fact, we have some young individuals that are around car racing that are now racing on the mainland. I can think of Tano's son, Jamar Brown, who has a car up there, Lenroy Cambran, who also have a little car that he races in the state, and a number of other individuals that have moved on and that have become the profession in terms of being a mechanic and being able to expand the horizon. So I think today is a pretty good day for the island of St. Croix in terms of getting projects, and this is a project where Mr. Hector, who's one of the main drivers of this particular project, is ready to hit the ground running and get this track completed once he receives the funds. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale, for the introduction of your bill. I see we have on the screen President Hector for the Caribbean Drag Racing Association and Director Jennifer O'Neill. So in this instance, we will start with President Hector. You may proceed with your the introduction. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kirk A. Viale, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other committee members, non-committee members, fellow testifiers, the listening and viewing audience. I am Arthur S. Hector Sr., President of the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. I have been serving in this capacity since January 23rd, 2018. The association is comprised of an 11-member board of directors, which involves members from St. Croix and St. Thomas District. Attorney Natalie Nelson has also volunteered her time as our legal counsel. It was challenging to get monetary assistance to get the track repaired. However, in 2018, a meeting was held with the racing community to brainstorm ways to bring some resolution to this issue. At this meeting, many volunteered to assist with cleaning up the facility from the destructions left by the hurricanes. After the cleanup, we moved on to our next challenge of getting the structures on the facility repaired and the drag strip resurfaced. I contacted Mr. Lance Griffith of the Virgin Islands Gaming Leasing, or VIGL, and requested a meeting with him. After the meeting, Mr. Griffith agreed to assist the organization with the resurfacing of the concrete portion of the drag strip and purchasing of a time and light system for the track. Heights Construction and Supplies LLC submitted a cost estimate and executed the concrete portion of the drag strip. This was fully paid by VIGL. In 2019, a meeting was held with Mr. Dennis Brown, the Assistant Commissioner of Public Works, Senators Novel E. Francis Jr., Senator Jovan James, and Administrator Sanes from the Governor's Office. At this meeting, we requested additional assistance with getting the property cleaned. A formal meeting was later held with Governor Albert Bryan at Government House, and a request was made for assistance with the repairs on the track, which was estimated at $1.2 million. Governor Bryan committed $500,000 towards the repairs of the track, and he lived up to that commitment. Since the association did not have a 501c3 in place with the IRS, a meeting was held with President of St. Croix Foundation, Deanna James, and her staff to request that they be our third-party fiduciary. After meeting the requirements, St. Croix Foundation agreed to be the association's third-party fiduciary. The association received a check for $500,000 from the Virgin Islands government, and it was turned over to St. Croix Foundation. The Virgin Islands Paving prepared a cost estimate for the repairs of the track for $470,387. Prior to the start of repairs, Governor Albert Bryan, Administrator Samuel Sanes, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., Senator Jovan James, Commissioner Colbert White, the management of VI Paving, and the Board of Directors for the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Inc. met at the facility to assess its condition and determine the scope of work which needed to be done. Commissioner White and Assistant Commissioner Brow were instrumental in assisting the association with cleaning of the sides of the drag strip. James Bates of Bates Trucking and Jose Crispin of Popo Landscaping also donated their services with clearing the debris at the drag strip. After realizing that most of the monies given by the government would be utilized for the repairs needed to the drag strip, the association began exploring other avenues for getting funds to assist with the structural repairs. I met with Mr. Darren Henry, owner of Virgin Islands Industrial Services, and he agreed to pay for the repairs to the bleachers and the roof of the concession, which totals $73,800. WEM Contractors is conducting the repairs to the bleachers, while Heights Construction and Supply LLC is conducting the repairs to the concession's roof. Home Home Depot donated $12,000 in supplies towards the repairs of the structure. NAPA has given the association $10,000 and has made a commitment to assist the association on a quarterly basis. To date, the association, through St. Croix Foundation, has paid $470,387 to VI Paving. St. Croix Foundation collected $27,500 for administrative fees. Of the $500,000 given by the government, there's a remaining balance of $2,113. The association is still in dire need of an additional $675,500 to get the track fully repaired and completed. These funds were requested through the Office of the Governor. The repairs include security barriers for the drag strip, $300,000, which is critical to the safety of the racers and mandated by the National Association. Drag strip wedging and leveling, $100,000. Return road, $164,000. Internal fencing, $40,000. Concession interior, $30,000. Timing tower repairs, $20,000. Restroom repairs, $18,000. Security camera system, $3,500. All of the repairs are critical for the safe opening of the facility. There are tremendous benefits to drag racing in our community. The opening of the facility will allow for race fans and the community to have a safe and secure outlet to enjoy motorsports activities on the island. In the 40+ years since Governor King designated our current location as a sanctioned drag racing facility, we have never had a single incident of gun violence, and we aim to keep it that way through strict adherence to law, order, and structured events. Safety in racing is paramount to our sport. Each driver and car must pass a safety checklist to access the track. Bottom line is, we are doing our part to influence how our young men and women should operate in a disciplined society. Please note that the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Inc. racing facility is a Virgin Islands track and not a St. Croix track. Let me repeat that. Please note that the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, Inc. racing facility is a Virgin Islands track and not a St. Croix track. We simply cannot have meaningful and competitive racing without all three islands, to include Tortola and other Caribbean islands, participating in our racing events. We have on our board members of St. Croix racing community. In the past, contenders from the British Virgin Islands, along with several of the Caribbean islands such as St. Martin, Nevis, St. Kitts, and Antigua, have participated in races on St. Croix. Some of the past events have attracted more than 40 vehicles in a single event. Drag racing in the Virgin Islands will be a spark to the Virgin Islands economy, as we envision increase in airline visits, hotel occupancy, restaurants, and other local businesses teeming with activity. The opening of the drag racing facility will also offer an opportunity for the youths to become involved in the Junior Dragster program, which teaches youths how to operate junior dragster vehicles safely. Individuals such as Lenroy Cambron, Jamal Brown, Dean Thomas, Chanel Thomas, Devin Epperson, Carlos Bolivar, and Charles Goodings were all a part of this program. The program had led some of these young men and women to become model citizens and professional racers. The association is also looking forward to the implementation of an engine mechanic program in the high schools, which students would be able to participate in programs designed to teach them the mechanics of engine building. This type of program will give students the ability to consider being entrepreneurs and open their own mechanic shops in the increasingly technical automotive industry. Recently, the association applied for a 501c3 exempt status with the Internal Revenue Service. We are awaiting review and approval. In closing, I urge this body to approve our request for the additional funds of $675,500 to complete the restoration of the car track in an effort to reopen a venue for racers and community as a whole to enjoy car racing. Having this facility will not only be a boost to our economy, but it will be a deterrent to the illegal street racing on the public streets of the Virgin Islands. Your assistance is crucial. Thank you for the opportunity to share this testimony. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hector. Director O'Neill.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I'm Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear to testify on Bill number 34-0020, which seeks to appropriate $675,500 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation as a grant to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association for the restoration of facilities at the St. Croix Motor Sports Complex and for other related purposes. It is no secret that the Virgin Islands government has continued to struggle with the inherent problem of limited extracurricular and leisurely activities throughout the territory. For years, members of the community have complained that there is just not enough to do on the islands, and they oftentimes use this as a basis for permanently leaving the territory and relocating to the mainland. Many of the community and sports facilities have either been severely damaged or have fallen into a state of disrepair following the 2017 hurricanes, and again, due to the crippling effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In response to these challenges that continue to persist, the government of the Virgin Islands has taken the necessary steps to ensure the territory's return to some sense of normalcy. Drag racing on St. Croix has been a part of Virgin Islands culture for many years, and in its prime, the Caribbean Drag Racing Association held races every few weeks, which drew thousands of fans, many of whom came from abroad. These races quickly became a source of excitement and entertainment for members of the St. Croix community. However, after the 2017 storms, the drag racing facility was one of many that suffered great damage and to date has not been fully restored to a state where its full potential can be maximized. While legislation has already been approved to appropriate funding for the pavement of the actual track, there are other enhancements that need to be made to the overall facility. Having an upgraded facility to accommodate more races that will attract more spectators will have a tremendous financial impact on the community and to the tourism industry. Bill number 34-0220 seeks to appropriate $675,500 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund in order to completely restore the drag racing facility. As you know, the Community Facilities Trust Fund provides a source of financing for the development, operations, and maintenance of community and or sports facilities or urban development projects. As of March 11th, 2021, this fund had an available balance of $7,945,629, less the $1.6 million approved today in Bill 34-0014, which leaves $6,345,629 available at this time. The administration stands in support of this bill. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. I think this is a very straightforward bill, colleagues. So we're going to go to a 2-minute round. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I stand in support of this legislation, and I want to thank the sponsors of this legislation. I grew up on a racetrack. Basically, I started fixing my bikes, and then from fixing my bikes, I started fixing small engines, rebuilding engine, transmission, the whole 9 yards, to racing my own car at the racetrack, the race strip there in St. Thomas. I could still remember the spill of that rubber, you know, the Blackman rail, Haynes buggy, the Mazda RX-7. I had a Mazda 1200. I used to build it like a toy. You know, that's why I really learned to use my hands and got real good at it. And it has taken me a far way. It deals with focusing, discipline. You know what I mean? It takes a lot. It's like watching a child grow. When you have a car and you really get into it from the rear end, you know, to the transmission, you know, to dealing with rebuilding the engine, the head, and I could go on and on and on. I remember when we used to have car race, the horse track had no one. Everyone was at the car track. In the St. Thomas district, I'll be honest. And then they started putting big stone to block off the cars from coming on the racetrack. And then that's how the racetrack closed and horse racing was the thing. But in St. Thomas, car racing was the thing. That was the sports for us in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And those were the days that I learned so much from man like Grinch and others who taught me how to rebuild engines. You know, we started racing our own cars, blow the head, take off the head, rebuild it right on the spot, and go again. So it's a good thing. I look forward to the competition between St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and Tatola. And of course, we got the best cars in St. Thomas, the best engines in St. Thomas. So I'm looking forward to the competition. And again, I support this legislation and I sign on likewise. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The bulk of your comments were true, with the latter end being totally false. Right, Mr. Hector? Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Brother Hector, good to see you. Yeah, but I remember the days of drag racing too. Even when we had Puerto Rico used to come up to the St. Thomas and drag race, they had a little bugger, Dantizon, and that bugger hard to beat. Haynes prescription our best. I don't think St. Croix Hannibal could handle Haynes prescription alone, you know, much less, but we won't get into that. I support the bill wholeheartedly, 100%. Mechanic is my background, where I learned auto mechanics in high school in the 70s. One high school class, I think before mine, they actually built a rail that we used to race on the track also. So it gave me goosebumps to hear that $675,000 will finish it and get it going again. Is that so? For sure, you know, don't get me excited. And then, so that's all we would actually need, $675, the money is there, and that will complete the facility.
1 minute.
Yes,
Mr. Hector.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. That's very good to hear. Good. I'm in much support of that. And that return road is a must. I've been to drag racing on St. Croix, and everybody come back up the track. You know, I always wonder, do you have equipment or in regards to vehicles that blow an engine and you have oil dispersed onto the track? Do you have equipment to address dealing with that so the races can go on?
Senator, we in the past we've had certain equipment that we've used. Right now we don't have the proper equipment to deal with that at this time, but we're working on those things as we speak.
And for the asphalt on the track, is it it's not regular asphalt what you use? Do we have access to the specific asphalt and stuff that you might need for drag racing, for if it rains and stuff, we could dry out and these things and get the track going, that it doesn't become too slick? Do we have all those things in place? Because we're going big. We're going professional, so we're going big. Are those things in place?
Those equipment, senators, are the equipment that we're looking at right now, because we do recognize that if it rains, obviously any track you go to, if it rains, the tracks, the races stop. However, once you bring the blower, it's called a blower, and then you have a piece of equipment that has like a torch on it that they just drive down the track, and it kind of dries up the track like the sun. And you know, shortly after that, you can go back to racing. But some of those equipments are equipments that we're looking at as we speak.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll sign on to this too. Again, thank you for that. And like I told you, I mentioned my cousin name to you some time back. Kenny having the fastest car in St. Croix also. So
Kenny Estrell.
Kenny Estrell.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's my cousin. He got the fastest. I don't think I know kind of St. Croix could be that one. So you know, just. But thank you for the time. I stand in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the fact that so many of us have memories of car racing tell you how big it was on the island of St. Croix. I just want to put out there that along with us being able to provide funding for the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, I have had a discussion with Mr. Hector about the need for us when we open to have structured racing, not saying that the track is going to begin racing at 4 o'clock and you go 4 o'clock and racing start 10 in the night. That we develop a structure where we're able to, whether it's bracket racing or however it's going to be structured, but we change the entire format where you're not just standing around waiting forever for the races to take place, and we bring that discipline to the sport that would be able to carry to the next level. And Mr. Hector have assured me that that is the plan. I think we have also made a request. I think Mr. Hector have reached out to Government House and to name the members of the Car Racing Commission. Have you sent recommendations, Mr. Hector?
I did sometime back send a list with some names forward for that, but I didn't hear back anything, so I'm not sure where we're at with that.
So we're also encouraging that because you need to have the rules and regs and everything in place. Horse racing have a commission, the rules and regs, you can't deviate, you have to follow certain guidelines. And we want to move car racing to the next level, and then we'll be able to really attract the cars from Puerto Rico and Antigua and St. Martin and all the surrounding islands to really come and race. Senator Sarro, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I was born yesterday, so I don't have any stories about the track.
Senator
I don't know
Sarro,
what injury.
hold your time. Surprisingly, before you began to speak, a senator said she wasn't born yet. And you confirm it.
Very true. So, the story sound nice, and it's my hope that we actually go back to that point where we have more recreation in the territory and different avenues and options for just our people to engage in. So I'm sorry I don't have anything to say that would, to reminisce on, but I do stand in full support of this measure, and I'll vote at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the latest testifiers in this particular round. And of course, I see this as a win-win situation. We just had a conversation regarding crime prevention and also some safety issues. Getting these individuals off of the public roadway onto a structured racetrack is extremely important, and that is territory-wide. While we're making efforts to do this on St. Croix, I support the same thing being done on St. Thomas because, in fact, we have the Rima Highway where individuals continue to speed and endanger other people's lives. So it's important that we have at least a structured location for these races to occur. I particularly like the youth track drag star that I know that Commissioner Calvert White to have bought into. I really want to commend President Hector and his stick-to-itiveness in regards to moving these measures forward. He don't take no for an answer, and he's very deliberate and diligent in really pressing the issue of getting the track together. So I want to commend him for that. So I believe it's truly a win-win situation, and I'm happy to have sponsored the previous legislation and certainly now have co-sponsored on this particular legislation to bring back some structure car racing to the territory, and in this instance, at least St. Croix in particular, as well as the wider Caribbean. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I will be supporting this measure at the, I'm not a member of this committee, but I will be supporting this measure once it gets to the rule and beyond, the rules and committee and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Hector, I too join in saluting you for your efforts and just continuously to the grind. I've came by, I saw the progress in the track, and it's really going good, and I'm looking for the good days. And I do remember Haynes' prescription. When he comes to St. Croix, he had to go up against the big guys then, because at that time, St. Croix really didn't have bug, you know, the way how Haynes was. And it was true, Haynes' prescription was the bug of bug. If you talk about bug, it was Haynes' prescription. But I think he bite off a little bit too much when he had to go up against Mr. Lugo and his cars. So that changed the whole thing around. I also remember the Invader and Mr. Motion out of the West. So I do remember a lot of those cars. It really brings back good memory. And I do share sentiments with the chair that car racing actually drop off when people had to come and sit and wait for a race, and then guys will just be going down the track, coming back, you know.
1 minute.
That definitely can be a part of where we're going. If we're going the direction we're going, the amount of investment that have gone into the track, it has to be really run professionally, that when you tell folks a race is going 3 o'clock, a race is going 4 o'clock, that those cars are there to go down the track. Sometimes there might be some mechanical issues. You're going to have to scratch and bring the next guy on the track and get them going. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting this measure and definitely can't wait to see those track cars going down the track again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I love racing. I love horse racing. I love car racing. My uncle had a car he used to bring over here for St. Thomas named Black Knight. It was a black Nova. Yeah, he used to race against all of those guys. And I mean, I could see sport tourism because they used to bring over a whole team of 8, 9 individuals, and they come in a week before. They got a test run and everything else. I mean, this sport, if we really do this right, Mr. Hector, it could really take off, because a number of our guys that are racing on the mainland want to come home and show off their cars. And in those colder areas, there are a number of individuals who are kind of associated together that are willing to bring down cars, and we have a winter meet here, you know, where we can generate some substantial money and really begin to make sport tourism work. Senator James, is before your time, but we're going to give you some time anyhow to speak on it, okay? But it's before your time, so try your best here now.
Greetings. I just want to remind the people of the Virgin Islands the hard work of the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, and I'm proud of every single one of my colleagues, and we made history in the 33rd. It was an honor serving with my colleagues. You know, we founded the remaining balance to complete the Parley Joseph Stadium. We funded the St. Croix Caribbean Drag Racing Association with the drag strip. We funded the VI Sports Commission. Now the commission is up and running. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Arthur Hector is now a member of the commission. Is that true? Mr. Hector?
Yes, that's true. That is true, Senator.
We also funded numerous projects for the youth of the territory. So I really want to say thank you to the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And here we are making sure that we committed to what we said we're going to do. And Mr. Hector, I hope you don't take it anyway. My millennial colleague is now the chair, so out of respect, I stepped back. So
1 minute.
I let him do his thing, you know. I gave him that commitment on the campaign trail that we're going to work together, so I stepped back. I got to know my place. So congratulations, Senator from St. Croix, for being the chair of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. But I really want to say that the car track brought back a lot of memories for me, because before I became a senator, I used to sing Calypso. And at the time, Link Edwin was our manager for High Voltage. And my sister and I, along with Double Trouble, who used to sing with Franchise, we used to play at the car track. So we had the place one way, had everybody going crazy. So, you know, it brought back great memories to know that those things would come back to reality in the Virgin Islands. And I just really want to say the Virgin Islands need more people like President Arthur Hector, because he was consistent. He reached out to me in 2019, and I remember for Veterans Day in Frederiksted, we met with Carl Knight, and we were trying to get Mr. Carl Knight's attention. And Carl Knight said, don't worry, we're going to get you a meeting, and so said, so done. And here we are today. But I really want to say I would like to see the Automobile Commission up and running. The chair is correct. Things have to be regulated. And it's unfortunate, you know, we had an incident down there.
Time.
Where a young man got shot, and they were racing cars. And I hope and pray that we have a facility, which is this, that will be a safe environment, the security will be tight, and we can make sure we have a fun and secure place for our youth. I don't want to abuse my time. It's a no-brainer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and all my colleagues. Today was a great day. This was a wonderful meeting, and thank you once again to the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands for putting these things in place for our youth. God bless.
Thank you so much. You sound like you're concluding. We have a next bill, so you need to remain seated. I don't want it to sound like the shooting took place at the racetrack site. It took place at an illegal car race that was taking place. And public safety still have not made a determination as to exactly what took place in that particular incident. We just got a text. I don't know who it is from St. Thomas. Don't forget, we have all these bugs in St. Thomas that are ready to race. So, I mean, that made me smile for that particular text. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good afternoon once again to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I'm very excited about what's happening. I'm very excited to work along with my colleagues and this administration also, and even the Drag Race Association to move this project forward. I intend to sign on to this project because something will benefit us here in the territory. But also, I would like to commend you, Mr. Arthur Hector, and your team, the association, the board members, because I know you all been working very hard to make this possible, along with the many other individuals that have played a role, the sponsor of the bill, other senators that are here present and others that are not here present that have paved the way for this to happen. But also, we cannot forget also the private-public partnership. We need to see more of that in the territory, and I know that we had a lot of corporate citizens that also extended a hand and provided donation and support to the Drag Racing Association. So I want to thank those corporate citizens that I identify the need and always willing and generous to give and give back to the community.
1 minute.
Time flies very quick. But so I want to thank you. I had the opportunity also to visit the facility and meet with you, Mr. Hector, and I was very impressed to see what you have been able to accomplish and what you were able to accomplish, again, seeking out donation, looking out for that partnership, which is great because you didn't just sit down to wait on the government. You've been actively moving, working, and it shows your passion, but it also shows your persistence and dedication to the Drag Racing Association. I also was happy to hear in your testimony about the junior drag racing, because it's important to get our young people involved. So I'm glad to hear that you're also moving in that direction. And hopefully we will be able to get them off the street, which is dangerous when they are doing illegal racing. You know, it opens doors for so many other things when we're doing stuff illegally and not in a right setting. So I want to ask you in regards to the standard, the national standard, with the Drag Racing Association is forming to organize and have policies and procedures in place that are to national standard level, and we can have other individuals from the states who maybe come in and race locally?
Time.
So Senator, yes, that's exactly what we're doing. What I'm doing right now is myself, along with the board, is actually working on basic rules. And when I say basic rules, I'm talking about we're taking rules from NHRA, which is the National Hot Rod Association, as well as the Professional Drag Racing Association, or PDRA, and forming our policies and regulations through that venue. And that way, when we have individuals that would like to come down to the Virgin Islands, or we invite individuals from the mainland, that way there's structured rules in place that they can come down and feel comfortable racing in our facility. That's one of the reasons why it's so important for us to get that the wall in place for the drag racing, that $300,000 wall that I spoke about in my testimony, because that's critical. A lot of times what happens, although there are some tracks in the mainland that still uses guardrails, it is highly discouraged. And for the most part, some racers will not bring their vehicles on tracks that have guardrails still. So I want to make sure that we are ahead and we modernize and make sure that we are up to date with the facility that we're putting together here.
I'm glad to hear that, and thank you. You're moving in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion, Senator Whitaker, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Again, I also join in supporting this measure. I want to thank Mr. Hector. Actually, I came out with my team on January 28th, the facility, and I just want to express how everything you had together, you really have a plan. Much of what you brought up today, going over the concession stand, just how, and also too, if you want to place on the record just where, some of the impediments that you shared with me. Well, we did speak about the security issues, spoke about the need to, as you just stated, to build up a security wall for the Strip. Any other challenge you want to express with us as you move forward with the project? Anything that, any other roadblocks? We of course know critically you need the funds in order to proceed. You indicated the need was approximately $675,000. And has that number changed? And if so, let us know that as well.
1 minute.
No, Senator, that number has not changed. And let me just say one thing as I speak now. So I heard mentions by several senators, security. So security for me is very big, and I'm not speaking to the security of the walls. In this case, I'm speaking to security of the facility in terms of people being able to come and enjoy themselves without having to worry about being shot at or being shot on a facility. So my intent is to ensure that we have the proper security measures in place prior to our opening event. So that is a part of what I'm doing because, again, we have a facility that has never had one of those issues on it, and I intend to keep it that way. Being a former law enforcement officer, I'm pretty aware of the things that goes on in the streets, and definitely I don't want that type of things happening in our facility.
Yes, so it's the repair of the Timon Tower, the restroom facilities, concession interior renovation, the return road built. And so you had a very well laid out plan. And I too join with the chairman in expressing our need to really turn this into an industry. And also to Director O'Neill, in terms of the funding, how close are we in terms of a timeline? Are we a couple months away, weeks away? Will this happen? Is this going to be as we plan for the next upcoming fiscal year? How far are we from that?
Time.
The source of fund, thanks, Senator. The source of funding is the Community Facilities Trust Fund. Those funds are available. Once a request is made for the release of those funds, it will happen.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. And I will close. That was the last senator But I wanted to say that I've always envisioned the CTEC program, the mechanic, and when Mr. Dennis was there, we had discussion about it, but then the racing kind of fell off. The CTEC program building a race car for the students in that particular mechanic class. And I know that not one person would drop out of school if they build in a race car and they go in on weekends to race. You know, so sometimes we need to look at these different venues in a different light, and the ability of partaking in these events to be able to retain children in school. You know how much math you need to know in order to run these cars? These cars are computerized now. They hook up, I saw some race cars, they're hooking up this to them and they're reading this and reading that. And, you know, so it would be able to attract quite a number of individuals that would be willing to stay in school because every day they know they're going to be building a race car. Testifiers, I want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hector, Mr. Neal. It's been a long day for you, but you have one more to go, Mr. Neal. But I want to thank you for your testimony. We will be offering an amendment, and the amendment doesn't change the bill. But in conversation with legal counsel for Government House, some recommendations were made, and therefore we made them. They would like the conduit to be the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, but the money will still be earmarked to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. We also cleaned up some language with the land. The land that we had identified in the bill is the Renaissance property, so we needed to include the property that is owned by Port Authority, and that is the number 3 Estate Bethlehem Middle Works. And lastly, we wanted to make sure that it is clear that everything that is placed into the track is a property of the government of the Virgin Islands. So the language says that everything is vested with the government of the Virgin Islands. So if an association change, there is no hassle, no haggling, but it belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, and we can move forward. That is the amendment, and I heard the amendment. Senator James, amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer Amendment 34-163, amendment to Bill number 34-0020. Bill number 34-0020 is amended in the following instances. A, Sections 1, amended by 1, inserting Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to be used by the quotation before Caribbean Drag Racing Association, and 2, striking all the language after Plot 2AA, 12AA, VI Corp land, in quotation, and inserting and number 3, Estate Bethlehem Middleworks St. Croix, in quotation. B, Section 4 is amended by striking all the language after complex and inserting remains vested in the government of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, amendment made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion on the bill. Senator Blyden, Senator Carrion, motion.
Motion.
Motion, Senator James.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0020, an act appropriating $675,500 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association for restoration of facilities at the St. Croix Motorsports Complex, making an appropriation and for other related purposes, be voted on favorably in the Committee on, as amended, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes.
Senator Sarow, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0020, an act appropriating $675,500 from the Community Facility Trust Fund to the Caribbean Drag Racing Association for restoration of facilities at the St. Croix Motorsports Complex, making an appropriation and for other related purposes as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Thank you, testifiers. Next bill, Madam Clerk, read the next bill and let's wrap it up.
Bill number 34-0024, an act amending Act number 8365 relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $3,533,333.34 to the Department of Justice to pay the settlement agreement of Joe Harold Vanterpool, DBA Vanterpool Enterprises versus the government of the Virgin Islands, to appropriate $2 million to the Department of Labor for the payment of outstanding workers' compensation payments to medical providers, to appropriate $40,000 to Clean Sweep Frederiksted for the beautification of the town of Frederiksted, and amending Act number 8411 to increase the grand total general fund appropriations, proposed by Senator Kurt A. Violet. Invited testifiers, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, and Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator Viale, you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 34-0024.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This bill allows us to take care of payments that this government have owed for a large number of years. We recently received a judgment in the Vanterpool, Harold Vanterpool versus the government of the Virgin Islands, where the judgment determined that the government of the Virgin Islands owes Mr. Vanterpool something in excess of $5 million. Mr. Vanterpool conducted this work during the years of 95 to 98 and have not received payment for the last 26 years. I think it was work that was done after the hurricane, that was done for the Department of Education, and it's just been a long standing case to the point where Mr. Vanterpool had to carry the government to court and actually won the judgment, and this was a settlement. And I want to commend the OMB director for realizing that there is a need for us to pay this amount and be a strong advocate for saying we got to pay this outstanding amount to Mr. Vanterpool, and we're going to try to complete the payment of the remaining $2 million in the next budget cycle. It also appropriates $2 million to the Department of Labor for outstanding workman compensation payment to medical providers. So these are doctors who have provided service, doctors and other medical professionals who have provided services to individuals under workman compensation that once again have not been compensated for a large number of years. So this will begin the process of us being able to pay down the outstanding monies that we owe to our medical providers. And we don't want to end up in a situation where we have such a large outstanding balance that they no longer want to take care of patients who fall under workman compensation. The workman compensation unit, on the next note, I mean, there are issues there that we need to deal with in terms of being able to streamline that process and make sure that we're able to ensure that individuals who are receiving workman compensation ought to be receiving it for X amount of time. I mean, there's a lot of mechanism in place on the mainland where we can make those determinations. And lastly, a small appropriation to a group called Clean Sweep Frederiksted that is run by Virginia Claremont. They're doing all of those mural projects in Frederiksted, all of the artwork that is on Strand Street. They did the garbage cans, painting. They do a lot of work to try to enhance the town of Frederiksted. and they're furiously working to bring enhancement to the tongue, and this will just allow them to be able to engage with more artisans and more individuals who will be able to try to bring more beautification to the tongue of Fred said, and we all know that the tongue of Fred said is someplace that we need to concentrate on in terms of bringing it back to its glory. So I'm glad that today we had Annie Abrahamson. Now we're going to be able to provide some monies, and hopefully we could continue to move in that direction to bring back the tongue of Frederick. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Violet, for the introduction and explanation of your bill. I see we have 4 testifiers on the screen, so can you please state your name and title for the record, and then we will begin with testimony, starting with Director O'Neill. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Director Jennifer O'Neill, Office of Management and Budget.
Next testifier, top.
Good evening, Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Bottom left.
Good evening, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. And lastly,
as Director of Workers' Compensation.
can you repeat, please?
Rania Thomas, Director of Workers' Compensation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. We will begin the testimony with Director O'Neill. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0024, an act amending Act number 8365 relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $3,533,333.34 to the Department of Justice to pay the settlement agreement of Joe Harold Vanterpool, DBA Vanterpool Enterprises versus the government of the Virgin Islands, to appropriate $2 million to the Department of Labor for the payment of outstanding workers' compensation payments to medical providers, to appropriate $40,000 to the Department of Tourism for Clean Sweep Frederiksted for the beautification of the town of Frederiksted, and amending Act number 8411 to increase the grand total general fund appropriations for fiscal year 2021. The case of Vanterpool Enterprises versus the government of the Virgin Islands dates back to a 2004 court filing for bills owed by the government of the Virgin Islands dating back to 1995 and 1998 that was finally settled on February 1st, 2021. As a condition of the settlement, payments are to begin on June 30th, 2021, with a total of 2 payments needing to be made within the current fiscal year and 1 in fiscal year 2022. As a consequence, the appropriation referenced in this bill for the Department of Justice is mandatory and necessitated by a court order. Relative to amounts outstanding for workers' compensation to medical providers, this too has been a long-standing problem brought about by the very low rates that employers are required to pay for employees and resulting in a fund that is woefully underfunded in order to be able to compensate providers for the services rendered. This source of funds is the Government Insurance Fund, which as of December 31st, 2020, had a negative balance of $34,484,550. Per Commissioner Malloy on February 3rd, 2021, the Department of Labor owed St. Croix and St. Thomas medical providers $3,264,169.53. JFL Hospital, $1,615,200. And the Schneider Regional Medical Center, $5,136,138, with approximately $1.9 million in available funds at that time to make the payments from the Government Insurance Fund. Of course, that sum is no longer available due to the ongoing receipt of bills and payment of some of those bills. And our most recent compensation had the available balance at roughly $599,000. Adequately addressing this issue and finding a viable long-term solution is an issue that needs the urgent attention of this body and will require a much broader conversation and the amendment of relevant policies. However, the appropriation here today is a step in the right direction and a clear signal to all that GVI is committed to paying its debts. Of course, the cleanup of Frederiksted and all of our towns for that matter is critical not just to business growth, but also to enhanced quality of life for residents. Consequently, the new appropriation line item for $40,000 to the Department of Tourism for this initiative is a welcome step. This bill therefore inserts a new line item under the miscellaneous section of the budget for this purpose, while also amending the total miscellaneous amount to $15,650,467 from $15,610,467. Finally, Section 2 of Bill 34-0024 amends Act 8411, Section 1, subsection H, by striking $632,416 and inserting $636,219,749. However, the amount to be inserted should actually be $636,259,749 to account for the new $40,000 line item in the miscellaneous section of the budget. If this bill is approved, OMB will continue to work closely with VI Department of Labor to ensure that all reporting requirements are met. And as a consequence, the administration stands in support of Bill 34-0024. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Mr. Commissioner Malloy.
Good evening, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Violette, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Janelle K. Sorrow, other senators present, the viewing and listening audiences. I am Gary Malloy, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Thank you for inviting me to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0024. Here with me today is Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha R. Christian Hendrickson and Ms. Rainia Thomas, the Director of Workers' Compensation Administration. The Workers' Compensation Program protects workers in the territory in the event a worker suffers a work-related injury and/or illness. Workers' Compensation Program provides medical, vocational, rehabilitational, disability income, and death benefits to injured individuals on the job. The Workers' Compensation Administration, the WCA program, operates in a deficit and has done so for many years. According to Mr. Anthony Selkridge, the director of the Government Insurance Fund, the fund deficit is approximately $45 million. The program remains challenged to meet the increasing costs associated with medical services, travel, equipment, indemnity payments, and biweekly/monthly payrolls for our injured workers. Since its inception, the Workers' Compensation's sole source of funding has been the Government Insurance Fund. The United States Virgin Islands currently has the lowest base rate and one of the lowest premium rates nationwide, with our premium rate as low as 30 cents and a base rate of $8,424. An employer
will only be required to pay $25.27 annually for one employee. As you can imagine, these rates do not begin to cover the costs, in some cases, of even 1 hour of wages for one employee. One catastrophic medical event can exhaust all of the premiums collected in 1 year. To resolve this issue, there have been several initiatives deployed by the Government Insurance Fund to increase its funding base to include the implementation of a classification rate increase, the first in over 30 years, and vigorously pursuing obtaining a base rate increase that would increase the salary used to calculate workers' compensation premiums from the current base rate of $8,424. As medical costs continue to escalate, the workers' compensation program and funding to implement the program have been overextended far beyond its capacity. Currently, the workers' compensation program owes medical providers $10,015,508.55 for injured workers' medical services. Currently, $3,264,169.53 is owed to St. Croix and St. Thomas medical providers. The Juan Francisco Louis Hospital, which is the sole hospital on St. Croix, is owed $1,615,200.93. And the Snyder Regional Medical Center, which is the island of St. Thomas only hospital, is owed $5,136,138.09. This figure continues to grow daily as our injured workers seek medical attention. To be able to preserve our relationship with the providers while not having the funding to maintain the payments and based on the fund's insolvency, the division continues to practice the practice of providing the benefits to injured workers and have had to put our medical providers on a schedule or list to receive payments based upon available funding. This schedule to receive payments is not consistent. It often cannot be met. It often cannot be fully met due to the condition of the Government Insurance Fund. The division continues to work with the Department of Finance to determine what funds are available to make the necessary payments to medical providers. We are hopeful that the proposed increases will help to balance the fund so that we may, in the future, become current with all providers in the territory. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to announce that we have recently begun a major initiative between the Government Insurance Fund, the Workers' Compensation Program, and the Division of Occupation Safety and Health, OSHA, to automate or computerize our entire operation, bringing uniformity, improving response and reporting times to employers, employees, workers' compensation, and OSHA. We gladly accept the $2 million and will distribute it equitably among our medical service providers. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I would like to thank the Committee on Finance members for allowing the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0024. This concludes my testimony. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, colleagues, we are going to go to a 3-minute round. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to thank the testifiers for the testimony. And good evening to all. I do support this piece of legislation. First of all, when it comes to Mr. Vanterpool and him being in debt because of a government who's supposed to be looking out for its people. You know, that's unfortunate and disheartening. And I think it's so unfair. That could be your father, your uncle, your brother. You know, no one should have to go through that in terms of providing a service for the government on behalf of its people. And that same government owes you so much money to no avail. And you have to go in your pocket to fight and defend yourself and your family. That is just not right. So definitely I'll be supporting that. And when it comes to workers' compensation and the Department of Labor, I know that the Department of Labor is doing its best in terms of trying to assist many individuals who get injured on the job, etc. But Commissioner Malloy, let me ask you a couple of questions before my time runs out, especially when it comes to accountability in the department. And I know that they have been short-staffed for some time and doing what must be done. When are you going to bring an investigator on board to assist with many false claims, individuals who report, get the check, move away to a different state or island and doing other duties? Because I've gotten calls to my office and reports of individuals who have done such, and I know it's making it bad for those that's doing the right thing. What are you doing to address that that loophole within that division as hard as the employees work?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We're working. While we don't have an investigator on staff, we're working with private entities to be able to provide any investigation that we might need. We also have a backup that the discussions with the Attorney General's office in terms of if the need arises to assist, that we can do that.
Any inroads thus far? I know you're working toward any inroads?
Yes, inroads, yes. Director Thomas could share a little more information without being too obvious.
No problem, please.
Yes, we have some investigations that are currently going on the mainland. Like the commissioner said, we are using private entities to assist us with those investigations.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because we need to have some wins and make some examples so folks can stop doing that, because it makes it harder for individuals who really need assistance to get the assistance. I want to thank you guys so much for the time, and definitely I will be supporting this legislation. I want to thank the chair so much for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Director O'Neill, it's been a long day, but something you wrote here in your testimony. However, the appropriation here today is a step in the right direction and a clear signal to all that the GVI is committed to paying its debts. When I think these debts in this bill, I stand in support. These people deserve the money. Department of Labor, and for Frederick said, fine, I don't have a problem with that. But, you know, I got to think in terms of GERS. I got to think in terms of Act 8383, the monies that the governor said he had over. He said 60 million one time. You said it was 10.8 million. Again, that's a law signed by the governor. 50% of that money should go to the GRS. How much money did the government or the GRS win in a case with the government? Wasn't it what was the total of that?
GRS, Senator, has not won a case. The case is still being litigated.
Okay, good. So does that have anything to do with Act 8383?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The monies for Act 8383, anything over the budget, 50% was supposed to go to GRS in Act 8383. I sent letters requesting for that money to at least go to GRS. So even if the other money is in litigation, can at least that money be sent to GRS?
Senator,
From
at
Act
this point,
83.
everything is in litigation, and while there is a law, there's also a court case, and we do need to work through the court case and resolve everything. We take advice from the Attorney General, and at this point, I am not in a position to make a payment until I get a directive from the Attorney General and or the governor allowing me to do that.
1 minute.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So when I heard the GVI is committed to paying his debts, we can't pick and choose which debts, because all these people deserve the monies. I mean, regardless of what these debts that we are paying, I am willingly to say yes, so we could get this here through, so the governor could sign it, so Mr. Vanderpool could get his money, so Labor could get their money, so Frederick State could get the money to keep the place beautified. But again, like I said, we can't pick and choose, man. That's what's killing the territory. And then we turn it around to say, hey, we campaigning. We facing an impending bad situation ahead of us. And is to try to do something is what we need, a sense of urgency by every agency and every branch of government. And I think the legislature has taken many steps, this body, to address issues with GRS, and to continue kicking the can down the road and making excuses publicly is dreadful. It's a shame.
Time.
People are suffering, and I don't want to be like unloading anything on you, because I'm not. I'm just looking at what this man has been owed for so many years, and so much money that have been owed to by the government. So if we're making steps in the right direction, we gotta keep GRS in mind too for money, because I don't think Act 83 had anything to do with any settlement. That money at least should go to GRS. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the bill.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Director O'Neill, the time period for Mr. Vanderpool sounds like Hurricane Marilyn, around that period, 95 to 98.
Yes, Senator, it was.
So he was doing work for the recovery during that time?
To my understanding, it was some work that was done for the Department of Education and I think maybe 2 other departments. And there was some issue with not having a contract at the time. And yeah, so that's way before my time. And that's about all that I know on this.
Okay. Perfect. And then, Mr. Malloy, I'm happy that you're here today. And this is not a discussion, but I wanted to put you on notice that I'm aware that we haven't, with the unemployment, we're having some issues. The drawdown, or we didn't draw down enough funds, and you have an outstanding amount of people waiting for the unemployment payment. I think is the 400 or the 1,500. I think I have my numbers off, way off, but we have people that didn't receive those funds that were promised to them from the Trump administration. And then now we have another appropriation that came down from the Biden administration, but we still have yet to expend what was sent down in the Trump administration. Is that correct? I have to catch you.
Yes, Senator. The simple answer is that the CAA, that continuous act from the Trump, we just received the funding from the U.S. Department of Labor as we speak today, and so the funding and our system is being programmed so that we can start doing the implementation. So there is a gap between the transition of the CARES Act that ended December 27, 2020, and the implementation of the CAA program. And then we will be moving to implement the American Rescue Plan.
So I hope that you come back, because we really have to drill down on what happened between December and the month of March. And if your administrator drew down sufficient funds, I think we have some issues there. So I look forward to you coming before the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, because I really need to drill down on that. And of course, we met with a few physicians on the workers' camp area. I think we have some really, really good proposed solutions that we'll bring forth that we won't discuss today. But colleagues, I just wanted to end on this note that today we literally appropriated money for the Ann Abramson Marine Terminal and St. Croix. We appropriated money and we moved funds to fix the pier at Kings Alley Hotel in Christiansted, the dock at the Gallows Bay Marine Facility in St. Croix, the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier at Cross Laroon in St. Croix. We moved money to fix the Police Athletic League headquarters in St. Croix. We moved money to restore the drag racing track on St. Croix. We moved funds to appropriate money for Clean Sweep Frederickstead and St. Croix. I don't want to hear a soul, nothing from my colleagues about the treatment of St. Croix. Today was a beautiful day for the island of St. Croix, and you have my full support from the island of St. Thomas. When St. Croix excels, we also excel. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro. As I drive down your beautiful highway that was just added on St. Thomas, I will think about what you said. And as I look at the new parking garage that is being built at Cyril Lee King Airport, I will reflect on exactly what you're saying. And as I go to Red Hook and I drive into the garage that has already been built and then go over to St. John in the new parking lot, I will think about all of that. So I think we are off to a good start. Senator James, you recognize.
I second that motion. But we love you, Senator. We still love you. But I would like to say that I'm happy to know that we're able to accomplish a lot of things here today as far as dealing with our obligations. And in life, you always have to make sure that when you have certain obligations that we fulfill those obligations. And as we speak about paying Mr. Vanterpool, in which I'm sorry to hear about that. I never heard about that until today. So I learned about the government of the Virgin Islands owing him. I'm glad that we were able to settle that. I'm glad that we're contributing to the beautification of the Frederickstead town through the, what do you call it, Clean Sweep. And then I'm happy to know that we are addressing the situation down there at the Department of Labor. But I just want to place on the record, I'm going to vote for the bill. It's a no-brainer. But I also want to remember somebody's talking.
From here, correct.
Senator DeGraff, turn off your mic.
I just want the executive branch to remember their obligation to deal with the retroactive wages for the retirees. It's already funded. I don't know if we're waiting for a miracle or God to come down from the sky, but we need to deal with our retirees. It's unfortunate, during COVID-19, several individuals lost their lives, and we don't want to continue to prolong it, and people end up going to their grave before they're able to collect this retroactive wage payment. So I'm happy that we're dealing with our obligations, but we have some other serious obligations that we need to fulfill, which is dealing with our retirees. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and a productive meeting. And to my millennial colleague, we still love you.
Thank you, Senator James. Director O'Neill, you want to briefly touch with anything with the $10 million for seniors over 65, retroactive monies? Are they working on that?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that. We are working on that. We actually intended to pay it out right after we had tax filings in April, because we were expecting it to be in April, but as everyone knows, the deadline has now switched to May, so that's going to delay a little bit. But we do intend to make the payments out in this fiscal year and not at the end either. We are working to get this out. And we are working with the Division of Personnel to the verification of all of the numbers for each individual to receive that payment.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that's going through personnel, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Once again, I'm going to start by thanking the finance chair the chairman for today's important hearing. We keep hearing about Infrastructure Week in Washington, but today has truly been an infrastructure day for St. Croix. So it's been a good day for us here in the District of St. Croix. If we could get all these projects moving forward. With regards to the bill that is before us, Bill 34-0024, I know there are some very important measures on this bill, but let me start by saying how pleased I am to see that funding has been set aside for Clean Sleep Frederiksted. Clean Sleep Frederiksted is a nonprofit organization that has been actively working in the area of Frederiksted to bring beautification to the territory, like how the sponsor of the bill mentioned earlier. So I'm very happy to see that it's the work that they're doing, it's being acknowledged, and the support that they will be receiving to continue to work on their mission to improve and develop and revitalize Frederiksted. OMB Director, in your testimony, you indicated that we need to find viable long-term solutions in terms of paying our providers for workman compensation claims. What needs to happen so that we don't find ourselves in the same situation again? Can you quickly maybe share some of that?
Senator, I wish I knew, but that would take a conversation really with Commissioner Malloy and his team and I think we need to look at the rates, et cetera, and they have much more information than I do on that. I just know that we do need to have that conversation so we don't end up back here again.
Commissioner Malloy, I know also in your testimony you stated that there has been several initiatives to deploy the increase. I guess the base increase and the classification rate increase. When will it go into effect? And also, why has it taken this long, if you know?
1 minute.
Thank you for that question, Senator. The classification, we've been working, Department of Labor is a custodian of the records, Department of Finance is a custodian of the fund. We've been working very closely with the Department of Finance, and they've already started, it's within the purview of the Commissioner of Finance to be able to address the premium. And so there's been a schedule of increases, and that's what I'm speaking about when I talk about the classification, that they already started the increases in the premium from January 2020, and it's being increased quarterly so that it doesn't impact the employers that drastically. The actuary indicated that the premium needed to be raised by approximately 62.4%, and the plan is to move it over a period and 4 phases up, and it will be completed in January of 2023. And that's through finance. The other area that has to be addressed is that the base rate has to be changed. The base rate of 8,424 is very low. It has to come before this body. And I know the Department of Finance is making the adjustments, and we at the Department of Labor as well will have some additional information as to how we can help to reform this entire system. But once the premium are raised and the base rate, the system should be able to pay for itself.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, if I'm allowed one more thing. To the Director of OMB, I'm curious and I would like to know, do we have any other judgment orders or settlement agreements that are outstanding other than the one for Mr. Vanterpool?
Senator, I'm sure there are more. There's one that I know of in particular for Schneider Regional Medical Center. And I know, well, let me not say I know. I don't know the particulars of all of the others that are being litigated still, but there are others that may come up per conversations with the Department.
Can I request through the chair that you submit a list of those that have been already judgments that have come down that are outstanding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. And there are a number of other judgments. I know that we do have an amendment for that particular judgment at Snyder Hospital, but we are going to do some more work in it before we make a determination as to the path moving forward. But I think it's for some $1.5 million to Roy's Construction. And 1.7, okay. And I know that the case with Vanderpool was that Vanderpool apparently was given permission by the GVI, by the administration at that particular time to do emergency repairs after the hurricane. And then it was determined after that he needed to get into a contract and they didn't follow the appropriate procedure, but he was already given an authorization by the GVI to complete the work and to repair facilities, et cetera, and then they got tied up. So it was no fault of Mr. Vanderpool or the company that he has. He was actually just doing what the administration at that time had instructed him to do under the commissioner for a particular department. Senator Whitaker, you recognize.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you again to the testifiers. Director O'Neill, I want to just find out from you, would you, in terms of, I know one of the things you request of agencies is their reporting. Would you consider actually addressing okay, for example, would you build, well, let's just go ahead and do this. Could you submit to the chairman a copy of basically throughout the different agencies, and particularly as we're dealing with Department of Labor in this instance, a report on the outstanding vendors as it pertains to, because this issue really goes to vendor management. I am quite aware of systemic issues within our government with the payment of vendors. I'm one who always champions the cause of vendors when they're not paid, and I take exception to when they're not paid. So through the chair, I would really like to get a sense of that. I know Waste Management has, we're not here today about that entity, but there are a series of vendors that have not been paid, and I commend the chairman for this incredible effort we did that's been done today. And to Director O'Neill, so again, just to put on the record, do you in fact reach out to agencies to get the outstanding vendor obligations, and are you having any trouble in that area? Outstanding payments, months away, years. Frozen.
I think Director O'Neill, you seem to be frozen. You want to, okay. And the question was directed to her?
Yes, a question really about outstanding vendor payments.
Okay, she's back. Go ahead, Director O'Neill.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can now, yes. Okay, let's take a 1-minute recess.
Okay, I think I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Try it again.
Okay, Senator Violet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Okay, wait, give us 1 minute. We're going to go back on the record. The Committee on Finance is back on the record. Okay, now we can see your movements. Go ahead. You just froze again. Take off your camera and just go ahead and speak. Take off your camera. Okay, try it.
okay, I'm gonna try this.
Okay, it's working. Go ahead.
Okay, we do request from departments a list of their outstanding obligations on an ongoing basis. And actually, as we're getting ready to submit the new budget, that list is also being prepared, and we will get that out.
Yes, and I just would, as a follow-up to that, what strategies do you have in place? And so what is your next step when you find a pattern of behavior by a respective agency? Are there additional steps that you take so that we don't get into the situations that we're in. We have a number of vendors, and I know of one particular vendor for waste management, and also getting into a situation where we don't want to have another Mr. Vantabula situation ever again. So strategies beyond just getting the information, but also what is your next step when it turns into years of non-payment?
Well, Senator, I mean, this Mr. Vantable's situation was because of a court case and not having quote unquote proper documentation. I don't think that's the norm within GVI. But in terms of strategy, there's not a whole lot that we can do. We ask the departments, and I need everyone to really understand that the vendor issue starts in the departments. It starts with start doing work without having the documentation in place. It starts with the departments also receiving invoices and not submitting them or entering them into the system, which means they can't get paid. So there's a lot of things, a lot of areas that we have to look at, and we continue to work with departments on their performance and reach to them. We have to them. I have new compliance section in OMB, but outside of that, that's about all that we can do at this point.
Thank you. Just, Chairman, I just want to make a last point. Thank you. And thank you for that, Director O'Neill. And yes, we, with compliance and the like, to Commissioner Malloy, as shared by my Vice Chair for the Committee on Education, you are aware of the fact that we've been engaging, and we look forward to you coming before that committee, in fact, to provide to the public the concerns over unemployment. I want to thank you in that regard for your outreach back to me, and we look forward to that hearing so you can place on the record the concerns that people have as it pertains to unemployment and overall, even as it pertains to workman's compensation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. I just wanted to put on the record that a lot of time our ability to meet our obligations have to do with how many, not a lot of time, all the time, have to do with our revenue collection. And it only takes one scenario to throw everything off kilter. And we were really moving in the right direction, and then COVID hit. We were able to recover to a point, but if COVID didn't hit, we'd have really been at a place that is way better than where we are right now in terms of collection and everything else. We do have a window of opportunity now because we're in the rebuilding phase. Monies have been provided for states and territories. We don't have those guidelines yet, Director O'Neill, as to how those monies can be spent, the monies that are going to be provided to states and territories.
Correct. We actually I have a draft of the different sections of the American Rescue Plan, and we are going through it and trying to make sure that we cover everything. What I'm reading or what we have so far is that we will have or should have some form of funding within 60 days. But we do have to sign a certification showing our need, what that certification looks like, and exactly what we have to present to the Department of Treasury. I am not certain of, Treasury has not issued any guidelines, specific guidelines to that yet. So I'm waiting on that.
And definitely, colleagues, we are looking as to how we'll be able to pay a number of outstanding obligations. And we definitely know that the workman compensation piece is one. We have a number of obligations at the hospital in terms of getting them up to task with the Meditech system and Omnicell, et cetera. So we're going to see how we can utilize this opportunity to be able to deal with some of those long lingering areas that we know are obligations of the government of the Virgin Islands. I'm hoping that the Department of Labor would be one of the recipients of us being able to make some additional payment in some specific areas that have been lingering for quite a while. So we're just waiting for the guardrails or the guidelines as to how those monies can be spent, and also encouraging Director that all of the commissioners look at the relevant sections. I have it here walking with, I printed it out. Because there are monies within certain sections that like IRB, they can apply for the money for the earned income credit. So we need to make sure that every dime that is included in this package that we're going to pursue so that we could begin to bring some balance to the government of the Virgin Islands. But I want to, go ahead, Director.
That will actually be done. We have a retreat. I'm calling it a retreat because it will be on a weekend for the cabinet members and other entities who are to receive some level of funding from this plan. We will be meeting within the next couple of weeks, about 2 weeks or so, on a Saturday to discuss the plan and how, and actually put a plan together for spending, drawing those funds down and spending those funds.
Okay, I hope that the Senate is included in a particular retreat. A number of states have pushed it back in reference to making sure that the state legislatures or the local legislatures are a part of the process moving forward. And we will be having our discussions on this body as to how we can assist the GVI to move forward with getting a lot of these stuff done as quick as possible, and it might require a supplemental budget, so we will have those discussions. Our last question, Mr. Malloy. We're trying to pay down the balance owed to providers under workman compensation, but there's really a need to just revamp workman compensation, our check and balances that we have in place for individuals who are claiming workman compensation, to look at some of the mechanisms that other states utilize to make sure that there's no fraud. You know, we have fraud unit in multiple areas. Are we moving in that direction? Let me ask that. Are we moving in that direction in terms of having a discussion as to how we can improve what we're doing? I recently had a conversation with Senator Sarro and Senator Francis, with one of our local providers that take care of workman compensation patients, and he gave us a number of recommendations that we can utilize that will reduce the amount of monies that we have to pay out on a regular basis. Are we having those conversations?
Yes, we are, Senator. We have been meeting with the providers, and I can let Director Thomas tell you a little more about all that's been happening.
Director Thomas?
Hi, good evening. So on the workers' comp end, we have now moved to where we're using nurse case managers. So we have a medical provider, we have medical backup reviewing the cases or any cases that we might seem questionable. We're also working, like the commissioner said, with private companies to do more investigations on the mainland. Most of our PTD cases are on the mainland, so we're using investigation companies to make sure that we investigate those individuals.
Okay, that is good news, and I'm sure that the chair of the particular committee, we can probably do a deep dive into some recommendations, or I will meet with her to discuss some of the concerns that the providers told us, and maybe we just need to have not a public hearing, but a meeting where we can have those discussions as to how we can move forward. Senator Blyden? Okay, Senator Blyden is ready. He said motion. I thought he had a point, but he is ready. So give me 1 second. Did we have any amendments to this bill? Okay, motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 34-0024, an act amending number 8365 related to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $3,533,333.34 to the Department of Justice to pay the settlement agreement of Joe Harold Vanterpool, doing business as Vanterpool Enterprises versus Government of the Virgin Islands, to appropriate $2 million to the Department of Labor for the payment of outstanding workers' compensation payments, to medical providers to appropriate $40,000 to the Clean Sweep Frederiksted for the beautification of the town of Frederiksted, and amending Act number 8411 to increase the grand total general fund appropriations. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes for St. Croix.
Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes for the Virgin Islands.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0024, and I commend in Act number 8365 relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $3,533,334.34 to the Department of Justice to pay the settlement agreement of Joe Harold Vanderpool, better known as Vanderpool Enterprises versus Government of the Virgin Islands, to appropriate $2 million to the Department of Labor for the payment of outstanding workers' compensation payment to medical providers, to appropriate $40,000 to Clean Sweep Frederickstead for the beautification of the town of Frederickstead, and amending Act number 8411 to increase the grand total general fund appropriation has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, I want to thank you for the meeting that we have held today. It went over 7 bills, and 7 bills were successfully passed that would lead to infrastructure improvements and to be able to settle some of our outstanding obligation. I want to thank my staff, media, security, the central staff for the legislature, post-audit, everyone for this successful meeting. The next meeting date is going to be April 6th. It is going to be a meeting with all of the financial institutions, the banks, in reference to mortgage loans, where we're asking them to come and provide information so that the public would have an opportunity to know the various mortgage options and the various programs that exist in the Virgin Islands, and we'll be able to have a discussion with our financial institutions. So Mr. Molloy would be giving you a call in reference to the workman compensation and the path moving forward. So I'll get in contact with you. And Mr. Neal, I'll get in contact with you as to what else we need to do, which is a lot. So I want to thank everyone for this meeting. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned. Thank you, testifiers.